Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are here back for what will be the final day of qualifying matches in the VALORANT Oceanic Tour closed qualifier number 1 of stage 3. I'm Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me is Geordie Macaleia. A little bit of a change of pace, mate. You're trying to get a little bit closer to me over in Uluru, buddy.
Yeah, mate, look, I think Sydney was a little bit too far away. So what I really wanted to do is just make sure we were as close as possible. So
Beautiful.
I've channeled that middle of Australia vibe to take back to where we used to, have a good time out there, Conky. You and I up on the rock, dancing around as we usually do.
Need to go back to those days, mate. But look, for everyone who has just joined us and isn't aware about how this whole competition works, here's a little bit of a tournament explainer for you all to check out.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
And there it is, guys. A little bit of information for really, coming into the crux of this event. We're into that final stage, really the last opportunity for the players to get those points and make their way to the Oceanic Regional Finals, where the top 2 will be heading over to join their counterparts in Sonics and the rest of, the best in the world in North America. So, yeah, there's prize money, obviously, in addition to that, which will give a little, idea to wet your whistle right now, just for everyone who is coming along. 4, 3, 2, 1. Across the way, and look, that's pretty goddamn good. 10k for 3 different events, and then obviously that does double to 20 in the Oceanic Regionals as well. But that's not all. Of course, we do have that Vodafone MVP. A huge shout out to Vodafone for giving those individual players a little bit of extra sum. Obviously it is a team game, but of course Valorant does have those individual highlights, the flashy plays we do see across the board. So yeah, Mac, something pretty worth playing for, even not just the glory.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need at the end of the day, is a little bit of financial incentive sometimes, just to make sure it just sweetens the pot that little bit, not only playing for the glory, but playing for a bit of pocketed cash as well.
Absolutely, and obviously there has been a little bit of action already, this being day number 4. So let's have a check of what we do have, across our eyes, not today, but also the last couple of days. We had the 4 best of ones as an opener on the Thursday night that was brought to you by Digital and Tony. And I guess, somewhat sort of expected to a degree, but then Mindfreak and Wildcard actually being dropped to that lower bracket by Peace and Straight Out of the Zoo. And then the next day we did get the lower bracket games where Mindfreaks and Wildcard did make their way through. Kind of expected, the newer teams in August and Villains putting up some numbers, but overpowered in the end a little bit. Yesterday we had that upper bracket, and of course that was, Order and Straight Out of the Zoo. 2-0s again. Myself and Pilsky brought that to you. And now, Mac, we're here. We've got Order and Straight Out of the Zoo qualifying, but the 2 games right in front of you right now, Mindfreak Team Bliss, Wildcard and Peace. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm very excited to get into the first game of the day, Mindfreak and Team Bliss. I haven't seen these teams play for a while. Coming into this, there has been a whole lot of roster shuffles. There's players that have jumped around to 2, 3 different teams in the last couple of months since I actually last got to cast a little bit of Valorant here in Oceania. So I'm excited to see what the new sort of equations of all these players coming in together is going to equal, as well as, we've got a bit of Astra in the mix now. KO obviously not active, but he's certainly making people think a thing or two. And the meta as well just changing with every single patch update too.
Absolutely, and you've obviously been over on that dark side of the moon a little bit with the League of Legends running along recently, and giving yourself a bit of an understand. But look, mate, it's a pleasure to have you back on. So let's introduce, I guess, almost the teams. We've got right now Mindfreak versus Team Bliss, Wildcard and Peace, and I do think the first team that we'll run you through will be Mindfreak. Familiar faces that we have seen over the time. Of course, the boys, which really need no introduction, except for that new guy Ferg. We did have a chance to chat to him. I believe it was Friday night. Always great great to pick into his brain. He's, such a fantastic bloke with so much experience. I think, we're talking back how he was in the top 4 in a major in 1.6 back in 13, I think it was, that Pilsky was mentioning. So the guy's been around forever. But across the board, we've got Watt sort of flexing around. He picks up the Breach, he picks up the Astra, Norson, your Sentinel player, Scrawl on the Sova, Pex on the Duelist, and then Ferg's kind of, been flexing around a little bit. He was playing some Rays that we did see, and he did a really, really, good bit of work in his opening couple of games with the squad.
Yeah, I love how you said the new guy, Ferg, because the man's been around for years. So he's probably got the most experience competitively in all FPS games out of anyone that's playing in this tournament. But of course, that comes with a lot of experience, and you bring that to the team and you bring them up. So a lot of players around him as well that have been around for a while. I'm excited to see Pex, because I don't think I've got to cast one of his games yet, and I know he's been playing for a while now. So good to see him in the lineup. You got Skrull, Norson, and Watt, and all these names, coming from different backgrounds, bringing it back into Mindfreak. So I'm keen to see what kind of pot this brings.
Also, a big shout out to MJ for the recent acquisition of Mindfreak as well. I'm sure he'll be watching along right now. But we do move on to Bliss. These guys, obviously, a bunch of smiley faces that we have got to see for a little while. They've had some recent results, where it's kind of been a bit up and down. You can tell that they're really putting in the work. They're trying different agent compositions. They're, trying to sort of slot their way into some, different maps. We saw them pick out Split, which has kind of been a bit of a trump card lately. Yes, they didn't pay off in the end, but regardless, that was just because Straight Outta the Zoo was playing so damn good. But across the board, Easy Fleshes, Major Jungle, and Azo being the newest addition, sort of picking up that Sova a little more. Jungle kind of looking towards more your Astra and the Viper. Major the Duelist. Fleshes, sort of swapping around a little bit between sort of the Sage. Really good on that Sage, and Easy sort of more so the Killjoy, the Cypher on the Sentinels. But, fantastic bunch of guys. And the coolest thing I think about this roster is that their background is so broad. We've got, FIFA, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, everything across the for Bliss.
Just so many different backgrounds, and all culminating here in Valorant, just doing such a good job. I haven't seen Easy play, but everyone else I've definitely seen around the grounds, and they're all very sharp gamers. I've heard some very good things for Bliss, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table up against Mindfreak, because last time they went head-to-head just 10 days ago, Bliss took this match 2-0.
Absolutely, which is quite a big statement. It does mean that Mindfreak have got, their actions cut. They need to sort of step up to the plate today. But let's check out also the head-to-head players and understand who sort of will be the focus here. So, yep, there we go. Does make sense. A little bit sort of more on the Sentinel side, Norson and Jungle. Wow. So, look, Jungle has been a fantastic Viper, really quite an entertaining player, especially on your Icebox, things like that. Whereas Norson, he's also fantastic. Honest to God, thinking that he actually puts himself up as like one of the best players in the region and on the team, playing such an aggressive style, or even from that Sentinel role and being able to put up the numbers, is quite a testament to, playing quite an intense role without really, slipping back on the frag department.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can both bring, because I've seen a lot of these players as well. They're flexing between that Sentinel and the smokes depending on what map goes through. So I'm excited to see what map we do get to go toe-to-toe on today, to see what kind of agents both these players are going to be playing on. I haven't seen a whole lot of the Viper meta. I'm not going to lie. I want to see a little bit of that coming through, and I've seen it picked up by a lot of teams over the past week. So I want to see who's going to be playing those Vipers, who's going to be jumping on maybe the Omens, just playing around with the smoke, maybe a bit of Astra as well.
Absolutely. I'm actually almost a little bit envious of you, Mac, to be honest. Coming into this game a little bit more fresh. Obviously, I know you've been playing the game a fair bit, but the competitive meta, it does change so regularly. And I think that's one of the most exciting things about a game like Valorant. New maps, new nerfs, it completely changes it. The thing we we're talking about prior to broadcast, even just the slight change to Astra, not being able to put your utility down immediately kind of changes the pace of the game a bit. But there's those vetoes, running through. We aren't going to be seeing Breeze again. It's been tested a little bit. Some teams really want to get into it. Others are kind of shying away. So Bliss is going to ban that out immediately. Mindfreak actually avoiding Icebox, which understandable. We do know Bliss is a fantastic Icebox team. I think, back in a previous rendition, they actually took this off Sonics before they departed to WNA. So understandable there. But Ascent, Haven, Split. This actually sort of does teeter the way towards Bliss a little bit, but I do think Mindfreak are a fantastic split team. So look, this is really anyone's game, I think, in the veto, 50-50 across the board. Both teams have taken series off each other. So this is an exciting one that we've got in our hands.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Ascent coming up first, because last time both the teams went head-to-head. Obviously, Team Bliss has a slightly different lineup, but it was on both Haven and Split, and that was a 2-0. So starting on Ascent, there's a chance for Mindfreak to maybe pick that up first. Of course, it is their map pick, so they should be bringing something to the table. And obviously, with that slight change in the lineup for Bliss, maybe it's not as strong because Thang Map there doing very good work when they did last play, 38 and 29. He's not here today.
No, he was an interesting player because he always sort of, I think he was on the main squad and then he very much fell back to being a sub quite regularly. But every single time he came into the server, he was just absolutely crushing it. And typically from a Sage as well, that you'd see him pick up, and he just put up these crazy, crazy numbers. So, nice to see that he is still, sort of around here and there. Played a couple of pugs with him. But yeah, look, I really have a soft spot for the Bliss roster. I think they're a team that's a testament to working very, very hard and, showing that you don't need to come from any specific background to succeed in this game. I'm looking forward to seeing how well Azo is going to develop as well. He is, one of those players that you take the Fortnite ability, but then you kind of get to give them a little bit of the FPS team brain, I suppose. And that's strictly only because, Fortnite is usually a bit more of a solo game, whereas, the dynamic of a game like Valorant is just much different. But once you take those fundamentals and push it in forward, that's when they can really, really shine. And the same could be said for Mindfreak. They've been around for a while and avoiding, because obviously they had Lakers who were super sharp, and then Calth moving back to more of a brain player is actually really interesting that they've gone down that direction. It kind of caught us all a little bit off guard when Ferg came back into the mix.
Yeah, I just want to quickly point out as well before we move too far away from the vetoes that with Icebox and Breeze out of the mix, I'm sad because I'm going back to these basic maps that have been around for ages, Ascent, Haven, and Split. I was hoping we get to see some Breeze. I want to see what the meta is on that, but we're not even going to get to see that, at least not for the first series today. So, look, I can't complain. I get to see what the meta is on all these maps. I love a bit of Ascent, and I'm hoping that we do get to see Split because back when I was casting, a couple of months ago, no teams wanted to play it. It was one of those maps where it was like, it's just so defender-sided. We don't want to play it. But it doesn't happen. So not going to get to see anything else other than these three today. However, maybe later on, that'll change up.
I definitely think we will. Icebox has been coming out so regularly lately. It seems like it's, very much a part of the meta now. But I think, Mindfreak, rather knowing how good Bliss were on that one, just not really wanting to take any chances. But Split back in the day, I guess, sort of when we were casting it a bit more regularly together, it was always Order that just dominated on it, right? No one wanted to play it. I think God Squad Sonics did play it at the time as well, also when they were back as EXO. But it's really fallen away. I felt like I was seeing it much less than, your Icebox and obviously everything else that is coming into the meta. But regardless, look, it's been an exciting time watching how the teams have developed. But I think the thing that me and Mitch were stressing on over the last couple of days is how no team looks like they're really sitting into that second slot right now. It's Order number one. They're so far ahead of the curve. They've picked up Maple now, which is just like adding extra firepower to the team when a team that didn't need any more firepower. He's been playing fantastic on Sky and Sova. And the rest of the sort of 2 to 6 is just so up in the air. There's no understanding of who's actually going to be taking that spot. And that's why it's crazy to see what we're seeing today. Straight out of the zoo was one of the first teams to qualify all the way through. They were a team that was a pug team, and now they're insane and they're scrimming and they're practicing, and it showed yesterday. They cleaned house against Bliss. So now we're going to be, trying to determine who is going to get that next slot. But the losers of today, they will be coming back in to the next close qualifier.
Yeah, I'm looking at Straight Out of the Zoo, and when I just looked at the name, for some reason I thought it was like, maybe a mix of old Fun Crew players, but it's just, it's just a bunch of boys. I think some of them are in chat right now. So,
they are.
You mentioned that it's a pug team. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, why not make these pug teams if you got nice hacks going 46 to 34 across the series? That's ridiculous. Man's putting up some numbers, and I did when I tuned in and watched the broadcast back from yesterday. You guys were just saying he had some ridiculous entry rate as well. Just
15 opening kills with the operator, and that was between Jet and Reyna. So he was peaking Reyna, operator B main on Split, just getting away with so much. It was literally sitting there watching it going, how do you even play against that if you're Blitz? It was just nuts.
Yeah, that's it. Raw mechanics can get you so some people say only so far, but it looks like it's got you qualified nice and early in the upper bracket. So not even having to put your life on the line there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so cool to see, that they've gone from that pug team to pracking a whole lot because, it's really nice to see that you actually get the teams go, well, why don't we take this a bit more seriously? And
Yeah.
that's why I implore all of you guys watching along at home, if you do get a chance to sort of, throw together a team, enter into some of these open qualifiers, I guarantee you, Mac will know. Obviously, Jesus, what was it back? Ground Zero Academy, Mac, when you came along to CGM, bro? That's what I remember. I was playing a bit of CGM on Monday. I got my ass handed to me. It was great. But look, it's awesome. Your experience, obviously, everyone, and getting a competitive dub is such a good feeling. But finally, without further ado, there was a couple of PC crashes, guys, but it doesn't matter. We're in to the opening map of the day, which is, of course, going to be between Team Bliss and Mindfreak on Ascent. Mac, I'm ready to get into it.
Oh, yeah, I'm pumped to see how this one goes. I think I'm not 100% sure who's going to be starting on that defensive side. And at the moment, from the stats, I just had a quick look at Mindfreak have a slightly better win rate here on Ascent. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It's Bliss who has an 8% higher win rate with 68% over on Ascent here. So let's see how they go. Both teams very strong on both the attack and the defense. So I think it should be a relatively even game. All things considered, but I'm excited to see what agents are selected, and here we go. Oh, we've got a bit of Astra on both sides. Looks like it's almost that mirror match, except there's the Raze and the Jet diff.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it will be Ferg on that Raze. Yes, it will be. Loves to bop around with those satchels. But yeah, look, relative mirror matchup, I suppose, in this sort of regard. I'm excited to see how it does pay off because, again, with Bliss, losing, obviously, Ronski, it does really change up the dynamic in Major, having to put a lot more pressure on himself to, fill into that duelist role. And now, obviously, with the Jet sort of swapping over, it can be interesting. But look, I still think Bliss are definitely in this. Mindfreak, a fantastic Ascent team, but time will tell as they just sort of sit with some short control.
Okay. Spotted early there with the big drone up from Pizza. Azo playing very far back here in CT, jiggling for info. Nice jump pick, spots Pex there on the Rainer, making his way up to market. But as this is happening, Pex taking contact and the rest of Mindfreak looking to make their way with an A split. So this could be the fake sold. Recon Bolt only spotting one though, so it hasn't baited out the rotation yet. Hex will fall to Azo. And now we are actually going to see the rotation of that spike back towards the B side.
And they've completely left it open. There's no utility down for the side of Bliss to defend it either. And as Ferg drops Major, that is going to be a complete entry in. They will break the door, and they should be able to find that information very, very shortly. The rotate might almost be there, but Ferg still doing his due diligence. Wilson going to be ready for it, but he actually will be taken down. So that drops it into the advantage of the way of Bliss. There is a couple of members low, but now that spike will go down for Mindfreak.
Oh, good shock dart, and there goes Azo. That's going to be the equalizer too. So Mindfreak looking to turtle up on site, sending all three players in. I didn't catch how long that Recon Bolt has left, but surely they're going to be looking to play off the back of it. There it is, and it's deleted, so no one hit by the first pulse, and there's going to be no wall spam coming through. But it looks like they're making this entry happen.
Trying to get back into that site. Spotting two in the boat shed. Scrawl's good for one, but what will be taken down by Fleshes does utilize the dismiss to get out. And now some extra shots from Jungle Wow. All left onto Ferg, the IGL, the experienced man, but he whiffs the shot, and it will be Fleshes to close it. Think he doesn't have enough time. Yes, of course he does. Jungle Wow to get the spike defusal, and Bliss on top with that opening round here on Ascent.
Yeah, very good retake coming through, making sure that they waited out for that Recon Bolt, got rid of it, so there was no wall bang spam coming through either way, and Bliss on the defense off to a solid start. Now let's see what Mindfreak are going to do. Looks like it is going to be the Force.
Yeah, it's interesting to see it a little bit more now. Pilsky was kind of making some comments about that it is much less common, I suppose. But, once you've got that spike down, you've got the extra cash moving forward with the utility for what as well. He's dropped back to the Stinger. It's certainly a doable prospect, Jungle Wow only with the Ghost. The Judge is in play, but still definitely winnable for Mindfreak if they play their cards right.
All right, well, we do have that bot coming around the corner, just used to gain some info. Ferg looking to lead the charge here with the Raze. Just jiggling, waiting for a swing from CT. We do have a couple of the Novas put down here, a couple of those stars over towards A main, or B main rather. And it's just a bit of a standoff, trying to bait out some information before Mindfreak decide what they want to do. But it looks like they are just going to be grouping up at B main, going for a mid-round hit.
And the funniest thing is, I've only just sort of noticed this because the chat has picked up for it. Fleshist is on the Reyna, which I do believe is the first time I've seen him play a duelist in competitive, so this could be spicy. Let's get the open up. Utilizes the dismiss to find his way out as well. Norson will get the trade, but then he is quickly taken down by Watt. So far, so good for this force spike for Mindfreak as the spike goes down.
Now from the back of sight, Scrawl again, he's got 19 seconds before the recon bolt comes through. Azo 23 on his, so Sovers might not be bringing in too much contention here. Bliss, they have to worry about being main. Norson coming in very late indeed. Oh, Azo spotted, but there we are, easy. Making that happen. Bot around the corner now, it's going to be Scrawl revealing his position on the back of sight here in the boat shed. Smoked off though, and that's going to isolate the fight.
Oh, Azo, he's done a lot of damage here, and now Watt has a very big task ahead, and they got to move in. Easy goes down, Jungle Wow closes it, and that's another tight round. So Mindfreak do a lot of damage, Mac, but they just can't quite close it.
So had the numbers advantage, but Bliss doing a very good job to bring that back in a 3-on-4 for the retake. Didn't think it was going to be achievable, but they just were ready, playing very close to one another, ready to trade, and managed to get a couple of re-entries coming up lane 2. So very good job, very patient approach, just making sure that they had everything they needed. And, well, they did in the end.
All right, so we'll just be the sit back onto the Sheriffs here. So not trying to force the narrative too much. Making their way just a couple towards A. A little bit of a default towards either side. Major walks straight in, but that's a great shot from Ferg. They don't get the info on the Major, but the bot will pull the call. But a good start here from Mindfreak.
Yeah, sharp with the Sheriff. Just what you want on one of these mixed bag buys. And Bliss are just going to be playing it slow. Nice crossfire on
Azo.
Yeah, decent amount of damage onto him, but still should be able to fight from this position. I don't know if anyone was close enough to hear him being hit by that. We are going to see Mindfreak walking up into this position, but the trap's here as well.
Not looking to overextend though. Will cruise back. Still a start from the Astra of Bliss in towards that B main position. Definitely does appear that they're keen on that location now. Wop just trying to spot out whatever he can. So Major does have quite a task ahead of him, only on his lonesome. But now as that orb does get picked up, they might be able to make the call. The Nebula will be popped, and that actually does send them away. So they've got to make a decision here quickly, Mindfreak, because the clock's definitely ticking.
Yeah, 30 seconds. In comes the dart. Now we are going to see Major trying to hold. Oh, X runs through.
Ferg.
It's actually going to be Berg with the entry. Looking very sharp there. And the Sheriff getting the job done so far for Mindfreak. But we saw a retake come back here before. And Jungle Wow again going to find one. Maybe make this achievable.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough decision for Bliss. Do they even go for it at this point? Jungle Wow very, very low, but they know they only really need to overcome a couple of Sheriffs. That Vandal that was recovered has been dropped a short time ago. Just inside the cubby, Easy does look to walk out now, but they're not having any of it. What? Gonna be able to cross it with the little crossfire there. Nicely done. 2 versus 4. Now gonna go for this. Norson might be able to find one if they get a clean hold. There we go. Azo goes down as well, and Jungle Wow, the last one to go in, he needs to die here. It's not going to be really that much to save, and Norton's going to find it. What a colossal round from Ferg there.
Oh yeah, and Mindfreak, that is so good for their economy. 4 alive at the end and picking up all those rifles, all the SMGs there as well. So they're going to be very happy. Look at how much money's in the bank. It's only Pex that needs to invest into round 4. Bliss, on the other hand, they do have a little bit of money. Looks like they've actually got a bit of a DC coming through. So
yes,
that's
indeed.
a bit unfortunate.
I guess we can sort of use this time to break down the money situation a little bit, you know, by winning out that kind of light buy with the Sheriffs, the old high noon moment for Mindfreak. Super impressive shots by Ferg, as we mentioned, though. So they're just going to hold on really to mostly what they've got. Vandal in hand for Norson that was saved from the previous round. Pex, he's made the investment. And yeah, for Bliss, look, they've really just sort of got to sit back only with the classics. They don't want to over sort of step it, because if Mindfreak, you know, well, obviously Mindfreak likely to win this one. If they were to sort of break the economy any further, Mindfreak could sort of start to roll together, you know, 3 or 4 and really drag ahead. You know, Ascent still more so a defensive sided map. So that's definitely a blunder if they let that happen.
Yeah, I think they should be right. I'm interested to see if they decide to go for the buy. Looks like Major has reconnected, so we should be live with the game in a moment. We'll see what he does. Looks like it's just going to be that half buy, making sure that we are going to see Bliss able to purchase up into round 5 and give themselves a good shot here.
Beautiful. Love to see it. Very good. Okay. All right. Looks like we actually had a restart of a PC as well. So some players having some issues. But look, guys, it is a Sunday. Everything's a little bit slower on a Sunday. Some sore heads maybe. But all good. It's, you know, starting off quite well, I think. You know, the closest of some of these rounds so far already, even though it is very early days, is hopefully a telltale of what we've got for both of these series today. I'm
liking that, you know, mid-round decision as well on those Sheriffs to go back towards B main. You could see them crossing and looking like they were about to run into that trap over towards A. But then Watt put his hand up and said, "No, I'll just throw a couple of stars down, you know, maybe just sell a bit of a fake and, you know, try to bring it back, try to bring them back over." And it worked. It worked so well. Drew a lot of attention, and that entry again coming out from Ferg was huge. So Ferg laying some groundwork there on the Rays. 3 and 2 for him, 3 and 2 for Watt, and 3 and 2 for Norson. So the scoreboard's actually identical on both sides here, but Bliss just has one more out.
It was funny as we go into this gentle eco. Pilly was telling me about your save round like hype commentary. Really funny thinking about it.
Yeah, it's a good time. Is that the one? Was he talking about on Mirage that time when nothing happened?
Yeah, and you just kind of like casting. It's like, oh my god, they're rotating around spawn right now. This is incredible. They're not really doing anything. The nade's got to come in for Major.
Yeah, you know, you got to keep the viewers entertained, right? That's the whole point of it.
Yeah. Maybe the racehorse play.
Yeah, that's the one. Never stop talking, you know. Everything's important.
Yeah. Always. Great shot, though, from Pax. Yeah, and I think one thing that we'll be able to notice as well is Mindfreak's orb control.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Okay, so just making sure they get as many ultimates as possible. Looks like we are going to see Ferg one away from being able to pull out the big old rocket launcher. And he might have almost found it. Classic on the corner. That should favor him. And off the back of the Killjoy ult, they are just going to be slowly but surely waltzing their way in towards the A site. Jungle Wow with the Sheriff may be the piece of the puzzle that Bliss need to figure this one out. Okay, there's one shot, almost a second. Bit unfortunate with the inaccuracy coming out from him, but also we are going to see that lockdown hit someone on short there. See you later, Azo. And it should be all uphill from here for Mike.
What a bizarre round that we're witnessing right now, and now it's the overheal. Flesh just actually picking up. Oh, he's keen for it. Pops the Empress.
Okay.
Man wants to go for this. Yeah, picking up the pace a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see who actually peeks out. They are going to be able to, you know, utilize the Nano Swarm, keep them at bay for a little while longer. Ferg is peeking. Leah comes out. But look, a lot of ground to make up. I think he was actually a little bit keen here to pop that Empress. But look, I appreciate the hustle.
Oh, look at this big flank coming in slowly but surely from Ferg. They know that he's over towards Gen. Heard the shots come through. Needs to tap again. Great post plant patience coming through. Ferg with the swing on the Spectre might be able to get that upgrade too. And the round should finish before the explosions. So that will be a second for Mindfreak. 3 surviving. And Fueshist, at least that ult's only cost 6 orbs, you know.
Yeah.
So it's all right to get that out of the way nice and early.
Very nicely done. But nah, look, interesting round. I was going to say, like, it was, I guess, respectful for Mindfreak to still consider dropping that ultimate. You know, they weren't exactly sure what the economy potentially looked like. So they did their due diligence. They were nice and slow on the default, waited for any pushes. And then Azo to actually get caught in it last second. I reckon he, you know, got a little bit too excited and stepped into it last second.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for him. Maybe hoping to catch a timing and get a kill or something. Might have been able to help Fueshist that a little bit more. Our drone up mid though, and it's a faster approach from Mindfreak. Maybe just hoping that there's not a good buy coming out from Bliss, but they seem to not have found the timing in the market. Fueshist playing close range. Pex as well, trying to make his way into the market. It's not going to work for him. Fueshist surviving for a little bit longer as he does get that dismissed off, but Scroll holds strong here, making his way in. What another kill. Now it's all up to Azo on the backside. He's going to fall. And it might just be all she wrote. Jungle Wow coming in on the Astra. He's got 2 more players to find here.
No HP.
Oh!
No HP.
Planted.
What's going to happen? Squall has to do this absolutely perfectly, and it looks like Jungle is going to wait for the information. 5 bullets. All it's going to take is just a little breath of air onto him right now, but Jungle, wow, clutches it out. That round hurt my brain, Mac.
Mate, that's a
so
1v3
many things happened.
Clutch on the board for the Jungle Wow, and that's going to be looking nice and good on his resume there. So easy cleanup though, easy cleanup with both the 2 remaining players quite low. Unfortunately, the cover wasn't there, but Jungle Wow looking very sharp and keeping Bliss in the lead, more importantly.
Oh, so many things have happened already. Kind of a crazy prospect at this point in time, but regardless, we do get a full buy-in again from Mindfreak. You know, their money's still relatively good. I think they should have another one behind it as well, whereas can't really say the same for Bliss, especially dropping down to that, you know, 1 versus 1 in the clutch, but well done from Jungle Wow regardless. He's sitting 7-2 right now.
All right, looks like we are going to see Mindfreak showing a bit of presence towards B main early. Probably just going to drop that bot again, try to get some map control. And there it is. Norson around the corner. Doesn't hit the second man close range. The judge doesn't hit the mark as Pex almost trades for the double. But Fwesh just gets out of there with a little bit of HP remaining.
Ferg's got the showstopper available as well. Definitely wanted to start a party over towards this B site. There is still 1 more star available for what I can see. That Nebula will be popped additionally, but it's only a short-termer.
Yeah, bring it back.
Start to rotate out now. Yep, get him out of there.
And bringing that spike back towards that T-spawn as well. The attacker's rotating all the way back towards a main, but there's still 2 players here. So Bliss very confident. They've even started to hover that jet back towards CT, making sure that no one's going to be able to lurk their way through market. We've seen Mindfreak do that a couple of times, having that 1 player pushing up, just trying to draw some rotations, but in comes the push bot, about to spot the push. Ferg making sure that bot is almost dealt with. However, good timing on that smoke just to deny the push. And the 3rd man rotation comes across as well. So it's going to be a 4v4 rather, but a 3v4 over towards this A site as Fwesh is just so far away.
Oh, Major, he has done very well to get out of there as well. And the gravity well updrafting over the top, getting out of its clasps. Easy, also good for 2. And what, not looking over towards the side, was certainly cautious about that operator, but now Major, Pex rather, into the position. Major looking for the push, getting a bit excited. You can't be giving these out to Pex for free, but Major, he'll be the one to close it. So very, very tight in the round once more. Bliss losing a fair bit towards the end, but still a regardlessly solid round from them. Major on the board now. And this is starting to drag it out nicely. Bliss, as I mentioned, will have another buy here, and Mindfreak in the same boat. But, you know, 1 more, I think a loss for either of these teams might essentially start to set them onto a bit of an eco path.
So you can see Mindfreak putting a heavy priority on just gaining this B main control nice and early. This is probably like the 4th round now where they've gone for it. We are going to see the bot on the corner, maybe multi-man swing, just so it's going to be at least traded this time. Good damage, Berg even investing that nade, paint shells. Big damage on the initial explosion, but nothing to follow up, so Jet survives for the moment. As this happens,
Chad play from Ferg too. Like, how much control did he gain early?
Yeah. They're just in it to win it. That's what it's all about. And as this happens too, you do have that lurk smoke coming through. What though? Gonna get his head taken off as it's Astra on Astra action. But Jungle Wow, you're too sharp today.
He's in a good spot to sort of clinch any rotation, but the spike heading back through spawn now. Very early on with the ultimate there, the lockdown from the Killjoy, but now Ferg will be looking to pull out that showstopper, and he's getting in all the way deep. Will he find anything? Yes, he will. Dropping down easy, but Major, he's been locking it down from this position. Norson looking to move up onto the Aldrome, but he has to get around. Great shot from Norson. Now looking over towards CT. There's a couple of members, but Norson, he will collect once more, but it will be taken. Jungle Wow, he's having a great game right now, Mac. That is 5 for Bliss, and I think Jungle's brought himself up to 10 frags here.
Yeah, he is absolutely popping off. 10-2, look at that. Great scoreline to play with. Now, quickly just recapping the last round, though, that lockdown, I don't know if it was meant to not hit all of the back of sight just to clear out somewhere else, but it was slightly mispositioned. So back in the boat shed, you did have Major just standing there, and he managed to get 2 kills with that operator from the back of sight. And it looked like Mindfreak just disregarded that position, thinking it was cleared by the lockdown. So maybe a misstep, but unfortunately it didn't go as planned for Mindfreak. Bliss, though, very solid hold again.
For sure. Now they're, whilst they've still lost a couple of members in the process, at least what they've been able to do now is send Mindfreak to that eco. So just the Sheriffs, likely see a little bit more come out from Watt and Scroll, maybe a Spectre and Light Shield or something along those lines. But, at least they do have to sort of take a step down now. Bliss really hoping to make their way towards 6, keep that economy nice and strong. But I like that they've taken the tactical timeout nice and early and, try and iron out any kinks before we do move too deep into the map and the series.
Well, from here, 5 rounds already for Bliss. That's a very solid start. And now going up, what's up against what is going to be maybe another Sheriff round. I'm sure it's going to be interesting. Because what we saw before from Mindfreak on the Sheriffs was a lot of sharp shots, and they even picked up that round. So, see if it is going to be that B main control. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Mindfreak are more interested in sending it over towards mid. Just wait for those stars to be placed later on. But Azo, he's gone in front. Oh!
1 for 1. Not horrible in the end, but Azo, very aggressive to try and take that control of the position, and outside tiles, the Aldrone will spot him. So Major was there to back him up at the very least and trade out accordingly. So nicely done. Bliss still holding it. Many ultimates available as well. All 4 for the members alive, whilst we only do have the Hunter's Fury available for Scroll, but he does know how to use it. So we'll see how that does come out in the latter parts of the round. But for now, it's just that walk up towards A short.
Ideally, they don't want to be using the ults on a round like this, just up against a couple of SMGs. But these picks coming through, they may just be forced to. However, that's going to be another one for Fueshist, giving the man advantage to Bliss for the moment. Let's see if we are going to see that Cosmic Divide have to come into play. I highly doubt we will, but maybe for the retake.
Very, very slow. 30 seconds left. And Jungle Wow poised to do a lot of damage from this deep corner. I mean, he is kind of stuck, but at least he could be good for a one and done. The dart will come out. There's the one. And it's not exactly done, Mac. Holds on for 2. Now Scroll all alone in this position, a 1 versus 3, and Fueshist will deny. So Bliss get that half cleared. 6 already. And they're looking for more at this point in time, but it will be the buyback in for Mindfreak. Still some damage done to the economy, keeping Bliss relatively honest. But they do have the buy here again. Nice and clean, maybe 1 more in the back pocket. But regardless, this is really clean from Bliss so far. They're, knowing each other's limits. They're not over-rotating and really just sort of locking Mindfreak out.
Yeah, really solid spray control coming out from Jungle Bear. Almost found that 3rd as well, just through the wood. So we'll see how he goes and continuing to hold this A slide. It feels like he hasn't been tested too much on this side of the map. With a couple of stars coming through and that Aldrone. Oh, Gravity World's popped, but still, we are going to see that fall back from Major. So it's going to be able to live to tell the tale. Wimbot up short though, and it may just be the A split committed to. We'll see if they can get this tree control. One coming through. Major, sharp shot, but Fueshist is going to be caught out in the open. Norson, solid for the trade, and he's looking to entry here as that Killjoy. Major unable to get the knives to work. It's nothing really happening there for Bliss as Mindfreak just forced their way in towards the A side.
Yeah, the aggression there, and I don't know where the hell that Blade Storm went for poor Major. Definitely looked like it connected, but regardless, the lockdown is going to give them some extra space. Now they'll be able to fall back in, looking for a nice bottle of red back in wine. And both of them will be sitting towards that location. 1 more member a little bit deeper, looking to push his way in now. Easy and Azo. Recon bolt around the side. Azo gets 1, and now look to the other side. Norson, very clean. 3K for him, and Mindfreak very much locking down that round in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, very, very good job from them, and they still have another lockdown, so I won't be surprised if we see Mindfreak just sending it over towards B main and looking to hit that B site again. Question is there going to be that little gap at the back of the boat shed that they have to worry about? Although, that being said, I'm not seeing an operator in the hands of Major. There he has pretty much no money. Just going for that half armor inspector. No, thinking about it. What's he going to do? Sheriff? Half armor? Maybe as good as the operator. I guess we'll see.
I don't know, man. That 145 in 1.
Yeah.
Tilting as anything. But anyway, they're onto the other side of tiles. Easy gets a little bit too excited there, making their way in. A chaotic round here, but regardless, they give the respect. They fall away. Not looking to make too much happen over the top. And now as they change it up and head towards his B position, Azo He's got the judge, and we know how deadly this bad boy can be. The spike, it is dropped. He's only got 4 more bullets. Okay, he's got the spike, and now he's got the lockdown. They're going to be utilizing that, and how long do they actually stay? Oh, the shot start from Azo. This could destroy it. It will. It'll go down, and now Azo can reposition. This is huge from Azo, Mac.
Yeah, super clutch play coming in just to buy some extra time, and they've got another kill with that judge too. So Mindfreak just losing the 2-man advantage they had, and now they're going to separate as well. So maybe we'll see if the sober lurk at mid is going to be worth it. Azo as well, just trying to buy some extra time now. Hunter's Fury just barely missing, and Scrawl might be able just to mop this one up from behind. Weshes, see you later. Azo's so low. This round's done.
For sure. Gravity Well to keep him at bay. Just onto the other side of the old Cosmic Divide.
That's
a Wally up the top.
Awkward Cosmic Divide. It almost works in his favor there at Heaven. However, he's going to give it a good crack. What though? 1 bullet will do it. Straight on the noggin. And there you go. Mindfreak not out of the game just yet. Looking to make it a 6-6 half.
Yeah, still decent. You know, as we know, obviously it can be pretty challenging to force the hand on the attacking side. And Mindfreak, despite, you know, only being on 4, they've definitely won the economy game for a lot of it. If they win this round, obviously that's a reset, and Bliss will have to move into the final round of the half. Not really super equipped. So they continue to press on that economic boundary. But regardless, you know, Major has got his operator again.
Yeah, this is dangerous. So he's hit a couple of sharp shots with this. Looks like he will contest over towards Tiles. Heck's not peeking early. Just going off a little bit later. Good placement of the eye. Just trying to get onto that short line. But who's going to be sharper here? It seems to just be this constant dance between the two. Timing is a large factor here. But again, Mindfreak just going for that default, getting that B main control. Turret on the corner too. So I like this setup as well for Norson to play around. Oh, there it is. Finally the contact.
Gets out. No more shield, and he does actually get away with a frag here too. Ferg is in position. Oh my god, Major, how are you alive, my friend? Even goes for the repeat. Very, very confident, but now Fleshes, he's been tagged up, has to sort of slot his way back, and Major, that's another one, Mac. Gets the info. Ferg spotted back in towards the corner, has to go for the swing to some degree, but he's still alive here. Major just not wanting to go down, but Norson, great utility usage there, forcing Easy out of his spot. And now the spike, it's still in spawn, a little while away. Major's going to reposition towards this B site now. Norson has to crack open an egg here.
Oh, and I think they've heard that as well. So Azo, he's got the crosshair on the perfect spot, but Norson just playing off that bot, knows that someone's in CT. It's going to be so hard to get that spike to sight. Norson needs to hit the nasty one, and he will. See you later, Major. A little bit of CT control now as Azo going to be spotted up and market. Norson playing a dangerous game considering it's that 2v3. But they need to get aggressive. They need to fight to try to even up these numbers. 2-man retake coming in from B main though for Bliss, and they've been so solid at this.
All the info gathered from those footsteps. You know what, Norson, despite the lack of players, they're playing this beautifully right now. What, he's going to drop Azo. This would be a 2-on-5, Mac, if they are successful, if they can convert, but no. Great shot from Jungle. Look at this flank, though, from What. This could be colossal as well. They're going to expect him in the boat shed right now. They do use the Cosmic Divide onto the defuse. Jungle well ready for it, but will he have enough time? He's off the defuse, but no, it's not quite enough. They almost crack it, but the case is solved by Bliss, as they will finish up with 7 here.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous one, and almost winning that 2v5. Look, give yourselves a pat on the back for even getting that close, because look, you've absolutely smashed the economy of Bliss too. Easy, he's going to have to go down to the half armor and maybe... Oh, okay. Let's see how this goes.
It's funny, I always forget what this gun is called because we don't see it enough. It's an Ares. But it's so cheap now. I think it's like 1,100 or something now. Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, I'm keen to see what it can do. All right, good luck. Good luck to it, mate. No spam over towards B main. I don't think it has that same penetration as the Odin. But there is certainly a couple of shots being fired there. Now, it's just going to be the push out. Easy gets rid of Norse, and with the turret finishing him off, so a little bit of a pie on the face there. Drone coming in from Azo, looking to set up for the retake. Mindfreak again in the 4v3 situation, but they've lost from these positions before. That spike is going to be planted here on B.
Azo bumping around with that judge, but he has to find a little bit more, something that can close the gap. It's not exactly this weapon that you need. However, the rotate is there all the way around. Look at Major's positioning, Mac. He's crept through B main. He's looking to walk into the market position right now, pick up some of that $8 sourdough bread. And he also get a frag with the process as well. That's 3 in the round for him. Now Flesh has to try and create some extra space on this Reyna. We'll be able to get the heal back up to the top, onto the other side. He's spotted out though, and the crossfire will lock him through. Jungle Wow into the 1-on-2, but it's not enough. What is going to close it? And that is the half done and dusted. Mind Freak with 5, but Bliss on top for now.
Yeah, 7-5, a very solid half coming through there for both teams. So still anyone's game. Let's see how Mind Freak go on the defense. They got close. Like that could have been 7-5, maybe even 8-4 in Mind Freak's favor after a couple of those rounds. But Bliss were just so solid on those retakes with the man disadvantage. So I don't know, same could be said. There's a few rounds as well where Mind Freak almost won with the man disadvantage. So just really good attempts to convert. Again, just keeping both teams' economy so low. It's 7-5. I think Bliss are going to be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. If they get this pistol, stack a couple together, move up towards 10. And that's the thing about, this, what, I guess you'd call it MR12, I suppose, to a degree. Winning 13 rounds to get the game closed. But, yeah, look, it's a tight game so far, and it's lived up to our expectations, exactly what we were hoping for. Very close. In some of these rounds, as you mentioned, if that 2v5 was succeeded by Mind Freak, it might have been a change of pace, but no, the Lear comes out, and now they try to execute onto this side of A.
Yeah, try to play close range here with the frenzies. Works out okay, big couple of kills, and that's almost going to be the complete shutdown of this hit. 2 alive for Bliss, Jungle Wow unable to get 1 before falling. Now it's all up to Easy, coming in short. Oh, not going to be looking at the right angle, and what will get a couple of headshots from the side for free. So that armor coming in to buy some extra time for Easy, but even so, we do see what pushing up to 13-9. So it is just the Astras really showing up today.
Yeah. Right on top, and it is nice to see, Watt's one of those players that can have incredible impact depending on what it is, but, he might have a super explosive half and then have a little nap in the next, but, guy's been around for a long, long time and in a very important role to pick up, so him and Norson, 2 of the most impressive players on this roster, in this region, just in general. But Mind Freak, they want to make a statement. They were very close to kind of, breaking the mold and taking down order, but they could never quite do it. Only really Wildcard have successfully done that. And now with this new roster, they want to try find something, but Ferg, Norson, they'll open up nice and easily here. Norson just trying to lock it down from market. B site is his, and I tell you, Mac, it can be very hard to get into when Norson's on the door.
But Mind Freak with a flawless just to equalize there, so very good anti-eco. Let's see what Bliss do. Looks like they're going to be going for this buy, so very patient approach from them, not forcing up into the second and looking to have the advantage here, but Peck's already on that operator.
The Reyna operator, as I said, we saw it yesterday.
Okay.
It was nice hacks running around with it on split. And look, it does make sense, right? Her kit gives her the capacity to use that dismiss, kind of similar to a jet dash, but it's odd, but I like it. People are, not really sort of restricting themselves depending on what agent they play. It's like everyone does the... Oh, Ferg, no.
No,
we've all been there.
Is there a reason? Or is it a misclick? I don't know. We'll ask him after the game. Anyway, let's move on back towards B main, where there's less little crazy things going on. So let's see if Major is going to be able to edge his way forward. They're just going to be holding their ground, trying to let Azo lurk his way through mid. Ferg seems to be aware of this potential position, and he's going to get that info too. So now the B side players get a bit more passive, worried about that market. Now droning in towards B main. Now it does look like Bliss are posturing for this B hit, and they are going to send the spike towards that direction. 50 seconds though, so still time to rotate back if the lurk works on the Killjoy.
Now the entry does start to occur. Oh my god, Major, you are lucky to be alive right now, my friend, but he does get on through. Ferg just onto the other side. The recon bolt will come out, but Norson is actually taking him down. That's a couple of Wally kills in this game so far with the turret. Ferg straight through the Nebula, taking down Fletcher, so it is the advantage once again, going quite heavily the way of Mind Freak. And again, Norson, able to just continue to lock down this side, sitting inside the boat shed, may even swing over to find jungle in just a second. Only has the Guardian, but look where Azo is still inside the other boat shed. Might not even be able to help out his teammate right now. He's waiting for this rotate. The time's ticking. He doesn't need to do anything right now. Norsen's going to be able to find it back. The spike's down, and it's all over. Red Rover, Mindfreak take the lead here, 8-7.
Yeah, just say it, perfect patience, you know, playing with their food on site, making sure that they survived for long enough, and then the spike falling down at lane was just a little bit too much to deal with there for Bliss. So, Mindfreak, they found the lead, 8-7. They've managed to get a couple of free upgrades to those rifles as well with players that did survive. So, economy looking nice and healthy for at least the initial phases of the second half.
And look at the impact that Norsen keeps on delivering, right? You know, not only at his utility frags, he always seems to be able to create that space with the Killjoy, and that's why I think he's such an impressive player. 17 and 8 right now, and, you know, it's not off the back of any sort of real flashy plays, anything like that. It's just been consistent, you know, 2 and 3 Ks over a couple of these rounds that has really just locked out Bliss so far on this defensive side.
Looks like Bliss are just going to go for an all-in towards A. Plenty of utility purchased up this round, so focusing on playing their own game. But the 3 defenders are here to try to hold Rainer on short and maybe able to come in. But with the operator, he's only able to shoot a couple of shots. However, one ping comes through. Ferg not going to be spotted initially, but the smokes are enough to enable all of these pistols to get onto site. However, Crossfire holds strong for one. Jungle Wow says, hang on a bloody second. Gets his mitts on that operator. Spike's going to be able to go down. Jungle Wow covering Heaven swing, but he's not going to hit the first shot. Scroll getting it done. Azo gets that L drone up, misses the shot with the Sheriff. There is going to be a nice one found onto Norsen. Might be able to make this happen 1-on-1. Can he make the clutch happen? Scroll 1 bullet away from losing here, and he's just trying to spot the hair over the top of the green box. There it is. Azo with the clutch, and we're brought back to 8 apiece.
Jesus, what a round there. Jungle, big impact on him, and then Azo to have the composure to close it. Yeah. This game is delivering in spades right now, Mac. I am absolutely loving it every step of the way. Bliss, bring it tie, 8-8. And now they've got the full buy in the stores as well. And unfortunately for Norsen, he's going to get a drop over for him. So it's not going to be too abysmal, but regardless, you know, the money isn't great for either of these teams now.
That was another 1v2 found by Azo. So I really liked what he did with the positioning, just swinging wide onto the slightly raised bit next to Jen. It enables you to see the top outline and like the hair of your opponent on top of default box there. So interesting that he used that and it worked out to his favor. However, new round and a new approach from Bliss. They've gone straight up mid.
Very aggressive with this operator as well in the hands of Major, looking to get something happening. Or will be taken inside B main, looking to get the extra grounds. Ferg now getting his paint shells out. The ultimate, nothing really found out by Scroll either. No dividends paid here in this round. Spike's still down though, but they're trying to take some additional control, and Pex will be forced off the line.
Oh, and he's going to be sucked into that gravity well, but he does decide to re-aggress. So dangerous approach. Maybe he heard a couple of footsteps running away. By the way, he's got the Astra there. Over in wine as well, just to play bait and switch. Oh,
sees the foot.
Pex is so lucky to be alive there. Wesh is swinging.
And now one's going to go low. Oh. How does he peek this? This is all timing right now, Mac. It's just a matter of a millisecond, but he does get off, and now he's going to even re-aggress, and oh my god! How is that not more? What has to sit inside the nano swarm there, and he keeps it firm for a while, but there is the 2-for-2 trade here. Now a 3-on-3. They will get the door down at easy. He does fall out in the end. Got to get that spike down with 15 seconds left to go.
We are going to see the rotation coming in. Jungle Wow still alive. Man's been clutching up a storm. Let's see if he can do it again. But we are going to have that Killjoy ult coming through. So the lockdown is going to buy so much time, forcing all of Mindfreak back. And after that 15 seconds, now they still got some time to make this retake happen, but they've got a lot of ground to cover. Heaven control there as well. Bliss just looking to play high ground. Ferg head taken right off close range. Easy, unable to get the swing work, but it's Scroll to find the double. Now it's all up to Jungle Well. He has to clutch in the 1-on-2 from A main, and he's not going to be able to do a big shots coming out from Scroll to find a triple on the retake, and another round for Mindfreak.
That was so nasty there, Mac, because I don't even think he had any info from a recon bolt under Heaven either. He just got the old spray and pray, and it actually paid off for him. So impeccable round there by Scroll. And, you know, this game, a tug of war that we're witnessing right now, you know, it's lead for lead, and Mindfreak pull it back.
Yeah, very, Very good clutch coming through. Or retake, rather. Wasn't the clutch. I thought Jungle Wow might have had a chance there, but he was taken down before that swing even started. And Mindfreak in the lead. Are they going to be able to continue it? Because Bliss before on the pistols made some magic happen. Let's see if Mindfreak can hold them off again. It is going to be that A main approach. So exact same thing, except maybe even more armor this time in the kitty there for Bliss.
Over the top. Major going to have a little bit of a spot out, see what he can find, but that's an immediate Cosmic Divide. It will be thrown out early on, but the Gravity Well, the utility has created so much extra space and keeping them back, but Azo has done well to find Ferg in this position, does actually get the tag up onto Watt as well. Now, old Major, he can sit underneath. That Cosmic Divide is going to fade shortly, so they need to hurry up on this spike plant, but it does go up for long enough to let them get it down. 5-on-4 in favor of Bliss.
I think Major just went to the other side of the Cosmic Divide and jumped to make a sound cue, trying to bait that someone might be able to pre-fire that position. However, it looks like we are going to see Bliss going on the aggressive. Scroll finds one, holding his ground here at short, so it's not going to be that 5-on-4 big advantage for Bliss. Lots of utility going to be used on the re-entry. Pex now trying to farm up a Storm. Using that ult now from the Reyna. Jungle Wow holding nice crossfire. Is this one going to go well, though? Okay, smoke goes down, and Pex ready to be able to find something. Push through the smoke. It's Jungle Wow to hold. Awesome with the trade, and he's going to find the double. There's plenty of time to get that defuse off, even with everything used there from Bliss. But boy, was that close.
They only lost one member in that retake as well, Mac, which is an incredible result. I mean, look, it was at the end of the day just a little bit of an eco or a light buy for Bliss, I guess you could say, with those sheriffs. But how aggressive onto the side, as you mentioned, you know, big brain stuff from Major as well, trying to sort of sell a little bit of a fake out with the information. But well done. You know, Mindfreak now taking double digits, and it is going to be potentially that one where Mindfreak pull this. They've reset the economy of Bliss again, and that could be the rest of the game. But with the exact same thing being said, you know, Bliss is still definitely in this one, and if they keep up that aggression, they might be able to continue the choke onto Mindfreak.
Ooh, our drone in being manned. This is something I like from Mindfreak. They're never telegraphing what side they're going to push on, but they're always trying to get a little bit of early map control and early information. Oh, Pex, he was able to get on a line, but now it's a very dangerous game. Going up against Easy. If he does hold the line, could work out from slow peek from Easy. Oh, the angles. Oh, works out. Easy with the wall bang.
149 in one.
Oh no, you hate to see it.
That is rough, but look, you know, they're going to take advantage of that right now and pick up the pace heading out towards this B site. So once more, it is going to be a tough retake for Mindfreak. They did it from this one player disadvantage in the last, and knowing how low obviously that member is, it's going to be tough, but at least doable as Azo destroying the dart. Does he get it done? He does. I'm loving this stuff. This Azo guy, he is super sharp and super big brain, but now they try to hold it. That lockdown now no longer able to be utilized. Fletcher's, he's up close, might be able to find Ferg, but Ferg gets the advantage. Now the Cosmic Divide goes in. Mac Jungle will be able to close one at least, but Azo sitting under Heaven has a little bit of extra time. Norse finding the way out. It's gonna be Ferg with the showstopper now. Easy 1 point of HP. Mac, if he gets away with this, if he can do something inside it, he's already used the nano swarm. He's done something, and by living on Mac, he continue on, but he has to get in. He has to try and lock it, and Easy. What an incredible round on 1 HP.
One Harry Potter there, and he's managed to make that work. I saw the blast pack come out from Ferg, and I was like, nah, Easy's done. He's going to get in the radius of the explosion, and he's just gone. But he played that to perfection, going very deep, still had one nano swarm on the bomb, on the spike rather, and it was just perfectly played. And there was running out of time as well. You need to go back, though, to Azo. That lineup just to get rid of the lockdown was absolutely perfect. Well thought out, and he held on to that knowing that Killjoy had the lockdown for that specific situation.
Well, imagine being Pex right now. You'd just be hurting so hard.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of leg shots where similar things have happened, you know, in the years between Counter-Strike and Valorant, but 1 HP is just beyond me. And the fact is, because he had the, the nano swarm set early, he was able to utilize it and keep it on that spot. Like, anyway, Easy, well played. Huge stuff. And now Bliss, you know, this next round, they reset Mindfreak. They're still in it.
Just making this game yet another next level one here.
The hunt begins.
And Major now edging up short, looking to lead the charge. Contact works out. What? He's going to go down off the back of Gravity Well, Major. Trade there from Pex, who's Gonna fall to jungle. Wow, so sharp here on the Guardian. In that bot out as well. Easy now, just down to 26 HP, no armor, so aim punch is going to be a factor. Cosmic Divide comes through. Norton spotted. Hell, where'd those bullets go, Conky?
Cosmic Divide going down just in time to save him here, and now Azo does try to get under heaven. A little bit of a spray and pray here onto the other side, and they pop the Nano Swarm. Scroll looking to check under heaven here. Ferg just on the other side, but Azo gonna dance around him, play it out, and there we have it. I think Mindfreak are actually going for the save here, Mac. Bliss, they've tied it, and they have sent Mindfreak packing here. What a turn of events.
Well, Azo very actively figuring this one out as he's gone towards heaven, however, runs away. And Bliss are more worried about their economy than getting rid of the guns from the hands of Mindfreak. So it seems they know this. A bit of a firm handshake, gentleman's agreement. Back towards A main, back towards CT. And 6 players will survive. But Bliss is going to have money for a while now. So finally tying up that game at 10 apiece. It's really neck and neck as we edge towards the final rounds of regulation here.
Oh, man. As you mentioned, what a game. It's had pretty much everything here. Big moments from many a different player. And just plenty of big brain items of action. So what does Mindfreak actually choose to do here? I think a force, okay. That's a big gamble here. If they lose this one, Mac, that could potentially be game done.
Turn out. Placing swarm grenade.
All right, so again, it is going to be B main control that Bliss is hunting for. In that bottom of the corner, Azo with the lineup, looking to just get rid of anyone playing close towards the corner, thinking that Mindfreak's economy's not all that in a bag of potato chips. But a couple of stars now may just be able to slow them down if this B main push continues. A lot of noise made, but no rotations baited out. Look at Mindfreak, still with 3 players over towards that A site.
Very aggressive. I like the crossfire that they've established right now. Watt just shoulders it. Getting the info on the back of that judge. Really just trying to bait him in as best as possible. Scroll now goes hunting with his owl drone. Does get some information, but still not wanting to swing here. It's dangerous. And Ferg might have just given up the goat here, Mac. Opening pick found for Fleshest.
There's no world where he'd be in that corner without someone playing close from tree, and Bliss are fully aware of that, so we are going to see a bit of a lineup coming through. Azo about to dart the tree, just letting some utility be used there from the camp of Mindfreak, and in comes the push. Azo ends around the Nano Swarm, finds one in through the edge of the smoke, spotting Scroll just over the top of it. Major with the entry on site, and that should almost be all she wrote, but look at the lurk coming in. Jungle Wow, he's not done. He wants nothing to be saved this round, but it's going to be Fleshest just pushing forward, swinging in. What has what got?
This, like, literally in this round could be the game entirely. By that force in from Mindfreak, they're going to be completely broken. There's no way Watt saves this either, given the position of the rest of the members. He's just going to try to do as much damage sort of as possible. But hang on, he's been able to do some damage and actually sort of split up a number of these members right now. We'll get the info on the recon dart. They know where he is, though. And Azo will be able to swing in and get the ding where Bliss, they will drag this back. 11 rounds, taking the lead. And again, that economy for Mindfreak. They put all their eggs in the one basket just then, and unfortunately that basket had holes in it.
Well, looks like we've got a bit of knowledge being thrown out from the Brains Trust Twitch chat. You got Dangmap saying easy taught Azo those shock darts for the when they denied the Killjoy ult a couple of rounds back. So good to know that they are going to be sharing those roles, sharing the knowledge, and it's certainly getting Bliss towards the W on map number 1 of the series.
Funnily enough, Dangmap, after we give him the big shout, obviously still there supporting the boys. You love to see it.
Yeah. Now, oh, it's a very dangerous approach from Pex. Gets away with his life for the moment, though.
He's still keen.
Oh, he's gone back. He's felt it. Unfortunately, he's felt the bullets in him rather than it, as, you know, the kids say. Now, we're playing close range, just looking to get a little bit of redemption. They need to make it happen, though. We are going to see a ult used by the attackers, so lockdown working well, as so are the rifles. Here are the entries that Bliss wanted. Berg playing with his food, long range, so many tags, Conky.
Yeah, I think that was 3. Really, really feeling it. The pain, that is. And as Azo rotates around, the man that was all tagged up gets the closer as well. So that's map point here for Bliss and Mac. Mindfreak, they picked the scent, didn't they?
They certainly did, and unfortunately this defense side did not end as expected. Very strong start to it, but as soon as Bliss got rolling, they've just been hitting everything. They've been clutching up a storm. I feel like, you know, that round when Easy won on just 1 HP, and Mindfreak would have known that as well after with the damage report into the next round. So maybe that was enough just to break the spirits of them. However, this is what separates the boys from the men here. And we are going to see Mindfreak going for an aggressive push towards A main.
Looks like these guys are going to try and show them who's the boss of this gym. Bliss. They've got a chance to close it here, dragging it forward on the map pick of Mindfreak, which is, you know, such a statement. And I've got to give credit to Bliss. You know, they've had so many impressive moments across the board. And, you know, despite Mindfreak and everyone in the server, like a relatively sort of even situation, but that's a shot from Ferg, giving a little bit of revenge towards Azo for the previous round that you mentioned of those peppered shots from the Sheriff. But now that's going to be a change of pace. They pitch it up towards the B site. And do you know where the B site is, Mac? That's the home of Norson and all of his utility.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. However, it's a bit of a reroute up through mid instead. Bliss just dropping a couple of darts. Easy. You know, he hasn't been fragging up too much, but of course getting a lot of the impactful ones. And he's going to be making his way in market, trying to make entries work out for him. Scrawl, though. He's got 30 seconds waiting for that recon bolt. Okay, over the top comes the Major. And the Blade Storm works so damn well. Easy with another entry as well. And this may just be the final round, Colby.
Very well could be. They've locked Norson out of his own house. He's left the key somewhere, and, you know, RAC's not there to let him in either. Onto the other side now, Fleshist has to try and lock this down. Knowing a member's coming in from market, 2 in CT. Mindfreak will be absolutely gutted. They had the opening pick. They had the moments now. Major onto the other side. 9 points for Fleshist will get one. Major gets it done as well, and there it will be. Bliss, what a monumental victory here on Ascent. That map had absolutely everything, Mac, and my God, they have absolutely earned that victory here. 13-10 on Ascent.
What a map to kick things off. Now, you know that Mindfreak are going to be feeling that one. It was their map pick. They really needed to get that one because last time both these teams went head-to-head, Bliss looked so good on the other 2 maps that we are going to be heading into. But, boy, there was just so much action. The amount of dart lineups, the sick utility, even just the entries and the clutches, it was all just there for Bliss. There was so many 1vx scenarios. I think there was 1v3. There was at least 1 or 2 1v2s one as well, which is, you know, enough to get those rounds over the line. And if that went the other way, you know, Mindfreak, they only lost by 3 rounds there. If those 3 rounds swung back in their favor, then we could have seen this map go to Mindfreak instead.
Couple of things, right? You know, players losing to their own mistakes, and there was a couple of close moments, that 2 versus 5 that they almost got through. But look, Bliss, great stuff. And we've got another map around the corner. It's going to be Haven. Guys, get some popcorn, grab a drink. We'll be back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are back, and we're back with a little Mac dance. And I would be dancing too, Mac, because what an opening map that we've just had between Bliss and Mindfreak. 13-10 on the opener on Ascent, which was a Mindfreak map pick, mate.
Yeah, it was completely beautiful to watch. You know, it couldn't have been closer and it could have gone either way. And I'm hoping we get a little bit more of that as we do move towards Haven. Ascent, it's one of those battlegrounds where it was definitely one team's pick, but both teams had such a good win rate on it. So it really was, flip of the coin on a lot of those rounds. And then there was just so many individual players coming out from Bliss in particular that just got them the few ones that mattered. Now, as we head to Haven, I'm sure that could happen again. But of course, it is still more attacker sided because you got the 3 different bomb sites that you do need to get into just to make sure you can control that. And there's so many more chances to play the mind games. Last time, both these teams went head to head. Bliss did take the W on Haven, so maybe they'll have that advantage. And worst case scenario, they've got Split to fall back on because they've already got the first map here in the series.
Absolutely. And I think Bliss are playing, a little sharper right now. That's sort of what I gauged from that matchup. They're all kind of feeling it. They're moving as a unit. Azo, jungle, really, really good plays to come out. And Haven makes the team play completely different. As you mentioned, it's the 3 sides, a little bit more attacker sided. It really prods you as a defender to take extra control of the map, push into a short, try gather some mid control with the smoke down in the window. Otherwise, you can just, sort of roll over and die, I feel like, right? It's so easy for those attackers to really sort of flush you out into different positions, and it's just a constant rotating game. It can be so hard to get from C to A. So yeah, look, I think this could be a really impressive one, and if Mindfreak doesn't start hot, I think they could potentially be chasing their heels a bit in this series. But I did sort of, always think this was going to be a 3-map one, and I look forward to seeing how the Mindfreak adapt and overcome the fact that they've lost their map pick.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what agents are going to be selected here for Haven as well. Last time they played, you had Pex on that Reyna. You had Cypher for Norsen, so swapping it up a little bit there. You got Sova as well as Raze and Astra, all for Mindfreak. And then you got Jungle Well on that Astra as well. You had Thangmap who was playing Raze, so we might see that swap to the Jet, which we saw there on Ascent. I guess we'll see, having the ability just to jump up on boxes and dart away so easily. Very important. Easy again on that Killjoy. Sage coming into the mix for Fweshest and Azo on that Sova. So we'll see if it's similar or if it is changed up since then.
I think it'll be different, hey, and that's the coolest thing, I suppose. When you take a player like Ronsky away from Bliss, who is very firm set in his role, right? He's always been that very flashy Jet or, a little bit on the Reyna, depending on the map. And now by swapping it over, we've got a completely different scale, right? So does Major pick up the Jet as he did? Will we see Fweshest back on a duelist like he was on the Reyna? He was really impressive. Like, how crazy is that? One of the most mechanically skilled players was a console controller FIFA player, and now he's tapping heads in a PC shooter. That's insane to me, and such a big scale. So clearly a very gifted player in that regard. But yeah, that's what I'm excited for. I love coming into these maps where we've got not really a whole huge idea about who's going to play what, and just settle into it as the map goes on.
Yeah, I'm keen to see who takes this one. I hope we go to all 3. I hope all these games today are going to be 2-1s and we get as much Valorant action as possible for all you guys at home. Keep it entertaining. But again, it is time to jump into Haven. Yes, Haven again. Last time both the teams went head-to-head, it was 13-8 in favor of Bliss. But this time, Mindfreak, they want vengeance and they need to make this reverse sweep happen if they want to qualify here in the first close qualifier.
Absolutely. Mindfreak would be gutted if they don't make it in this section. I mean, they've got another chance. Again, anyone losing in these series today will be directly invited into the next lot of the closed qualifier. That's the thing about these stages, guys. 2 closed qualifiers, 2 open qualifiers. And again, I implore you all to dive in, try give it a go. Massive shout out to Vodafone and LG, obviously, for bringing it on. Crash on the yob, Sam in the studio, Roz on the admin. Guys, let's dive right into Haven.
Let's get into it, and off to a pretty aggressive start as well. Looks like Ferg's opted for that Raze again, so we'll see if that changes up. Jet, of course, picked there by Bliss, but it is going to be the side entry. Easy, unable to hold more than the single. Just go for the right click there with the classic backside jungle wow. Eventually finished off Pex, expecting the swing, and we've actually got Pex on Sky this game.
Beautiful. This is such a good map for Sky as well. Azo on the flank. Oh! Gets it done. If he gets away with the second here, this could be huge for him as well. But Scroll gets a shock dart down. That'll actually find him. All on to just Major. And yeah, Peck's opening up very electric here. A cheeky little 3K as Mindfreak get on the board nice and early, but that was a hot out of the gate start, Mac. Straight on the C.
Was a whole lot of action straight away. Big early round bust, and I guess we'll see if we get a couple of birdie boys popping all across the map because we got Sky in the mix. So big solid start for Pex, which is another changed up lineup since he was on the Reyna last time they played, but there's no Reyna in this game. Interesting to take stock of. Norson again on that Cypher. We'll see if that one works out for him. But again, it's going to be the cage on the A cross, just denying any info there for Bliss on the defense. That's not going to stop Major. He's looking to get aggressive down in the sewers here.
And this is why I like Haven, you know, such versatile opportunity because it really depends on, you know, how the team wants to play. Do they really want to tear it up towards that offensive side or have a little bit more of solid lockdown? I, you know, remember seeing, I think it was split as well. Like yesterday we had 2 Sentinels, both the Cypher and the Killjoy, which was great on the defensive side, but then sucked on the offensive side. So, you know, plenty of different things that are still going to keep occurring in a map like Haven. You know, so many different open lines and, points for regression. So I do like the Sky. I'm probably a bit more of a fan of the Mindfreak comp, but we still know how strong the Sage can be as well as the Jet on this map too.
Yeah, that wall can just buy so much time, especially on anti-ecos, and it takes forever to block those walls. However, Norson, close range, ready, Holden with that Spectre. He is going to try to make this entry happen. Maybe set up a couple of trap wires nice and early here, expecting that push in through the smoke. Questions goes down. Both main players are going to be spotted, but Azo's found 2 quick ones.
He's got a shock dart too in there somehow. Jungle holding the line. Azo can pick up the Spectre. Oh man, it's one of those rounds where I just wanted him to win.
Yeah.
But nah, like good damage. That's all I can say. That's going to make it a really rough bonus for Mindfreak there.
Now let's see if they decide to commit to the bonus. Only 2 pistols maybe carried across. I guess we'll see if that even happened. Looks like it is just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols, and Bliss should, on paper, be able to find an easier round here, as they do have those Vandals, those Phantoms all in plate, and a whole lot of util to play with. Azo even going for that half armor, just making sure he can get the rest of that util. Obviously, information is very key, and he's going very early on for the Hunter's Fury.
Doesn't spot anything just yet. Oh, cheeky tag actually onto Scroll in the end. Overgrowth to come out to give him a little bit of a cheeky heal, however. Still keeping them in the round, and it does look like they've committed to that bonus, as you sort of mentioned. Easy, trying to lock it down from the line. Ferg taken very low. It's Major to open up with one. Azo, ooh, a little bit shaky. And unfortunately not stirred, as Easy will be able to strike back in. Now it's a 4 versus 2. They have got the sight, but unfortunately Pex is a long way from home. Norson has to try and find something. He's going to take a lot of pepper damage from jungle, and Easy's already in the position. Guiding light over the top, spots no info, and Major with 3, closing out the round nice and easily for Bliss. Mindfreak just sort of, you know, waltzing through business as usual in that position. Not really, I guess, in a super strong position to win out that bonus, given the damage that was dealt by Azo in the previous round. But regardless now, this is the business round. This is where the, you know, sales will happen. The transactions will occur as they've got the full buys on either side, but Azo's still committing to that judge.
So did Azo pick up 2 orbs, both the A main ones on both rounds? Before that one? Because he had a Hunter's Fury super early.
Yeah, he got the shock dart kill, 2 frags, must have got an
orb.
orb.
And a defuse.
Yeah,
that's what
correct.
it would have been.
Yeah, must have been. Oh, no. That's a buy round, Mac.
It was a buy round. It's almost gone. Oh.
Neural Theft comes out, tries to spot some extra info, but not really getting away with a whole lot here. Easy. That's just like the state of the judge though still, right? You know, it can do so much good damage. Norson, great shot there. We'll have to sit inside the cage. Heal available for Fleshes. So this is, you know, really kind of outside of Norson's scope here right now. Watching towards that position. They're going to continue to tag him up. And they might just be able to continue to pepper him, really forcing him back. There it is. Frag will be found. Not much he can do there. Trapped in the corner. And yeah, Bliss. Oh, that judge from Azo.
Here.
Yeah, looks like they could hear him getting tagged behind the box, so very unfortunate. But Azo putting himself in a position to frag up a storm. The fact that you can get 3 kills in, what, 1 second is completely ridiculous. But that being said, Azo very much on his way to almost having a second Hunter's Fury, just 4 rounds deep. So we'll see how that goes. See if he can find some early info again. But one more time, Bliss are going to have a superior buy. Let's see if they can hold off the pistols.
Nebula down towards the top. Looking to get that orb nice and early. You know, once again, we always do sort of take some focus to Mindfreak and how much they love to play around these orbs. Obviously, with all the changes in the recent patch notes, you know, orbs are much more necessary given the ults are much more expensive over time. But Norson, great opening shot here, and Ferg, he's creeping up towards this position. Has been led up all the way into short, completely free. But the real estate is on the site, and he'll have to pay some big ones to take that control.
Let's see if Ferg can find the timing. It's a completely open A site. Bliss with the numbers disadvantage. They've been pretty good on the retakes so far. Let's see how good they are at retaking the A site. A couple of stars thrown down. In come the smokes. In comes that nade to clear out the back of site. And Ferg on the entry, there's no one here to find. But he does find the info that no one's here. So free plant comes down. Cam on that spike too. So even if a smoke is going to be thrown on the spike for the defuse, you do have the cam right next to him for the information. Let's see how the post lane goes.
Oh, very cheeky, but what? Trying to dive around. Major does get the shot in the end onto the tripwire now. Knockdown will come out for easy. They do have the Sova available. Could potentially look to destroy it, but I don't think he might have any shock darts available. Norson good for one, but Pex, there we go. A little bit cheeky with the Sheriff there, but there is the cam sitting on that position, and there is a detainee scroll. He might have to try and do something. Yeah, because the camera, because he was detained, Mac, he couldn't get on the cam and tag him off. And oh God, Jungle has won it out here, and he might even find another frag. He won't. Norson will do it. But look, at the end of the day, that was just playing around one rifle for Norson. He invested heavily into the Vandal, and now, despite losing the round, they did plenty of damage to the Bliss economy. They've got another purchase in. Bliss should have, you know, it could be at least another buy into the next round if they're unsuccessful here. But regardless, both teams really fighting for it at the moment.
Yeah, so Mindfreak going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that one. But either way, they do have a Hunter's Fury here to try and play for a post plan. But they need to site first. So let's see what the plan of action is. Looks like mid control seems to be the key piece of the map they're focusing on for now. Norson up in a safe position. Major really wants to find it with the operator, but too many cams, too many boxes rather in the way to get that wallbang happening. Scroll, oh, he's got the tag, and he might find the second. Lines it up, easy. Not going to be spotted through the wall for the second one, but it's the hard read for Scroll, and that is going to be the seaside open for business. You do have Jungle out, making his way across, as well as the showstopper from Ferg to try to lock down the site, and just popping it's enough. Just going to shoot it in the smoke. And it looks like Bliss with the 3-on-5 are opting for the save already.
It's funny, I don't exactly think Raze is the best party host, right? Imagine just running at someone with a rocket launcher. Sort of sends everyone packing real quick. But yeah, look, by doing that, despite not finding the frag, he does end up taking control of the site in full. And immediately Bliss, yeah, just going for the save. And I think big credit to Ferg on the opening frag. It was a wallbang over towards this A-Link. So great opener onto Azo. And very well done now. Not probably going to be able to find anything, I don't think, whilst Norson's on the hunt. But, you know, imperative for Mindfreak to keep 5 alive here. You know, Bliss have another purchase into the next round regardless with these 3 saved. But I don't think Mindfreak want to overextend too much either because they don't have the best money in the position.
Yeah, especially on this attacking side, you know, the rounds are starting to build up already for Bliss and kind of want it to be that sort of, you know, 5 to 7 scoreline, hoping for Mindfreak there, try to get towards the 7. If they get 8, you know, that's a very, very strong half. But looking at the stats, both teams have almost just sort of a 50-ish% split on the rounds they get. So not going to be surprised if this is going to be a very close one, if the stats aren't going to lie. But again, Mindfreak could be out to a 2-round lead here if we didn't see Old Mate getting detained before Norson over towards short. However, that happened, so we won't beat on the past too much. It looks like we're going to see Major getting very up in their face over through Garage.
Oh, that's the only thing about the operator. One step and the bullet goes north. Has narrowly missed that one out. Will destroy the Trailblazer. The guiding light's going to gather a fair whack of information here as well. Ferg might not get the nade onto the right line as easy. We'll be able to pop him out. They do head over towards this A site. There is a star inside heaven, also towards CC. We'll be looking to close that out with the Nebulas in just a second, but information does get spotted out by Azo, but not enough. Fleshes doesn't get the tag information. Azo trying to do some damage. Will he find anyone under heaven? I don't think he actually did there in the end.
No.
Oh, Scroll, sorry.
Oh, it did tag him up. I didn't see it on the map. Usually you get that little pulse of the X-ray coming through, but it didn't happen, however. Oh, close range. Easy going to be making his way in on the Killjoy. Another. He's just holding W, making this one happen. What a clean retake in a matter of seconds.
You blink and it's done, apparently,
Yeah.
here, Mac, as Bliss utilising, a fair bit of utility to get their way back in and obviously having to expend that Cosmic Divide, but you're not going to complain about that one in any way, shape or form. The lockdown's now obtained for easy. That's a great 3K. Really, really solid. And yeah, look, Mindfreak, they need some more rounds on this offensive side. Otherwise, they might be looking, unfortunately, at a slip out and having to retry in a couple of weeks' time in close qualifier number 2.
Yeah, it's off the back of that, we do see Easy just getting another lockdown, so that's going to be
8-5.
very useful for those retakes. He's been playing pretty damn well. 3 kills in the previous round and trying to mop up Mindfreak. But again, Mindfreak with the 5 alive before are going to buy himself yet another gun round here, so that'll be very important in the long-term context. Let's see if they can make it 4-4 here, because they may just find a completely open A site.
Yep, all their work
I've
stacked
got
up
your
towards
trail.
B and C right now. Major looks to gather a lot of information. I think Nawson's actually waiting for him, but the old cabbages go out. The Seekers will be destroyed in towards that CT position, but they do gather the information. And now with that spike rolling up towards A, they will get it planted. Azo's going to be waiting. Our drone ready to pop out, but it's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. The old duel in the west.
Just hunting for any info there. Drone. I don't think you've got to tag onto anyone. Looks like we are going to see a wall as well, just to make sure that the lockdown is completely safe from any shock darts. Close range though, Pexy's looking to get aggressive, goes through, not going to be able to find the second man as Precious holds strong. 3-on-4 rather now.
No.
Oh, under the Cosmic Divide, Ferg. He is going to be spotted. And Watt can't do enough.
This game is like too intense for my small brain right now. Ferg hiding on the other side of the Cosmic Divide because they don't hear the sound cue. The wall going down to defend the lockdown because you can do those shock darts over the top to destroy it. I'm just sitting here, going like 6-16 as Sage, all right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it's one of those games as well. Like Bliss, they don't have any agents that actually throw flashes, but they do have some good utility, and we've seen them so happy just to give up that A site because they, well, as you can see, have a very structured retake. So no matter the numbers, even if they just get a pick off here or there, it's more than enough for them to just flood in off the back of a couple of arrows, a couple of darts coming through, Cosmic Divide's being intense, smoke off, a couple of those choke points, and Gravity will anyone out from the hidden corners, those nasty little angles that you need to clear when you are coming on the retake. There's a couple of 50-51s there on the A site. However, Norson, speaking of 50-50s, just dry pushes through the smoke and he will get the head.
The Chad Cypher swing, apparently, taking down Major. And the operator will be dismissed for the time being. Very nicely done. Taking matters into his own hands as Pex does a similar thing, dropping down Jungle Well. So this game still continues to be competitive, but no, you can't do that easy. No, Flashes, no! You bad thing, you. I mean, look, it was understandable trying to pull the information in and, potentially bait them out. But now Pex is closing out the round and Nawson's just been given a free 3K there.
That's just one of those moments as well where you could see they had the numbers there. They were all jumping up, trying to make the trades happen for Bliss, but Mindfreak, they had more numbers and more eyes on the prize, and they got the prize of the round. So here we are, 5 rounds for Bliss and 4 for Mindfreak. Bliss with a very solid first half already. If they can maybe snag another round or 2, then Mindfreak are going to be in trouble here on map number 2.
Placing sentry.
You know how tilting it is to die twice in one round as well. So unfortunately, poor Major has had that happen here in the situation. But regardless, as you mentioned, Bliss still on top. They've taken the save. One more round would be really, really big for them. And look at this aggression down towards the long position. But the Hunter's Fury, easy. He's forced into position. But it's not going to matter. Mac Ferg does open up with a couple, though. Onto the other side. He's dived out Garage. And now Easy forced into a wall as he does get taken down. Major finds one more in the process. But now it's all in a Jungle Well. Did they spot him? I don't think so, but now they can continue to pick up that pace, run over towards the A site, and Jungle Wow does have his work cut out for him, but we've seen him clutch out a couple of 1v2s and 3s in this series so far on the previous map of Ascent. Let's see if he can do it now.
Yeah, with the Guardian, I saw him hitting that one tap and finding the bomb down at the end of C long, but either way, he's edging his way forward here towards the A site, has a couple of stars to play with here, just worried about the flank. Mindfreak both playing this together, so good position to swing off the contact, and there's going to be the info off of the camera. So Jungle Wow, he's even going to put a star down. That is confidence. Gravity Well's out the corner, but he doesn't even have a look at it.
Oh,
He made the read, but he doesn't have the patience to look at it. Oh no.
I think he tried to stun him for long enough that the other one would swing, but it just doesn't work out for him in the end. It would have worked out potentially if he looked the other way, but you know, hindsight's 20/20. And the half is 5-5 as it stands currently. Bliss, Mindfreak. It's just that, yeah, constant game of tug of war. Both maps have been impeccably close, and it doesn't really feel any side at this point in time, right? You know, both sides are favoring either team on the other sort of way about it. And yeah, man, this is series. Really, I don't know which way it's going to go. Still currently teetering a little bit towards Bliss at the moment, but Mindfreak, they do not want to let this one out of their grasps just yet.
Scroll going in. The Owl drone Major spotted on the short side of a long, however, allowed just to waltz back. They don't want to be walking into the operator of his. He's been quite sharp with that so far in the series, and Mindfreak, they want to get as many rounds here as possible. Spam through the wall, not going to be connecting on easy, but easy. He's not scared of anything, just going forward, looking for a wall bang back of his own. Jungle out. The garage window, he can hear the stars going down, but there's numbers here for Bliss. Let's see how the defense goes.
The old Cabbages come out early, trying to find some information, and unfortunately, poor Jungle will be tagged up, and now they gather the information as well. Onto the other side, Pex dives through, Azo to trade. It's back into a 2-on-2 here, Mac, and they will be able to get that spike planted on C.
All Blade Storm and the ability just to rush over on the site. Let's see how it goes. Looks like we are going to see the showstopper coming in the double, third with a quad, and what a clutch coming out for Mindfreak to put them in the lead on 6 rounds.
Jesus Christ, what an incredible play from Ferg, and I think that was the extra little bit of information. You know, he pulled the ultimate just at the last second with that extra frag, and ultimately making it happen. Ferg with the 4K, the man, the myth, the legend. And yeah, bringing himself up to 9-9 now after that colossal play and keeping Mindfreak very much in the game. They desperately needed that. You know, we know that obviously Haven typically favoring the attacking side just a little more. And yeah, paying dividends now. Bliss, though, still in it with an opportunity.
It's funny because Ferg, historically, you didn't see him on a lot of these duelists, but he's doing a very good job so far. Usually he's on, you know, the Sentinels and most of the teams he's been a part of, but good to see him fragging up here and clutching out the rounds that are necessary. Jungle Wow, though, is he going to be spotted? Our drone doesn't see the corner, and what does? Okay.
That's rough, the old lacking of the tracking there as Pex does try to hold on. Ferg's going to be able to drop Azo, and this looks like it very well should be a half going the way from Mindfreak right now. Easy. He had a clutch in the previous, but this time it's not going to be enough. And Ferg has come out of nowhere in these last couple of rounds. What a half in the end for Mindfreak in the recovery status. This is a great game, Mac, a great series overall, and I'm just happy to be here right now.
Mate, always happy to be here. I don't know why you wouldn't be happy to be here. On a beautiful Valorant broadcast with 10 handsome gentlemen all playing together in the server and making an event very, very entertaining series. It may end up 2-0 at this rate, but either way, Mindfreak have certainly made this a very close contest. So many rounds coming down right to the wire, and again, I dare say we're going to see that here in the second half. You got 3 ghosts in the hands of Mindfreak, just 2 there for Bliss. You got a Frenzy in the mix there on either side as well, so let's see how this goes. Lots of utility purchased by both teams as well.
It was a very quick pistol from Mindfreak, so let's see how Bliss are going to do it. Major does get spotted by the Recon Bolt, but we'll just sort of slow the pacing. Azo now trying to make his way up mid. Ferg will spot, and there's the Owl drone. It is ready to be... Oh, sorry, no, the Cypher can, but that's okay. They swing at the right time. Ferg is going to be able to deny it. So good opening here for Mindfreak.
You're just looking to make that read there at mid. 2-man stack early there at B. Swinging together and enabling the trap wires to dominate that garage control. Looking to retake C with this current setup with still 2 players over towards A. So let's see how this one goes. Scroll going to be stuck on the short side now as we do see Major fall to Pex, but Pex is looking for the trade of his own. There is going to be the gravity well, and it's enough to get Pex yet another. Is that enough though? Mindfreak with the 3-on-2.
They are ahead, but for how long as the pace does change? Heading into the mid area, where will that rotate go through? Looking like what does seem to set his sights over towards C. And that is going to be where the contact is. Information gathered as well. That trip from Norson placed into a good spot. What does pick up the pace? They've heard the beat, and now they know. But he does fall away and gets the information. Both members are here. Now the rotation can start to pull. And look at the flank coming in from Ferg as well. He's got all the info. They have to plant safe here, Mac. 3-on-2.
He's pushing up. Jungle Wow covering CT, but he's not going to be covering long, and Easy should fall. Good chip damage. Jungle Wow too focused there over towards CT, and as that turret gets put down, Easy doesn't have his gun out, so that's going to be a nice pick in for Watt as well. Coming in from CT, and Mindfreak stretch out that lead 8-5.
All right. Nice and clean as we see it, and they're even going to give Ferg the ult orb towards the cheeky little showstopper.
Yeah.
And also stun him just for good measure.
Send a message. That star couldn't be carried across to the next round anyway. So why not? A little bit of banter with the boys there at the end of the round. But Mindfreak with a 3-round lead. Let's see if they can lock it down, because this is going to be the first force buy we've seen from Bliss in terms of second round.
It's just crazy, like, looking at this matchup of buy. How closely is it, you know? They lost the round, but all they did was get a spike plant, and they're still moving into this one with basically just a sort of similar situation. But regardless, Mindfreak, they have been playing quite well here so far in the last 5 or so rounds. Hex holding tight, does hear the footsteps coming up. That's already Major up on top. Don't think they've actually spotted him. They've completely neglected him, but he doesn't get a frag.
Yeah,
Bliss.
you know, sometimes you get a bit lucky with the Spectre, sometimes you get unlucky. That Blast Pack not going to stop the spike from being planted. Scroll as well, just playing a dangerous game. Azo right around the corner, and Scroll going to be sent on the long rotate back towards A-Link. But the rest of the boys just breaking the wall, trying to make their way into sight now, just waiting for these smokes to fade over towards B main. All right, Norton holding strong, so Easy won't get that flank off. Precious though, he's looking to fight fire with fire, but it's all up.
Wow.
Your boy Azo again. He's got these dart lineups. He's got a nice little shock dart. He does manage to stop that defuse for one, but not the second. Half tick already through, and Mindfreak. Solid retake, although it got a little bit scary with the dart lineup.
Absolutely. That was so low. I thought if they were on each other potentially, but no, look, they're smart. They get it to half, and they can close out the defuse as well. So the force bite doesn't pay off for Bliss here. So Mindfreak, they're looking really good for 10 rounds. Just a Sheriff pickup here for Bliss now.
Yeah, solid start to the second half for them. This is what we saw on Ascent, though. So no one at home get ahead of yourselves. Game's still live. Bliss haven't had their first gun round yet. They haven't had a chance to gain any momentum. Let's see what they can do with the Sheriff's half armor. Spectre no armor there for someone. Didn't catch who that was, but let's see where this recon bolt's going to go. Scrawl deals with that early. Flash around the corner. Pex opens himself up. A nice pick at mid.
Good stuff here, and happy to sort of fall away with it, not looking to continue to press. Sitting up very, very tight inside that garage. And also looking to get a couple of extra stars down as well. So the spike's still wandering its way over towards A. And it's going to be very hard to sort of face out Watt here. So I think going towards A looks like the smarter play at the moment here for Bliss, but not really a whole lot they can do. Just hope for a couple of frags.
But Spectre from Major has been recycled. So let's see if it has some use. We are going to see a couple of darts being lined up as well over towards the back of A main as Easy looks to lead the charge again. He's been very solid on the re-entries. How is he on the entries, though? Spike needs to be planted, but Mindfreak looking to play the numbers. The Scroll is waiting for that tap before dropping a couple of shock darts.
Still waiting. There it is. Now he can send it over. The old cheeky volley. Ferg will be able to get the paint shells over the top as well. So it's enough to keep them away, and Ferg's actually going to be able to dive in as well. Does he cheek over the top? Or will he just let the spike get planted? He will, and the rest of his team will be coming with him. Ooh. Good line from jungle, but a great shot from Norson, and Ferg straight out there as well. Last member is going to be Azo. He's done some good work here so far. Paint shells will force him back, but Azo making this competitive. Ferg into the corner. He does get the shock dart up. The gravity well will keep him, but look, it's just a little bit too much. He's done plenty of damage, but yeah, Mindfreak keep their composure, and they'll be able to get the defuse as well.
Out of charges.
Very, very solid hold there in the post plant. Unfortunately, everyone else already fell. So what do you get? 3 kills there? Or was it 2? It was a good amount.
Cheeky damage.
Through the bloody smoke there too. That's crazy. But there you have it, Mindfreak with now a 5-round lead. Is that too much for Bliss to bring back? Well, we'll find out now because they finally got the guns. They got full utility. Everyone's fully purchased up, and I'm excited to see what they have in store for us. Looks like we do have a heavy lean towards C long early on here, with Killjoy potentially just lurking up mid. Speaking of mid, it's going to be a lurk out or a push straight down from Ferg.
And Norson as well, just commenting on his frags. You know, he seems to have so much impact on these Sentinels. 7 and 7. Major is up close, tries to get some info. Scroll, a little shaky, but he does manage to get it done. Now what? They're not even going to be able to sort of worry about this lockdown. 3 big kills, forcing them all the way back, and I think they actually will get out. There is one detainee, but Jungle Wow only allowed to force himself one onto the other side. Boombot going to keep them at bay, but Mindfreak making this look defensive-sided at the moment, Mac.
Yeah, what was so close to going down to Major there, but Major too focused on CT, not clearing out the back of sight, as well as the shaky spray coming through there as well, just to save what for the moment. However, we do have everything slowing down, and Bliss still in with a shot, even though it is this 2v4. Just holding their ground for the moment. In comes a flash for info, but no one peeking off the back of it, hoping to maybe bait out a shot or two. It is going to be a solid little totem pole here, and that's going to be too much to deal with for Bliss at the moment. Jungle Wow, he's been sharp tonight, but I dare say 1v4 is a little bit too much to ask for as Ferg swings in with his teammate there, and it's more than enough to lock down another 6-round lead now for Mindfreak, and they could be taking us over to the 3rd map nice and early.
Yeah, this has been really, really beautiful to watch for Mindfreak, not looking shaken at all.
Yeah.
By coming in gently with some sheriffs and some specters, and looks like just the sheriffs for now, understandable. But yeah, wow, like realistically this should be 12 for Mindfreak, and that's going to be 7 that Bliss need to take it to even just overtime.
So it goes to show the importance of those flashes as well, because it seems like Bliss is struggling to get in anywhere without forcing the defenders off the line. However, now Pex almost caught out, but he will survive for the moment. Not going to be able to heal himself up, but he will be able to survive. And Bryson time there in the windows. Scroll just trying to stop that push at the front of B, but everything slows down for now.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide keeping them there. Hazo looks keen to sort of run his way through. Don't blame him. Should be able to actually gather some information. Scroll is trying to keep his eye out, but there you go. He's spotted now. Scroll will be able to deny too. Well played. Pex on 4 points of HP. Still getting frags as well. Major will be able to swing onto him. Easy gets another in the process as well. So all of a sudden, Mac, this round has completely tipped on its head. They're going to be able to get the spike plant. But the flank is coming in firm from Norson. Jungle Wow looking for it. Will he be able to hit the shot? The answer is no. 40 points of HP, Norson. He's looking for the neural theft as well. We'll be able to gather that information. Scroll, does he swing straight in, or does he wait for his teammate 2-on-2?
Back to 2-on-2, Easy pushing forward straight through his own nano swarm. So fully catches Scroll off guard. That's just like a good old molly push. Yep. It's all about the timing. Norson not crossing over to site just yet. Thinking Easy's gone into garage. I think he might have heard him drop down the stairs. Regardless, pushing up the middle. Major. No! Timing is Major's favor this time. That was absolutely ridiculous. Norson could have had one on the table and maybe found the other. But regardless, Bliss buy themselves a lifeline. 6 and 11, still a long way to go.
We talk about alpha male plays, but that was a sigma male play, I feel like, coming out from Easy. Dropping his I can't even think. It's just beautiful. The nano swarm straight through it. G'day, mate.
Yeah.
Getting the frag. So keeping Bliss alive here. You know, Mindfreak not finding that overtime point just yet. And Bliss still continuing to kick.
Well, if there's any way to break your opponent's mental, it's doing that. You know, just running through your own molly at him. However, Norson going to be tagged up on the second one. Not connected to on the third. So Norson will be able to play for at least one more round here, or at least one more life. Or, okay, good damage.
Oh, I think they've seen him. Yeah, there's the info gathered. Azo knows they're going to swing onto him. Major able to find that frag. Cloudburst to give him some space as well, but Norson's still there. Obviously peppered up by the Hunter's Fury earlier on in the round. Azo's going to look for some information now, but they're actually pulling away here, Mac. 5-on-4, Bliss with the advantage, and they are leaving the A site completely.
A couple of stars across the map to maybe buy some time, but Jungle Wow already so far onto the back of C site now. Getting a couple of stars off, which not going to be used. So Nebula buying a little bit of time. Major as well. Nice lurk to find Scroll there at mid and just make the numbers a little bit more favored towards Bliss here. 3 on 5, and it looks like Mindfreak are just going to call the save already.
Yep, moonwalking straight on out. Don't want to deal with that one in any way, shape, or form. Azo still somewhat on the lurk, but, you know, very important again. Bliss keeping 5 alive would be huge for them. So happy to just kind of walk on away. Not let Mindfreak really away with much more than just the 3. So good result here from Bliss. I guess, you know, I'm a believer at this point. It's got a long way to go, but it's always cool to sort of not feel like a game's completely done.
So the question is, can they keep up this little hot streak? Because that's going to be 2 back-to-back, and then make it a 3rd. Mindfreak saving 3 weapons is going to be very crucial. Finding Azo. Major goes up as well over towards Kevin. Okay.
Later.
Major's gone. See you later.
Tempting fate there. Good shot from Ferg. But yeah, Bliss holding on as best as they can. 4 rounds away. They've got 1 more chance as well. They've got like 1 buffer round, but then it'll just be fighting for overtime. And obviously, we do know these 1 aside can be very, very tight, putting a lot of pressure on as they swap back and forth and try and understand it with the 5k in hand. Information gathering out. Ferg straight in there with the paint shells. And Major has to slot into a very awkward situation in the cubby now in A long.
Deploying drone.
Azo droning in. Seeing if he can make his way through. Showstopper, not quite connecting. Azo's still on full HP. Shock darts there, but Ferg gonna pick the perfect timing to cross back to safety. 3 players, all eyes on the prize, but Azo finds 2 of them. Do they expect the 3rd man in the corner? They do. Azo somehow triple entry in there as the Sova. Ridiculous to expect more in that scenario, but Mindfreak, that early rotation is not working out.
He's that good, this Azo guy. I tell you what, very impressive. Frag after frag, and now Easy does hunt out, finding out Norson. He should be able to get another here. Nope, what will deny it? But it's only 1 member that's saving here for Mindfreak.
Oh, Azo going very loud, but he's feeling it. He's going to be feeling that bullet in the head, though. What finds himself another now? Spots the second man. It's a 1-on-1, and there's still time. There's still time. Fwesh just needs to hold on. Needs to make sure there's no chance of this defuse coming through. We are going to see another one come through. So tapping it for the half tick, surely. Okay, what? He's surviving. Almost fully stuck it, but Fwesh is going to find him through the smoke. That was a scary one for Bliss, and that's why you don't go hunting too early.
Jeez, man. Oh. That's a little dicey, but hey, I guess well played from what? Did a lot of economic damage. And I guess kind of really putting a damper on these last few rounds that Bliss did secure. But hey, Fleshius, you know, we're sort of thinking about him. He's had a really rough game. And all of his other 4 teammates die and put him into a 1v1. Very rude, if you ask me. Yeah, well, you know, he probably was a little bit scared, but of course, locked it down for the boys. So, you know, keeping his wits about him. Nice little one-way smoke as well used here for Bliss to get Major on the line. Just not letting anyone peek from the back of sight. Eyes on the prize, though, and it looks like with that dart, it has forced the aggression here. Azo again going to be running around like a madman, but the Sheriff gets it done for Norse. Wall up, and they're going to get the res out as well, so Flash is still doing the good things. Good shot from Ferg, being able to take that Azo. Oh my god, that was through the garage wall as well. Now the dash up, Major on the top of the site. What's going to take him? So is Pex. What is happening right now? It's all falling apart. And now the spike is down. They're all split up. The cabbage is to be sent out, and Watt will find another. Feeling it from that previous round. They have taken all of this momentum, and now Easy's in a 1 versus 4 on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. He has to run out. Ferg will deny, and Mindfreak taking a map point.
There it is. So sharp shots coming out from Mindfreak. Ferg again, big kills. That one through the garage wall was so damn crucial. Just kept the numbers there and enabled them to buy some extra time for these rotations over towards the C site. Spike as well dropped in a very rough position there at the garage. And it looks like we are going to be going into a quick technical timeout, just sorting something out before we get into what could be the final round of map number 2 of the series here in these lower bracket matches. Mindfreak looking to make the reverse sweep a reality.
I'm liking this new timeout function, though. It's always pretty good to see, these things get integrated into the game as it develops and it goes on. But no, well done here in the end for, Mindfreak to have that kind of recovery. Really, really impressive. Bliss, so close, a little bit far, though, now. I mean, I'm still a believer, but regardless, Mindfreak, they've earned this victory if they are able to close out the next one of the next couple of rounds.
So it seems maybe a couple of flashes in the mix can just make it that little bit easier. Historically, with this lineup of agents for Bliss, it's worked out quite well on their attack for the most part. But this time it just doesn't seem to be as strong. So maybe they'll figure it out. They've only got one round to really lose here. And that round will equal the map for Mindfreak. So Mindfreak bought himself 4 map points before overtime is a reality. Spike going to be left down behind C for the moment. And it looks like Bliss are after this mid control.
Will they find it? Spotting out the trip. Major not looking to damage that one. The guiding light coming out. Cheeky blinded. Pex, though, not looking to overstep. They are making their way into garage here. A little bit under-equipped as it sort of stands, but now Norson, we know how good he's been. He does have the Cypher Cage available. Camera straight into that position. Will be destroyed, but now they gather the info, and there is the lockdown. Mac, this is going to be a big take towards this C site and a last-ditch effort potentially for Bliss.
Yeah, Norson with that cage is going to enable him to get back towards the end of the pit. There's the gravity well to force him back in, and he has to fight from the middle of it, but it's going to be 2 entries coming in. Major and Azo looking so sharp as Ferg trades back for 1, but the numbers are there for Bliss now as that spike goes down on C. Mindfreak, are they going to bother going for this one, or it makes it even more questionable? The Scroll gets picked off trying to wrap his way in it towards Garage. But Ferg, I think he's feeling it. He's broken that wall. Pex as well gets a pick. Has a couple of flashes to play with, but he's going to go down to the side to Ferg. Good cross. Going to be held there by Jungle Wow. And there you have it. Bliss find themselves a 9th. Now just need 3 to take us to OT.
This game's still on, Mac. Tell ya.
Yeah.
One more round. They reset the economy. And that's really going to be Mindfreak licking their wounds. They will definitely... Oh, actually... I've seen it forced too many times to even really call it. But regardless, there is a purchase coming through. They have to sit back on the Bulldog just for Azo. But given his huevos on the entries lately, I don't think it's really going to matter a whole lot. But now look, 3 rounds away and just continuing to put up, I guess, the kind of numbers we were hoping for in this series. Close maps, close series, and certainly not one that's done just yet.
It's the kind of Valorant you want when you are watching these games. You don't want the stomps unless, you're one of those fans that enjoys your team winning. Don't know about that. Not really a fan of anyone, huh? I'm just a fan of everyone. You can't be a fan of anyone in particular if you love everybody. That's what it's all about, right?
That's exactly right, mate.
A little bit of mid-control. Going to be tempted here by Bliss. Slower approach this time, thinking that Mindfreak are going to do what Mindfreak have done a fair few times and look for early round aggressions at mid, C, or A. But they're just standing off as well. They want this round locked down, and it looks like that drone's going to come around the corner. Ferg falls back to A. And Bliss may just follow suit, at least looking for a little bit of control towards A Mania.
Will they get lucky with a couple of shots? Looks like there will be some information gathered back. Pex able to deny easy, though. That's a step forward towards a round victory here for Mindfreak. And a map victory, looking to take it to the 3rd in Split. Do know that both teams very, very equipped on a map like that, so it is going to be a big one. If we do get there, now looking to bump his way up. Azo spots himself out, gives the info to Ferg. Recon Bolt goes up, but it will be destroyed. 5 on 4. Still the advantage going the way of Mindfreak, but look at Major's positioning. He's been denied, though, by Scroll.
Yeah, Scroll seen that before and managed to slot a nice shot on, but look at the timer, Conky. They've only got 4 seconds. Get on the site. Plant now, Jungle Wow. Got in this one, coming in, and the flank's not going to work. There's the game. There's the map. Mindfreak finding map number 2 and taking us all the way to Split.
There we go. Exactly what we were hoping for, Mac. It has gone all the way, and Mindfreak, a massive shout to them for having such a dominant defensive side of Haven. Really clean, really crispy, and I can't believe that we almost saw what we did out in that 1 versus 5. But look, we've got that final map now. Bliss, they've been picking it out of all things, and obviously we do know Mindfreak have got capacity on it as well, so it should be the perfect place to close out a series like this.
Yeah, that's it. We got to see Mindfreak bringing it back and getting a bit of revenge for what happened 2 weeks ago. So at least taking Haven, but can they take the series? That's the real question. And Split is going to be the decider. I'm excited to see which way it goes because we currently don't know who's starting on that defensive side, but they certainly will have a big advantage.
Absolutely. So, guys, again, thank you all for joining us. You're all legends, and we look forward to having you back for map number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Hello, we're back, and it will be the final map of the opening series here now between, obviously, Team Bliss and Mindfreak. It has been an electric series, very back and forth, each team taking their own map picks. I'm Conky, this is Mac, and mate, we are diving in to now Split.
Yeah, I've been having a damn good time this series, and I'm so glad we get to see a little bit of Split because it should be a good place to decide the series. Both teams haven't played it a whole amount of times. Recently, obviously, against one another. Last time Bliss took this one, again, it was another one of those close affairs, but a lot of clutches either way. So I'm expecting this to go right down to the wire. And I'm also expecting that we see maybe a little bit of Viper coming back in, which we haven't seen today yet.
We should be indeed. And that's the thing, you know, some of these newer maps, obviously, we see it pretty regularly on Icebox and it's coming out a bit more on Bind. But yeah, Split, it's the perfect map for Viper. That's where we did start to see her be played. I think we were seeing it, you know, very early on from Iron whilst he was still back in the region, a little taking us back to the EXO days. But, you know, until recent times, no one wanted to play Split. You know, EXO was really good on it. Then Order took the reins and now it's very much shaken up. So I'm kind of almost glad that we're back here. Now, we did see Bliss play it yesterday against Straight Out of the Zoo, if my memory serves me correctly, and they played a double Sentinel comp. So they had the Cypher and obviously the Killjoy, but it was being broken up by Straight Out of the Zoo. They did such a good job of really sort of, you know, putting the pressure on, which didn't allow them to settle into that double Sentinel role because, you know, all the tight angles are Split. If you've got utility that can lock you out, it can feel almost impossible, but that just didn't quite happen. And then when they went to the attacking side, they had nothing really to throw at them.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what happens once KO's brought into competitive play because the amount of Sentinels he can just shut down with a good timed knife is just completely ridiculous. I stopped playing Killjoy solely because of that. So I'm keen to see. We're probably going to see, you know, maybe a little bit of Cypher potentially from one of these teams. We saw some last game, and the last time Bliss played Split, they also had Cypher in the lineup. They actually had Cypher and Killjoy and Sage, so triple Sentinel, and that was when they beat Mindfreak here on Split. So maybe that's the key.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's the cool thing, right? You know, a map like this and the series like this, it just leaves it up so open. I'm excited to see what Mindfreak's going to be picking into the agent composition. Surely they've got something ready for this, you know, letting it through, opting to ban out the Icebox and obviously the Breeze means that they've certainly got something in store for us here. You know, that's the whole thing at the moment with the 6 maps in the pool. It's, I believe, a coin flip for the last map that gets seeded through. So it's not Bind, it ends up being Split. And yeah, I think that really is just such a perfect way to close out this series, given how close it has been the entire way through.
Yeah, I'm very keen to see if we do have that triple Sentinel lineup. Funnily enough, last time they played with the triple Sentinel lineup up against Mindfreak, they managed to get 8 rounds on attack, which seems a little bit interesting, but it does make sense. You know, technically Sage being the Sentinel, you know, that wall is just so enabling at getting you across to positions on the sites, as well as having so many smokes. Astra played by both teams on this, although Astra and Viper, is that overkill with the smokes? You know, that's the real question that we really need to ask here.
It just makes it so hectic. All the chaos with all the, you know, orbs and the walls and, you know, everything like that. It's funny. Dion's colorblind, so casting that with him must just be such chaos, not being able to see all the colors coming through left, right, and center. But, you know, regardless, Split, close quarter map, and, you know, really puts pressure on if you can't, you know, move confidently and everything like that. So it's going to be the name of the game, trying to break those walls, get straight out of the gates towards the A and B sites. And Mac, it is the final map now here for this best of 3. The winner, they qualify for the stage 3 regional finals. The losers, they're not going home. They will be managing to at least seed themselves into the second lot of closed qualifiers. But remember, guys, of course, there is another lot of open qualifiers. So if you guys haven't had a chance to yet sign up, make sure you do. The sign-ups do actually close today, I believe. So try dive onto the website, LetsPlay.Live/VOT to find out how. But guys, this is the opportunity now. Will Mindfreak close it or will Bliss deny it?
That's the real question. Now, let's have a look at what agents were selected. So, Bliss are not going to be running that triple sentinel this time. They've swapped one out for the Rays. I might have been Rainer, actually. So first time tonight we've seen Bliss not playing that jet. Of course, his flashes, very important, something that they didn't play with on Haven, and it might have come back to bite them. See if that's going to be the case this time, as Bliss are just looking to send it straight up mid. Already making their way into ropes.
Mate, Norson, Rayner, Ferg on Omen, already pushing through into the main position. Jungle are somehow aware of it too. That's the scary thing. He's already got the read. He's already got the info. So many things to observe in this one. But Easy also getting that position in towards a heaven. So Bliss ahead of the curve.
Ooh.
Good damage, but what at least able to trade it back to a 4-on-4. However, Mindfreak have taken a lot of damage already.
Yeah, I think he has a flashpoint to play with. Norson so low around the corner. Elbow spotted than Major. He's hungry for this one, although running out of bullets in the clip. The stun coming through, slows down the push for the moment. But look at the spike. It's going all the way through screens. They're wrapping into A from screens. Complete ridiculousness. Norson able to get one and fall away with the dismiss, but Scrawl has to hold all on his own. Misses the head of Major, and that is going to be the A site found for now. 2-on-2. Pechels do a little bit of damage onto Azo, but we do see Bliss able to fight still.
It's funny, I think the teams forgot each other's memos on who plays what side right now, because we had Ferg in the attacker spawn, and then the rest of Bliss basically in the defender spawn, but it's going to be Major locking it down on that Reyna. That round was way too chaotic for my small brain, but they do manage to pull the first round forward here on the attacker's side of Split. The more challenging, the more difficult, and I think, you know, with this different composition from Bliss, I'm liking it a lot more. It is the double duelist, and yeah, basically the 1-for-1, except the swap out of the Breach for the Sage, the Omen for the Astra. So similar sort of structured setups, but regardless, I think both can be pretty solid here.
Yeah, I think it should work out. Keen to see how many rounds Mindfreak can get here on the defense, or if Bliss is going to shut them down. So far, the push up mid worked wonderfully to get in towards a tower. And I don't think I've seen an approach in through screens towards the A site many times before, but it certainly worked out for them. Let's see if the mid control is the answer again for Bliss here. Make their way towards B this time. There's numbers here, but the judge is too damn good in the hands of Azo.
The old judge, hey, gets a lot done. And unfortunately for Watt, it is not the Bucky's day either on the way through. The shorty, rather. And I ain't talking exile. Norson in a 1 versus 4. Can he find anything with the judge?
Spike planted.
Ooh,
The answer is no.
No, he cannot. Major, a little bit too sharp there with the Spectre to make it 3 alive for Bliss. So the bonus round should look quite nice here. Going up against the Ruffles of Mindfreak. Frenzy in the mix. What's Fwesh just going to go for? He might just even go for the wall half armor.
Thank you.
No,
Weapon
Eagle. Or Sheriff, rather. Sorry, wrong game. Here we are. Here we are on Split in Valorant. Having a great time right now.
Valoranti.
Mm.
Fortnite grap fix. Good game, but
Yeah, good
that's
game.
what we see here. Gonna take that mid control early. Does have the flashpoint ready. Oh, that hurts. A lot of damage dealt onto that dink. I think that was 149 in one again on a headshot onto Azo, but he does get taken down quickly. However, Bliss, they've traded with 2 frags back immediately. That's mid opened up like a can of baked beans on a Sunday morning.
You love to see it. You love to taste it too. Flash out over the wall as Major looks to wrap in towards the B site. No one playing close, just Ferg here at Hell. But Bliss not wanting to overstep. Major just looking to play from pit here. Okay, smoking it off and looking to isolate. The plant tries to go in. Flash is there. This is going to be Ferg falling. Questions fights for his life for 1, but it is going to be traded. That brings Mindfreak back into the round. Major, though, holding strong there with another big hold from default to find Watt as well. And that's going to be 3 rounds in a row from Bliss. What do you know? Bonus round worked wonderfully.
Yeah, for sure. And look at their money now, because they've been managing to pick up a couple of those weapons out of the cold dead hands of Mindfreak. Means that they're pretty equipped pretty easily. Major and Jungle not having to look to reinvest here at all. And obviously Mindfreak now sitting back with just the pistols what does toy with the idea of a judge, but he will save his money a little while longer.
Let's remind them.
Regardless, though, this is a strong start from Bliss, and again, completely different to what we saw yesterday. You know, they tried something new, tried to think that the double sentinel was the play. It wasn't in the end, but now they're certainly making up in spades so far.
See those boombots just waving to one another as they pass there at a main. Oh, Azo, there's the entry. Showstop looks way too good, and he's going to find Pex as well. The opposing raise. Dawson hitting
Scroll.
here. Oh, okay. Could be Scroll doing all the damage with the sheriff.
Oh, what? What was that? Get the ace, please, Reddit. That's what we want. Holding firmly will be Ferg. Jungle has to creep. Spike is in such an awkward spot. Ferg's going to go down. Scroll needs this now. He's got the Vandal Mac. Holding the line firm. This is patience game right now. What happens? The Nebula's been put down. Where does Jungle go? Scroll needs this. Scroll needs this, and he will find it. Mac, that might have been one of the most impeccable aces I've seen in all my time casting Valorant. What a round to bring it back for Mindfreak.
That deserves a quick round of applause, everyone. Couple of claps in chat, please. That was perfectly executed. Scroll now 8-3, and single-handedly putting in the work to pick up the first round here for Mindfreak. So, I cannot wait to see a little bit more of what Scroll has for us here on the Killjoy here on Split, because that was absolutely nuts. The stack on the A site working wonderfully there, and just enough of a distraction to enable the Sheriff to pick up 4 quick frags into the Vandal for the ace. Now, mid-control going to be the name of the game here, and Norson kicking things off with the operator from ropes.
It's just like this game doesn't set you up for a Sheriff play like that. You know, you've got to be so lucky to even get the headshot kill, you know, with the full shield, 145 in one at mid sort of distance. And that's just incredible. I can't wait for the chat to blow up after that one. But regardless, it is going to be Norson to open up with this operator frag. Again, Reyna operator, we're seeing it much more. You know, saw it obviously from Nice Hacks on Straight Out of the Zoo yesterday that did actually take out Bliss. So that's sort of what they can hope for. Dawson, I'm just really cool. It's really cool to see him on a duelist. You know, we've only ever really seen him on that Cypher and the Killjoy, and it's such a warm welcome on a map like Split.
Yeah, it's crazy how teams' compositions just completely change up on Split of all maps, you know? It just throws everything you think you know about what their role is in the team, and everything just changes. However, good paint shells to finish off Watt there, who will give his life to find another. So, 1-for-1 trade keeps Mindfreak with that man advantage. Bliss, though, with the double back towards B. That's just to throw the slow orb.
Alrighty. So pace, good shot from Norson. Knows the other members are in heaven. Scroll, it's going to get that info nice and early. Long way to go. They're actually going to drop down. They can't find a spike plan at all here, Mac. And if they don't save, they got no money at all. If they die after time, even worse. So they're just going to run their way out. Just save what they've got. But Mindfreak, they are straight back in this. They are riding off that high from Scroll.
So looking to get back into the game nice and quickly. 2-3 now. Bliss just cooking up a couple of bowls of ramen there and hold control of the weapons. We do see both the Vandals being carried across into round 6. That's pretty much all they'll have. There is some money there for Jungle Wow, so potential for a 4-spy to come through. It could be risky. It looks like it's just going to be the halfie, so Bliss can buy up into the next.
There.
So how do they approach now? Still equipped to a degree. Possibilities are endless at this point in time in a series like this. It's had absolutely everything, Mac, and as I said, I'm always happy to be here, but even more so right now when you get a series that has this amount of spice, a nice little cayenne pepper, if you like.
Sounds scrumptious. However, we are going to see that one coming straight through, setting Ferg up for success. Major fully concussed there in the corner. That should be the B site open for business. Azo has been very, very sharp on the raise and very sharp on the Sova as well this evening. But Pex is going to be able to stop that rotation from happening. So it looks like Mindfreak are in the driver's seat for another round. Pex so low though, so Jungle out. There's a chance that he can double down here if he catches MF off guard.
Norson, so impactful on this operator so far. He's been putting himself into fantastic positions. Now, Flesh just, what space can he create? He does seem to have some sort of information on the rotate, whatever the call is for Azo, but they can't overstep. The rotate has already come in from Mindfreak completely. Look at this as well. It's got Fault Line available, trying to sort of get that stun down where necessary. They've actually got around towards the main position, but now just going to immediately force into this. Flesh just could deny, though. Gets one, but now it's all on Azo in a 1v3.
Okay, let's see if he can get this done. Man's clutched up a storm today, but not this time. Norson looking sharp there on the Oceania. And it's going to be 3 rounds apiece. Mindfreak making that retake look nice and sweet. Only losing 2 players in the round as well, so the economy should be quite stable in climbing. And having a very good mid of the half here as we do hit that halfway point, going into round number 7. Bliss, they should be able to buy up off the back of that half investment in the previous round. Everyone right as rain to get those rifles in play. Are they going to suffer in the utility department? Looks like there's only 1 slow orb there for Fweshest. Too sure about everyone else. Seems like Killjoy, more importantly, has the rest. Yeah, everyone doing all right, except for Azo. He's timed out. Looks like we've got a pause.
Yeah, it looks like he has. Yes, okay. I was going to say, maybe not a purchase, but it looks like the pause has come just quickly enough. So we should have Azo back very, very soon, guys. It is the usual. Looks like his ping spiking a little bit, so potentially going to get his brothers off the internet or something along those lines. We will be back in just a second. But yeah, man, like what a pull from Mindfreak. You know, they've managed to recover this absolutely fantastically. Really, really nicely done. You know, the opening that Bliss had, especially after winning out that bonus, it was like, God damn, you know, these guys are here to boogie. And, you know, until that big play came out from Scroll, there was just no real signs of brilliance. And it does look like we have Azo back. But yeah, look at those. Look at that ping just going ham.
Yeah, it's just going up and down all over the place. However, it looks like we're almost ready to go. You hate to see that variance in the ping, though. So I just want to quickly touch on, it's Mindfreak have gone for the Omen instead of that Astra, and I wonder if that's based off of having that paranoia and just such a wide range flash that can allow, or blind rather, that can allow the teams to just get very aggressive for a good couple of seconds, and if that's going to play a larger factor on the attacking side as opposed to the Astra.
It's an interesting one as well. So we spoke with Ferg 2 nights ago, I believe it was. And, you know, Ferg, he always loves a good yarn. And he was mentioning, like, very humbled, right? It was a great conversation that we had where he sort of explained that after taking time out of the game and playing some pugs as Norson gets that opener, he feels like he's very far behind on the individual department, which, look, it's a fair statement, right? You know, he's one of the older players in the region and, you know, it can be really hard to keep up with some of these young Sharpies. I suppose in Valorant, the aim can feel a bit, I guess, quote-unquote easier than the Counter-Strike counterpart, but it means that that's obviously, you know, a place where you've got to be much more punishing. So he's saying how he needs to catch up. So potentially that could be where he hasn't picked up the Astra just yet. So sitting on the Omen, still a good viable option, but now it's going to be Bliss absolutely charging here as no one wants to come to Azo's party. They're unaway.
Lockdown, Showstopper, both invested. It was an interesting way that they used the lockdown in behind a very long Sage ball just to protect him. It's going to be Azo going forward, gets rid of the lockdown and gives his life for it, but it's certainly going to be worth it to enable the rest of the players to stay here on site. Hex trying to make his way back in with Jungle Well, and it's working out so far. Good hold so far for Bliss. Is what now going to be left in that 1-on-3. Cosmic Divide stops him to have any chance. Push through from Jungle, he'll fall. Now it's a little bit worrying because there is still time here to play with what? Aftershock through the wall. Is it going to be more than enough? Spotted, but there it is. Flank coming through for easy. They are going to lock down another. Bliss maintaining the lead and not letting Mindfreak string too many rounds together.
Very good. Straight back on the board. Apparently that ping pause was exactly what the doctor ordered. But now Bliss still definitely in this one as they take the lead back. Obviously getting the majority of the rounds on the attacking side is a excellent result. But once again, you cannot tell where this game is going to go. There is no answer. There is no lean. It's just keep watching. Keep letting it unfold in front of us. Economy is not exactly fantastic for either of them, but Norson, he's going to get in aggressive. Oh, that's great play. Jumping around the other side, information gathered. He misses it. No! Is he even going to go down here? Azo straight onto him. Azo is going able to deny, and that is the dominance to come through. Will Ferg even be able to find him? It doesn't look like it. Bring around the Rosie, but he will get it, but Ferg's now traded, and it's going to be a Bliss round, I am sure.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be way too hard for Mindfreak to get back into the site, but Scroll's going to give it a shot. Trying to shoot at the star, but that's not how it works, my mans. Unfortunately, thought it was one of those nano swarms. Pushed through those. Scroll, see you later. Pex now just probably going to opt to save, get a bit of damage on the exits, and maybe try to do what Bliss almost threw before in one of those crazy rounds where they hunted very early, but looks like Bliss has learnt their lesson. Happy just to play together, lock it down, and make sure each and every one of these attack-sided rounds are in the bag.
Get on out of there, Pexy. Take it into the next round, mate. Full focus. And I guess that's kind of felt like the name of the game for a fair few parts of this series, where we're seeing each team maybe collect 3 or 4 in a bit of a streak before someone does choose to fight back. That's why it definitely sort of has felt like a constant tug of war in this series, and very hard to determine who is ahead of it, you know, who is trying to really be the dominant factor. But regardless, Bliss, you know, extend out their lead, bring it to 5. The purchase for Mindfreak ain't great. Ferg's gonna have to sit back on just the Bulldog so he can make sure he's got the paranoia. You obviously have to buy that second dark cover now. And the Shrouded Step, not super expensive, but still costly.
Yeah, more expensive than before. But I think that's the way that the game needs to head. However, that's a conversation for another time, as we've got action at mid. Mitch, bit of Ferg going in behind the smoke, looking to get the spam off. However, it's Pex to take a little bit of early damage. Still holding on to that paranoia to use later on in the round. Azo with the zoning nade. He's not going to be able to pull that out in time because Watt's just swinging him.
Yeah, forces him back. Good opening pick here. Unfortunate thing, though, about this composition, no heal for Ferg. So you have to just try and hold on. He does have the teleport available from the shadows, so he can pull himself forward. Flesh is very keen to get onto that orb. We'll be able to take it. And it does look like once more they will be poised to attack towards this B site. Spike's still down inside ramen. Could go for some ramen right now. I think I'm having Japanese for dinner, potentially.
Okay. I'm sure you're going to enjoy that one, Conky, once it's certainly is dinner time, but we do have another series to get to, so I hope you're ready for that on the menu as well. Nade coming through, good placement of that paint shells just to stop the push and maybe even just do a huge amount of damage to the wall, which is going to be chipped away at lineups there, but what's only good for the single. Big damage onto the rest of the boys. We are going to see the res and a quick 3K coming out for Bliss there. So Norson now has to just play from the heavens, and it's not looking good for him to make his way back into the round, but he's going to give it a red hot crack. Jungle out. Oh, okay. Oh.
Very winnable now, Mac. The Nano Swarm will keep him at bay, and he tries to go in, tries to get the Devour to bring his health back up, but it is not going to happen, and Bliss has really started to charge ahead to this one now. The money for Mindfreak, it is absolutely busted, and they're going to have to sit back. I mean, this is definitely not the round to force. I mean, I guess they're just behind on rounds. They're trying to make something happen. You know, they don't want to find themselves in the position where they need to save again, but it is just such a gamble because they force into this and they're unsuccessful. Mac, that's Bliss potentially finding 8 or 9 in the half.
It's so rough, and then, you know, you had Fweshus to manage to get the orb there over towards B main, get one of the kills, which was more than enough to get the res off, and then the round just completely changed from there. By the way, you know, it's all about the tiny little things that happen in every round, and there's one of them. Norson gets the entry, or at least the first blood in the round. Will dismiss away. Azo unable to hold there towards screens as he jumps through very aggressively. But again, Mindfreak have nothing really brought into the round to go for that half investment. Major, though, very aggressively in the corner. Dismisses back to safety there at elbow, and it looks like we are going to see Bliss group up. Mindfreak still with the numbers, though.
That's going to be Norson going out, though. The Empress was popped, but Scroll, he's got that Sheriff, and we know how sharp he can be. We've seen it in this series. But onto the other side now, it is going to be... I don't actually think they can walk through that gap in the wall. Potentially, Flesh is very low. Ferg needs to hit the shot. He does have the judge, but Flesh is... How's he done that? Now, Scroll all alone in this 1 versus 2. All they need to do is hold. All they need to do is settle. He has to hit a nutty shot. He will get onto the line with the swing out. It's awkward, and it's not enough. Major closes the round here for Bliss. And they are continuing to dive and knife forward. I mean, Mindfreak, they took the smart play, they took the knee, and they will be able to buy into it here. Obviously, now Norson, given that he did pick up that Vandal without the shield, obviously hoping that the Devour was going to overheal him. But it did not quite happen. Had to use the Dismiss to get away. And now that means he's on the half shield here now. But full buy, Bliss still continuing on in kicking. Even if they're unsuccessful here, they've got the last round covered. But man, Mac, this has just been such a good series. I keep repeating myself, feel like a broken record, but it doesn't matter because we've got a great game on our hands still.
Oh yeah, and there's still another half to go, but we're not even finished with this one, Azo. There's the entry in Mindfreak. You're going to force the fact here at mid. A whole lot of utility used, but still couldn't find a kill off the back of it. So no trades just yet. He's had a bit of a rough game, but he will find one kill. 10 to 30 HP though, and there's no healing to get him back up to full health either.
Picking up the pace real quick. Aftershock will at least keep them at bay for just a second. And now Watt and Ferg both ready to go. The lockdown behind the wall, giving it the extra space, but there's Major dropping down Pex. He was very low. Ferg wants this, but he's been baited. And easy to deny as well. This is surely going to be another position. Again, we've seen Scrawl do some beautiful, beautiful things, but he's so far away. He's got so much ahead of him.
Yeah, look,
Might just have to consider a save.
He's already done it once. I don't know if he's got that much luck left in him, and with the 3 players all playing the spike from B main, it's going to be so damn hard. He has so much to get past. He does have a lockdown, but with 30 HP, you don't really back him to be too successful. Easy as well. He's seen it, so he's going to wrap all the way around to heaven, expecting the chance of a lockdown to come through. And Scrawl's thinking about it. Will he clear heaven though? Certainly not, and that's going to be a kill on a silver platter for Easy. And another round for Bliss. Already 8 on the attacking side here on Split. Looking very dangerous now for Mindfreak.
Yeah, look at the money too. It's just going to be such a poor investment. Maybe bought in at the crypto at the wrong time. Poor Mindfreak here. And they won't be able to buy the dip as it is the final round of the half. Gonna have to just try their best to force forward and just try to lock out Bliss because, yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying, right? Like yesterday or the day before, rather. Yesterday. No, it was yesterday when they had the double duelist setup. It just was not enough. Ferg, this is dirty.
I love it.
Very cheeky one way, but now he gives the info and...
They read it!
Yeah, indeed.
All right,
that's maybe the second or third time Ferg's been baited into a B push now.
There you go. So they've seen that trick before, it seems. Just spam it on top of the box there very early on. Maybe just seeing the trajectory of where the bullets came to shoot the turret. So it's all about that information. Mindfreak, though, a whole lot of control at mid, so should be able to go for some fast rotations. We might even see Norson go on an adventure in through sewers. So far deep down mid means that they are going to know it's going to be the A side. He's heard this rotation in through spawn, and it's a fully stacked site now coming out for Mindfreak.
Good pick from Pex. Could be traded out quickly, but Norson is in such a good position here. Can use the old dismiss to get a little bit of further information. Picks up the Vandal. Now flashes. That's the spike. That is the spike. But Norson, it's going to be a 1 versus 2 to clutch it out. Has to move around. Spike's still at the top of heaven. Going to line up for it, but it's not going to matter. Azo, he's sharp. He's got it. And Bliss, that is 9 rounds on this attacking sided half of Split. And that is not something I was expecting to be saying in this position, right? You know, now Mindfreak, they move on to the lesser equipped side of the offense. And yeah, Bliss get this pistol. We might have to start closing the door on this series in its entirety.
Well, last time Bliss went up against Mindfreak, the amount of rounds they got on the attack was 8. And this time they've made it a little bit better with 9. So they don't need a huge defensive side here, but they do need those 4 precious rounds just to get the W on the board. Let's see what Mindfreak can do on the attack, because obviously they've only got that 1 Sentinel to have Breach as the initiator, Ferg as the controller, and that double duelist. So you need them popping off here in the second half.
Healing.
Cheeky engagement, cheeky heal to respond. Ferg already getting a lot of control, but he did make a bit of an overstep there on the old metal floors. Drops down, tries to pull some further information, and that's the bait play. The old bait and switch. They are completely focused up on towards the old ropes position, but as Ferg is spotted, they do drop Norson back down, and with that little rotate over, it seems like they've got a bit of a read on this so far, Bliss. 3 members still stacked up on B, and that is where the spike is heading, Mac.
B main controls there. And a slow rotation. Mind Freak not committing to anything yet, but we are going to see a smoke go through. Maybe they'll send Raze in. They'll send Pex to go and find some info and see if it's worth coming in from heaven. We do see Bliss with the Rainer there at the back of sight. And all okay. A job done to get the first kill on the board. Are they going to expect the stack? Big flash blinds him for the moment, but Major, he's just going to be running forward. Just devouring back to full HP. Overhealed now, needs to hold, but he's going to run out of bullets. Accuracy not quite there with Norson hitting back on Rainer of his own. Jungle Wow from heaven needs to hold control, but it looks like we will see this spike planted.
That was the old bait and switch that did pay off for a little bit, but yeah, the old frenzy shot's not quite connecting. Now the last 2 members, easy. He is going to be taken down by Norson here. Jungle Wow clutching out is in his DNA.
Oh!
How's he done that? 1 versus 2. And Bliss have got away with murder there in the pistol. 10 rounds secured.
Oh, Mind Freak are going to be kicking themselves. They swung together. They did the right thing to try to trade, but the spam was just that little bit more accurate with the ghost in the hands of Jungle Out. Just crosshair trained on both opponents. So much damage done by everyone else as well. So he just needed the body tags, and that was a huge clutch to get. Mind Freak pretty much forced to go for the buy here in the second round. So we're going to see Spectre's armor, a couple of sheriffs, and a whole lot of utility. But which way do they decide to go? Heavily stacked towards the B side of the map right now.
Yeah, and Jungle's not even going for the full investment either. I mean, Azo with the judge is going to be likely playing it over towards B, and yes, he will. Ready to slot it in. Star goes down, and he's just sitting close. Spoombot can go in. They're going to gather a lot of information now. He does break it. Nade goes in. This could be deadly. Not quite. It's actually deadly onto him. Now he is going to be taken down. Gets the heal. Maybe this is the bait that they need. He's in an awkward spot. He's in an awkward spot. And somehow Azo hasn't bloody died. He has been taken down, but now Major can swing and look to get in the ring as it is all onto just Ferg. And unfortunately, the bell has sounded. Yeah. And it's looking like the old McGregor fight that we did see
not
a couple
often
of hours ago.
A crossfire looking so damn solid, but that was the biggest mop-up. Everyone running that bullets. Fwesh is trying to get that classic out, but fortunately for him, he did have some early rotations from the mid players, from those A players, and making their way in just to stack the numbers. They seem to know that all of Mind Freak are there, so great rotations coming out from Bliss, and now they just need 2 more rounds. And Mind Freak are just going to be forcing pretty much for the rest of the half at this point.
Oof. All right. Mind Freak. This is not the way I expected this series to go out. Remember when we were talking about how close it was, Mac?
Yep. I do remember that. We were talking about it for the last, about 8 rounds ago. And then it sort of just round by round, went further and further. And here we are.
Straying further away from the light each day.
Okay, I like the setup from Bliss as well here at mid. You got Major ready to swing on the contact of Azo, who's playing a nasty angle on the edge of the ice wall. Just happy to use the judge again.
Very close on the line. Great flashpoint in. So at least getting away with something. 4-1. Gets caught out. Azo has actually managed to get his way back in towards heaven. Throws the satchel to give himself some extra space as well. Pex does spot out old Fweshist on heaven. But now they're actually starting to slip their way back around.
30 seconds left.
Managed to get that ult orb, and we may see Mind Freak send it back towards A. It looks like that's where the spike's going. That seems to be the call. Berg trying to sell the fake over towards the B site, but paranoia not enough to get him through. Doesn't hit Azo, and even if it did, the blind, the close range of that judge, it was still going to have some good effect. Now, great timing to pop.
Well done. Well done.
Wraps it up. There you go. 12 on the board. Easy with the Sentinel play with the full anchor on the A site. Just look, they're in the driver's seat. They are controlling everything that's going on. They know what Mind Freak are doing. They're in their heads right now, Conky.
Absolutely. It was just like a nice little package, a Christmas present for Easy, nice and early.
Bot coming back.
Wrapped together all with a little bow as he secures 3. But yeah, like, what an anticlimactic way to sort of finish out this series. You know, we had such a spicy couple of maps. The opener going the way of Bliss on the map pick of Mindfreak. That's 13-10 on Ascent. And then a very, very similar story on Haven, where it was Bliss on top. And now Ferg, he's had a really, really rough one on this Omen so far. The paranoia will force Azo away. But regardless, this is Bliss only needing one more round. They've got everything in store. But Ferg will answer at least to 1. Picks up the Vandal and takes down Major.
Fwesh just on a very good line here at the top of ropes. Him and Easy even doubling up, and they're going to walk through and call the bluff again of Mindfreak. So numbers disadvantage, and Mindfreak not expecting the flank to come through. Aza holding close range to the judge. The flank is going to hit first. There comes the judge, and that may just be game, set, and match. But it's a 2-on-2, and Mindfreak still have a chance.
And speaking of A, the chance is towards that site indeed. Going to be completely open. No utility to be popped for Bliss, unfortunately. What is going to plant for Heaven? Leaving Old Mate just ready to go. But that is going to be the rocket to come out, but it's not going to happen. Scroll! He has been the savior a couple of times now for Mindfreak, and this game's not done just yet. 4 rounds for the Blue Boys.
Well, that's 2 big rounds from Scroll this map, and also 2 rounds of the 4 for Mindfreak. So doing a lot of work there. Although it wasn't just him that round, there was obviously the help from everyone else doing their bit. Ferg, he's having a rough one. You have to point it out. You have to say, look, he's certainly... He's not falling first, though, so he's still had a lot of influence with his utility, which has enabled North and Scroll a lot of the time to be playing as well as they are. So let's see if that continues. We are going to see the fault line coming through towards Heaven early, but it's not going to stop Fweshes from hunting for that info. I think he's got that wall to play with. Big shot from Scroll to open things up, and he wants some more as well. Awkward line. Major playing the off angle, and it works out to find himself the belated trade and a lot of info as well. You see him pushing towards a main. He hasn't heard a thing. But Azo pushing on the other side of the map. They just want information. They just want to disrespect Mindfreak at this point. On the top of the wall, Fweshes will find another. Heals himself up, but at least brings it back to that 3v3.
Yeah, very much an equalizer here as they do poise their way towards this site of a Major inside Heaven. Still looking to spot forward. 45 seconds, so they've got enough to get it done. Dark cover. Looks like it will head towards the Heaven position. No. Yeah, a little bit deeper, a little bit further. And now the Empress will be popped for Major, so he's likely going to give them a good bit of entry on towards that site. And there you go. Yeah, that is going to be it completely. The ultimate has been denied, and now Ferg, yeah, jungle. Oh, okay, he's broken it.
Yeah, so just after the information, thinking that there may not be a rotation there, and that could point to someone on the flank. But however, both these players for Bliss already here at Screened Fweshest may have just found himself a very good timing. What would be first contact, but he's got utility in hand. There's the flash. It's going to be dodged initially. But again, this smoke, this one-way, almost screens on site. So hard to play around. Ferg, though, is going to spot jungle, and now they know Fweshest is here at elbow. Peck's on the line, stops him from crossing back to safety to isolate another fight, and there you have it. Mindfreak, they're on the board again. They're starting to get rolling. But the question is it too late to be hitting this accelerator?
That's what I mean. It's one of those ones where the race is only a short distance. And I think, you know, potentially, as you mentioned, Mindfreak might be a little way back. But regardless, you know, at least they're not going out without a fight. They haven't just rolled over and died. They still want to put the pressure on and keep on kicking as best as possible. But yeah, look, Bliss just still looking relatively unstoppable. They'll take a bit of a gentler buy in this round, make sure they can refocus and reset themselves into the next. And Azo is going to get that paint shell in nice and early. The lockdown will go in, and it should very well force out these 2 members of Bliss.
Oh, they will just get out in time, I thought. We might have seen Azo getting caught out, but he's going to be running straight in. And nothing stopping this man with the Spectre. He's good for 1, and it's going to be the Flood. Bliss, they're just running straight back in. But Ferg, he's going to have a nice line there to Heaven, tapping away on the heads, and Scroll will find himself a double. The Mind Freak lock it down. Bliss just wanted that round over and done with, and they want this win. They're hungry for it.
Just taking a couple of deep breaths here. Mind Freak need to remain composed. If they had to take this to overtime, that would be a very, very impressive feat. And yeah, Scrawl and Norson, look how far ahead they are of the rest of the team, doing a lot of heavy lifting. And I mean, look in this position, what does have the old Rolling Thunder could be a potential entry point in towards this A site. And, you know, may as well use it. Might be the last opportunity that he does get. But now a fully equipped Bliss. Are they going to be able to push back?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, if you try to hold onto these ultis, it's probably the ultimate risk, because if you don't get to use it, you know, you think what could have been. And this is a perfect time as well. If they want to use it over towards ramps, which obviously we know Jungle Wow's on this offline in the one and done side of the ramp. He could find one on the Ferg. It's going to go down, and there goes your Rolling Thunder. Pex, though, at least able to trade, but the numbers are there for Bliss.
Awesome. He's on the little lurk. Oh, that's dicey. Spots out the toes, but he will be able to get a heal up as a result. Now in this 3-on-3, Empress is going to be popped this time for Norson. There's another one. Making good use of that dismiss onto the other side. And Fleshist gets a little bit too excited, peeks around the wrong way, and it's all in a way, so in a 1 versus 3. Wouldn't put it past him. This man has got some erratic playstyle on him, and certainly an opportunity. But as they do poise their way onto the site, they can set up and look for this post plant. Deep into the corner will be Pex. This is all a big one. Information should be gathered. Yep, there it is. How does he go from here?
Let's see. Okay, Norson happily just swinging wide, wanted that information, knew that the shots were shot there just to mask the sound of him falling down. So big brains it, big aims it, and has a big round for himself. Taking him over to 20 kills, 15 deaths. Scroll right up there beside him. And Bliss, there was a chance. I saw a world there for Azo, because he's been popping off this evening, where he got the 2 kills, got the paint shells back, and then just clutched out a storm. But, you know, it's all in theory. It's all written in the storybooks, and it's not reality just yet.
What do you mean, Mac? We've got the script. It's sitting right here in front of me.
Certainly do. Oh!
This is rough. They get out somehow. Oh, and Easy gets away with that. Good response from Scroll. Major, though, has found another one in the process. Ferg needs to get this frag back, and he will. Lucky to be alive. But look at Azo. This is dirty. This is not the way that Mind Freak lose this. Goodbye. You have been Azo'd. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Azo has big-brained into the spawn and default danced his way over Mind Freak to get the victory over that team in the end. It is a 2-1, an electric series. Mind Freak certainly made it exciting, at least didn't just roll over and die, as I mentioned, to close out the series, but they certainly put in some fight. But look, it was all Bliss on top at the end, mate.
Yeah, that was a series. That was so good to watch. And you saw a world where Mind Freak get back into the game. But congratulations to Bliss. They've qualified. They've made it happen. And Mind Freak are going to have to run it back for the next closed qualifier. But again, 2-1. At least they got close this time. But Bliss just seemed to be hitting so many more nutty shots there. Their coordination as well on those retakes so many times on so many of those maps was just so beautiful to watch. It was like ballet, you know? It's just everything working out.
A cheeky little dance. And no, it was beautiful to watch, you know, a completely different team of Bliss of what we saw yesterday, you know, even bringing it so close to, you know, closing it out in map number 2. But look, at the end of the day, Mind Freak, they're going to be hurting from that. They're definitely a team that, you know, is always sort of seeing themselves in that top 4. But this time they've been pushed down a peg. And I think by going, you know, refocusing into their next close qualifier, this is definitely not the last we're going to be seeing from them. But I have to give a big shout to Bliss and obviously all the fans in the chat that were supporting their way through. Guys, thank you so much for watching for the time being. We have another series around the corner. Thanks to LPL. Thanks to our partners in LG and Vodafone. We'll be back in a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Hello, good evening, and welcome. We are back with the Valorant Oceanic Tour for series number 2 of the final day of what will, of course, be, the regional qualifier stage 3 that they're getting through to now. Close qualifier number 1. We've just seen, unfortunately, Mindfreak go home and Bliss move forward. They've set themselves into that next stage of the competition, but we've got a completely new game ahead, Mac. We now have Peace versus Wildcard.
Yeah, Peace and Wildcard. It's been a while since I've got to see Wildcard play, but they certainly have a very good-looking roster. And the last game I saw Wildcard play, Infrequent was dropping 50-something over across the series. So, man has been fragging up a storm. Good to see him performing again back to his roots. On the other side of things, you got Peace. So, I haven't had a good chance to see them yet, but I heard that we got Tensai back in the server today. So, maybe they'll have a little bit more success.
Absolutely. I think that was sort of a bit of a throwaway game for them yesterday, as we did sort of engage in some conversations after, not taking it 100% seriously as they're playing with the coach, but this one is much more of a refocus. But they certainly haven't got it easy, Peace.
Yeah.
They obviously had to verse against Order, completely slapped around in the server, and now they move forward where they've got to take a Wildcard. Now, Wildcard, as you mentioned, they were looking really, really hot yesterday. Of course, Infrequent playing the Omen operator on Haven, which was really, really working out. Obviously, Infrequent, we know him to be one of the best AWPers to ever come out of the Oceanic region back in Counter-Strike, and he's still kicking forward in the game of Valorant now. But look, it's a really hotly contested game. I'm hoping that we're going to see how Peace really slot into their roles in this one, because it's going to be a fresh one for me as well. This was the BTS Val roster, which has now moved to Peace, but it's almost completely different as they've added Ronsky relatively recently as well. But I guess we could use this time. Let's just dive in straight into the teams. Peace will be the one that we first check out, and understanding all these players, and pretty much for me, as I said, Geordie, I'm just going to roll into it and just understand everything as it sort of falls into the server today.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can bring to the table. I played a few games against Ronsky a little while ago now when I was playing with Pilly in a couple of the qualifiers, and man, was absolutely insane. That was back when he was on Fun Crew, but as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, he's jumped across a few teams now, and he's landed here at Peace with your boy Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, and Koro as well. Good to see Koro. I haven't actually had a chance to watch Koro play properly in competitive, so really excited what they can bring to the table. I think the same can be said for pretty much everyone here. I've seen Sicko and Clutchy play a few times, but keen to see what this combination of players can bring, because it's going to be very, very hard going up against Wildcard today.
Absolutely, but Peace really sharp, but as you mentioned, Wildcard, these are the ones that they have to fight up against. We know this roster very well now. Obviously, the most recent addition of Signed, we do see Ninham actually fall away. He's moved over to Direwolves now, so there's been certainly a shake-up in the scene as it stands after Signed did depart from Order. Obviously, Order has picked up Maple recently, as we talk about, just adding extra sharpies into the server as much as possible, but Signed, fantastic Sova player. Swell sort of moving now more into that duelist. Noz sitting back, maybe picking up the Breach and the Astra. RDW flexing around sort of that Viper, and Infrequent playing whatever the hell he feels at that point in time, mostly on the smokes. But yeah, he is just an absolutely imperative part of this roster, doing a lot of heavy lifting, but I am looking forward to seeing what Wildcard will bring forward today for us.
Yeah, all these players, bringing in a world of experience, all pretty much playing for the last year at least. Sign, he's able to bring that experience from Order into this team, so that's a huge pickup for Wildcard to add to the lineup. And of course, Swell, you've got to mention this man's mechanics. He's sharp as nails, and he can pop off at any given moment. It's just a matter of consistency, and is he going to be able to do it today up against Peace? I think he might be able to. I think we need to really focus on what he's able to bring to the table. Him and Infrequent are going to be a lot of the focus today. Speaking of, you've got Infrequent up against Ronsky here. So I was looking at a couple of the players that were on the smokes, but also rotating between a couple of different roles, map dependent again, as we have seen with a couple of teams. But both these players are incredibly sharp, incredibly good, and have been carrying recently for their teams.
Exactly right. I think we can sort of, call this one not really a role matchup, but just a hard carry matchup. And understandably, right, Ronsky really excites me. He's been a player that I've had my eye on for quite some time now. He's one of those players that really does have the capacity to dominate, but I think he does sort of need to put a little bit more trust in his team. Definitely think it's a, maturity element. And obviously as he gets older and builds a relationship with his teammates and stuff, I think he's going to be a brilliant, brilliant player sitting at the top of our region. But Infrequent, he is on the opposite side of the spectrum, completely has been around for the longest time, playing, you know, at a high international level for Counter-Strike for quite some time under, you know, Chiefs and Atletico banners back in the day. And of course now, you know, sitting in Wildcard, a prestigious international roster. And, you know, after losing Ninum, he needs to step up and try and fill those shoes. Not so much of the role, but very much in just ensuring that his team does get across the line. So very interested to see these two duke it out in the server. But yeah, regardless, I think we've got an exciting game ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm keen to see exactly how these teams go head to head, because they haven't played for about 2 weeks, and both teams even having those roster swaps as well. So technically both of these rosters are very fresh going head to head. And let's have a look at that. We got Haven, we got Icebox, and we got Ascent. So it's good to see a bit of a change up in terms of what we get to see for the second series of the day, with Icebox slipping in there. Bind, of course, was banned out there by Peace, so no change of scenery in that regard. But we are going to be kicking things off on Haven, which is Peace's map pick.
I'm truthfully surprised that I haven't managed to see any Breeze. You know, this will be the sixth best of 3 series that's come on through for me in the last 3 days. And your Breeze has been bound out every single step of the way. So I guess impressive on that, because I know that a lot of teams have been putting hours in the prac to actually try and, you know, develop their playbook in that map. But I guess it's still scary time. And it is such an open map. You know, there's so many different areas to take those aim duels, especially around a very big open space in mid and the A site. But regardless, it's okay. We're not going to be seeing that right now. We've got Ascent, we've got Haven, we've got Icebox, but the opener will be Haven. I am very excited to see what Peace has in store for us. They promised it was going to be a much, much better game now that we do have Tensai back in the server. I do believe they called him as the IGL, so let's see it happening, baby. We know Tensai from around the block, and hopefully he's got some methods in store for us, but exact same thing could be said for Wildcard. Side looking to step it up in his new position. Let's see how they go.
Tensai, Benny Boy, bringing in the big guns. Now, last time these teams went head-to-head, obviously with different rosters, it was 13-6, very heavily sided towards Wildcard. So I guess they'll be coming into this one as favorites, but maybe the change-ups are going to change a thing or two. So keep your eyes on Wildcard here on the attack. We'll see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. It is Peace's map pick, and they've been given that defensive side, obviously, what historically has been the weaker side, all things considered. But let's see what they can do here on the defense to kick things off.
So the fault line straight in towards Garage. It does appear where that's going to be setting their sights nice and early. Spike still dropped, however, so getting their way in now. Double Omen as well, so yeah, really moving away from the Astros here. Clutchy on that Cypher inside the window, tapping away. And after Wildcard, do sort of mosey their way into the Garage. He'll actually send their way out, and Clutchy might die here.
Whoa, had to go aggressive to stay alive, but there was no one waiting for this aggression, and Clutchy not going to be able to get too much damage done, but he gets a lot of info, and off the back of it, you do see the 2-man swing from B, and that rotation back through the window will trigger all of Peace just smashing their way towards the A site. 4v4, we are going to see a trap wire dropped down there, but it's spotted and dealt with early from Peace, who are looking to potentially flood here. Not going in initially, but they are going to turn this into a retake.
Our drone trying to spot out some information, and it will indeed, spotting RDW under towards that Heaven position now. The paranoia comes out. Bronski is straight into that Cloudburst, finds one, not quite the second, as infrequent will line them up. Only finding the one, however. Tensai gets the trade, but so does Sign into the 2-on-2 now, Matt. Onto the other side. Koro, he's going to go down, and it's all into Tensai here. 1 versus 2, does pick up one, but now the molly. Is he going to send those hot hands down towards Long? He will, and does he have an opportunity to get onto the spike? The answer's really no. Sign's in a really good position here. Can he even get it to half? The tap does start to come through. Now the information, it's not going to matter. Sign has pulled it forward with a 3K to open up for Wildcard.
Yeah, big round from the new pickup here for Wildcard. So already getting that first attacking round on the board. Let's see if they can string a few together. And let's have a check as to what Peace is going to do. Will they force up? Looks like they're staying very patient, very confident in their approach in the later rounds. So just sticking to the classics here for round numero duo. But the question is, how's that going to go? We do have Sicko lining up this recon bolt. Looks like we are going to see an aggressive play from the players on A.
Very confident, nice and early to get that orb. Obviously the Phoenix ult still very low on the points. Ronsky getting aggressive here. Does actually manage to pick up Swell with the classic, so that's a great start. Looks like we are going to see a bit more of a passive route. Spectre has been dropped outside, making sure that nobody else can collect that one. Very wise. Tripwire there, though, to keep them at bay for the time being. Spike now recovered, and they start to mosey their way over towards this A position. Clutchy locking down the garage, but I think it's going to be the pressure on to Coro, who is sitting C alone and just playing close with this shorty.
Close range. Oh, he almost
baiting it.
beat the timing there as the drone was spinning around doing a full 360. Doesn't work out, though. Infrequent holding down the fort there with the Spectre, and it looks like it should be all a-okay for Wildcard, just playing a little bit further away so the Classics can't get the dangerous triple tap on the headshots there. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Ronski already damn low, and he's just potentially just looking for exits at this point, although playing with fire, crossing into the open, signed as this Bulldog. Starting to bark at the players over towards garage there. See you later, Ronski. And it's a very slow and thorough round for Wildcard. Another round on the board. Tensai going to be hit by the dart, gets a bink off, but it's not enough to get the kill. So 2 in a row, Wildcard with 4 alive are going to have a very healthy bonus round into round 3.
Yeah, no, nice and clean there. Not really letting anything else get away from them, only losing that one frag onto Swell nice and early, and he's going to go straight into the bonus just with the Sheriff. Certainly an equipped player to get jobs done with that weapon. And it's going to be 4 Phantoms and a Vandal over in Camp Peace. So trying their best in this opening round. Really need to do their best to ensure that Wildcard don't get an itch here in this bonus round.
All right, so Swell on the Sheriff. See how sharp he is and if he can make something happen. Ronski early. Cloudburst, it's more than enough to get himself the orb. So that one step close to getting the Blade Storm activated. Tensai just running forward with the Spectre. He's ulted in with the Phoenix and he gets a good amount of information in the end. Makes it very, very deep up towards a lobby. And off the back of that Wildcard are going to slowly but surely back their way away, letting that trap wire maybe have some effect later on in the round.
So really happy to sort of give up that controlling position for now, walking back in towards mid. Really just not pressing too hard at this point in time. Garage has been cleaned. I'm actually liking this control that's been taken by Peace out towards the C-long position, allowing Coro to hold the aggressive line, leaving Clutchy to sort of bait and shoot inside the cubby position, but B-side, that's going to be taking free reign here, so it is going to be the full-on retake. Infrequent, the Paranoia actually blinds up 2 of his teammates, but it's okay. They're looking to get aggressive into this A-Link, a very big play. Swell with 1, not quite the second. Ronski will give him a chance, but Ronski actually does find 1 here to trade it out to a 4-on-4.
Oh, nice line going to be held, and he triples down. Big spray, and that's looking like it's already a successful retake. RDW controlling mid for the moment, but it's all up to him now, trying to wrap his way away, but that spike is planted on the other side of sight. Coro holds down the fort, and there you go. Peace getting on the board before Wildcard string too many together. Bonus round unsuccessful, but even so, good damage, I guess. You know, 2 kills there as well as the spike planted. So economy going to be looking nice and healthy for Wildcard as they move into round 4.
Very nicely done from Ronski, though, to be able to lock it the way he did. 3 very, very sharp Vandal frags inside the A-Link position. And I think he's actually done a good teammate deed by sending over a weapon and going for just the blades. Wise choice. Guy is absolutely insane on this jet. It's definitely been, as I said, a big focus of mine, watching him play and develop.
Yeah. Such a sharp individual. And he's got that Blade Storm cranking here for round 4. Let's see if it is the answer to get in. He's only got 2 knives remaining. That boost up off the top is not enough to get first blood, but he got a little bit of chip damage done. Okay, blast back in, just trying to be a nuisance here. Clutchy, close range with that judge. It's a dangerous position, certainly one and done, but we've seen what happened earlier on with the judge in this position. So, Tensai as well, very aggressed up deep into lobby. If that one doesn't get cleared, he's in a very prime position to frag, and that spike as well going towards him. Clutchy.
How's he alive?
No one spammed at him. Everyone just backing away silently.
And now they're going to walk into the clutches of Tensai. He will get traded. And now Sicko has to sort of start to fall his way away. They've spotted out Ronski, knowing he is deep down towards middle. And I'm a little bit concerned, given that he does only have 2 of those blades left. Sometimes, you know, you miss a shot, and doesn't really do too well, but he's jumped up on top. Are you kidding me? Eating my words right now. Ronski getting one more, and they've completely turned this on its head. It's all on a RDW in a 1 versus 4, and he's been spotted out by the Recon Bolt and sent backpacking in towards the deep side of A, as he does re-aggress into short now. But look, this might be, him biting off a bit more than he can chew here.
Well, he's got 20 seconds. It's not looking good for him. Ronski off angle. Barrel going to be spotted, but it's Koro to lock things down, and Peace will tie it up at 2 rounds each. So Wildcard not able to get that third attacking round on the board, and Peace string a couple together. So at the start of that, Ronski, he must have been boosted up onto the boxes over towards that C site just to float over the smoke, because I thought he used the updraft, but then later on you saw him just bouncing straight over there at A-Link and able to pick up one more, which was a very crucial kill on the retake for Peace.
Absolutely. So now Ronski is going to take it nice and aggressive, actually doing his best Ninim impression, picking up the Call of Duty operator. But it looks like there is a cheeky little tech pause. It does look like Tensai is lagging pretty hectically, but it's okay. That should settle in just a second. Ping's dropping now. Should be all sorted shortly. Good to see that everyone is waiting out the ping diff, though, at this point in time. Servers have been a little shaky lately.
Yeah, I heard, didn't they get DDoSed last night or something? That's what I saw going around on Twitter. Don't know how accurate that was, but very odd. Very odd that that's a situation that is even possible. But it's nothing that we know too much about. So Cyan is just practicing his tracking here. Very, very good. Him and Swell going toe-to-toe.
Little dance.
Yeah.
Inside spawn.
Letting time pass over, but it looks like we are about to be live with the game as Tensai's ping has stabilized. So we'll see if we get another round here for Peace, or if Wildcard can do it with the Sheriffs.
Still just waiting. Another second. As I said, it's always good to make sure that everything is fully comfortable. And again, only a bit of a basic round here, in the sense that we've got, the 5 Sheriffs. Should be pretty straightforward. And there we go. Back into it. Time's tick down. So Ronski doesn't get away with something here because it's a double peek. Tagged up. Dashes out.
Dangerous play, but that's drawn a lot of attention. And you can see again that Tensai's are going very far forward. He's got that, what is it, the Tesla Phantom that he's playing with? The crazy old skin. But it just looks so odd. Anyway, moving forward, he's trying to look for this lobby control, not overstepping his boundaries, doesn't go onto the dangerous line. The drone is going to be blinded. There. Curveball. It's good for one. Hot hands onto the ground. But, it's the wall bang, and Sign just schools Tensai. These walls are bangable, boy.
Another one for infrequent, too. That's the, oh no, guys, what's Peace doing? They've basically just sort of gifted this one, wrapped it up with a nice little bow and some silver cutlery. Wedding gift. Another paranoia in. That's another Sheriff Wallbang from Swirl. And it's all on a Sicko. Does have the Vandal in hand, but has to find 5 heads in the process. And you know what? Swirl's got the info too, just for good measure. Shock dart in, and there's no real point in him sort of saving this one. He might just try and do some pepper damage on through. That is the fault line. It's going to make it a little awkward. And with 6 bullets left, there's not a whole lot poor Sicko can do here. There it is. That's a flawless thrifty to come out from Wildcard.
They made that look so damn easy. Just big kills to open things up as well. Straight through the wall there outside the lobby. Tensai learning a lesson that concrete in this game is still spammable. Who would have thought?
Okie dokie. Very, very happy result for Wildcard. Sicko and Clutchy having a bit of a mare so far. But Sicko, he was stepping up. We've seen that series yesterday, so hoping to see a little bit more from him there. I think he actually picked up a duelist at one point in time as well, as Wildcard does try to sort of feel their way out and understand each other's limits. But look at what Peace have done again. They've gone for a very, very aggressive play. Koro, just with the classic though, is going to be the one that walks on inside, is very much ready for it. Should be able to find an easy frag, but Koro does walk away. Recon Bolt goes in, Koro goes out, and that's what Haven is all about.
Ooh, Clutchy in a solid position to maybe catch him off guard though, and we are going to see Oh, big pick coming out from Ronski. So peek and mid, just catching them off guard, and that's going to be a one-man advantage. But let's see if Wildcard are going to hard clear the corner. They did see Koro running away, but will they expect Clutchy here?
Sometimes I almost feel like Ronski's better with the Marshal than he is the operator.
Yeah.
Hits such insane shots. All focused on the head. Now drone out, being sent out long, trying to clear up some extra information. Not quite collecting anything though, as it does now creep its way into shot. Rest of Wildcard, happy to continue wandering over towards this site. Bolt over, and it is only going to be Sicko trying to defend the nation's honor for a little while, but he does fall away now as he poises for the team to retake in full. He should be able to do it. And there's the Hunter's Fury. Info gathered. Doesn't find anything though.
Not initially. And it is going to buy some extra time, but signed now, able to get that plant down in time. It's going to be under heaven as well, nice and open for everyone to play from long. Solid position for that post plant signed. Sitting under heaven needs to be the information gatherer, but it's RDW sitting on the boxes, finding Ronski getting a bit big for his booster, jumping out heaven without any information. Tensai flash, but has a couple of curveballs himself to try to get in under heaven. It's going to be the two-man swing. No one able to see a thing under here, but RDW holds it down for one, as does Signed, and it's looking pretty good for the round. But again, Clutchy is going to be coming in with the Phantom just in time. Noz now just playing here at default. They're just playing this to a T. Clutchy on the flank, solid positioning coming out from Wildcard to lock down another, and there it is. 4 on the board. Noz finds the final kill, and they will just barely get out of the way of the explosion. But there's still time anyway for them to survive. So, 2 alive equals some pretty solid economy at the moment for Wildcard, but Peace are going to be able to buy up anyway, because you've got to remember, that was a very light investment in that round.
Yeah, for sure. So now in full, everyone's going to have the weapons that they do need to continue to kick it. Ronski back on the operator. Let's see how he's going to go this time, getting aggressive down towards A short. Be able to utilize the tailwind to get on out of there as well. But yeah, look, this heavy lean, Wildcard so far doing really, really well on this attacking side of Haven. And yeah, look, you know, I think potentially like the way that this has played out so far, Wildcard's composure and experience is potentially where it could lead them in front of Peace.
All right, let's see if Ronski's going to be able to hold down the short position, because they still have to deal with Koro up in heaven, and that's going to be so annoying. Wow. Ronski with another, so he's good for 2, and is that going to be enough? Wildcard now, they've lost Frequent up in heaven, and it's up to Swirl to try and hold down the fort on site. He does have Signed, who's very worried about the flank, but it looks like Swirl may just be allowed to walk the whole way away here.
And now they just sit. I think, you know, 55 seconds left on the clock. They can start to, you know, hope that Peace makes some indecision. Peace does love a good rotate, love a good push for information. And that's what they're sort of waiting for right now. You can see Clutchy just getting edgy, needs to move, needs to try and peek somewhere else.
Typical.
But he will wait, keeps patient. It is the Clutchy effect. Like, he is that player that I think, left. Like, again, as time goes on, you see him making less quote-unquote Clutchy plays. You know, he just sort of learns as the game develops, and he improves as a player, because now they've completely remained there and they've stayed patient, and that basically should be the round 1 for them.
They're playing the numbers. They know that it's coming in here. They hear these footsteps, and if they can stop this spike from being planted, it's dangerous. 1-for-1, and Swell has to get off that plant, but now it's up to Clutchy, who is going to be spotted. But there's 3 seconds. He just needs to survive playing on the edge, and it's going to happen to Clutchy, playing that one to a T. Swell gets the kill, but Wildcard, Peace rather, are going to be happy to take the round.
Okay. So it is a round that Peace get away with off their patience, off their composure. They wait, they move as a unit, and ultimately they are rewarded for holding back. Now Wildcard, still in it with a pretty good financial position. Is this an eco round after a round they've just won? No other game has this.
It certainly seems that way. Conkernator, it's
like, I understand this desire to play the bonus, but it still just does not make any logical sense. Even if your money is, look, I'm a caster.
Got the spike.
I'll sit back.
What do you know,
I'll
mate?
let the players do it.
Conky.
What do I bloody know?
Shut up, huh? What do you think you're doing?
Doofus.
What are you doing, buddy dingbat? Huh?
Talking about the game like you've casted it for a long time. Nah, it's fine. I've seen it in other levels, but it was, I think the first time I ever experienced it was in a pug. And the team was like, why are you buying? I'm like, we won the round. Like, that's why.
Just one of them weird niche things that happens in this game.
For sure.
However, it is a thing, and it's a reality, and Wildcard are going to have a huge advantage. They've heard the classic pop, and they seem to be aware of the financial position because, of course, that's on the scoreboard. Now, Infrequent just going to be running in, tapping heads with the Vandal. The Wrap about to come through as well, but it looks like it's a pretty good round for Wildcard. Peace, going to be very hard for them to have anything else in the round. You've even got Cypher ult coming through, the Neural Theft just in time. Oh, Shock Darts, a good amount of damage and may just be able to change the game here for Peace, but there's still numbers for Wildcard. Oh, okay. Retake util comes through. Hot Hands is good from Tensai. You're going to see Sicko pick up one. Ronski falls, but now Sign has to play this one from long. Another. The Sheriff looking good. Tensai looking dead. The Paint Shells gets through. It looks like it will be Wildcard picking up another round. Doubling down over towards long. Sicko slowly but surely running out of time. He may just run away with a Vandal of sorts. That's probably about all they'll get. Good damage, though, to the economy of Wildcard.
Yeah, certainly had an answer for it here. But in the end, it will be Wildcard walking away with another round, and their money's not really scathed too hard. Sicko's going to go down to the Radianite there, exploding out of the spike. We've gone digging. And yeah, 5th round for Wildcard here. So that is going to be the buy next for Peace. But that's what I'm saying about it. Like, I get it. I understand sort of why it is viable and why it makes sense. But Wildcard have another buy. They're ready. They're here. They've got even another buy into the next if they're unsuccessful. So Peace buy down to the teeth. And they really sort of need this round. Wildcard, if they find, I guess, 6, 7, 8, that's where it's going to be a bit dicey for Peace. But then again, attacking sided, as is the map of Haven. Plenty of game to see how we keep going.
Ooh, okay, I'm liking this. Bit of aggression from Peace coming out early. Down mid this time. Wildcard seem to be aware of it. We may just see Shock Dart thrown off. They seem to be thinking Clutchy's made his way out towards the wood boxes there. That hasn't happened, so RDW now just going to be doing a bit of scouting. Tensai, however, falls off moments before that push comes back through, so no one going to be found there at mid.
So just continuing the slow pace, waiting to see if there's any reaction accordingly. And now it starts to be that march. Look at it, A main trying to take that extra control. Not even going to fake out the orb. Now we do see the Rolling Thunder head out, and here's a bit of a fake, and that's pulled the rotate straight into the open arms of RDW, and the man knows how to give a good cuddle. He has absolutely respected it, but you know who's got no respect back? That's Ronski. That's the spike drop. That's the information gathered, and he can choose to reposition. If he doesn't overstep, if he does not give the clutches to Infrequent, he could very well just win out this round altogether. He's got the spike, and that is absolutely this round picked up for Peace. Noz and Sign just have to keep on walking, and they've got not time to do it.
There you have it. Lord of the Sewers running through, picking himself up a quick triple. Can he find the quad?
What a
He
round,
certainly
bro.
can. Taking it with open arms for Peace there. That's going to be 4 on the board. And Peace are off to a very solid defense here, even though, you know, the economy wasn't too amazing for them after winning one of those rounds just before. They certainly have Ronski here to carry him to victory. 14-6, doing work for Peace.
Careful.
Okay.
Right here.
Big individual performances here for Ronski. Very much putting the team in his backpack for now. But as we spoke about, you know, we know Wildcard have another purchase in the back pocket. So they can continue kicking. Hopefully not screaming, though. Wanting to take things away from Peace. But at least Peace is still there. And, you know, now we see Ronski trying to take matters into his own hands. This is the only potential downfall. If he does try to get extra control early on, and get forced into a position where he is baited out. They can't see his gun barrel there, however, so they should be safe for now. They need to ensure that Ronski remains alive for as long as possible, given the way that he's playing right now.
Yeah, it's a solid position. If the entry comes into a lobby and it's cleared from the longer line, then you're completely in between, you know, rock and a hard place, so to speak. However, No one going that direction initially. Wildcard still deciding on where they want to go. Spike, however, starting to rotate back towards C. We are going to see that fault line used towards lobby.
Oh, they haven't spotted him either.
Oh, they have.
Never mind. It's all good. They know where he is now. And they could just follow him out. That's the thing. You know, wildcards seem to be much more ahead of the curve. And I think Peace's aim has just been carrying them for a lot of this map so far. But it going to mean Swell that is already up onto the site. Once again, party's out, but nobody is attending as they will sit back inside CT. Looks like Swell will send that ultimate up. No payments. But at least they get the spike planted. 5-on-5 in the full retake coming out here as Clutchy walks into garage.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be this retake setup again. Tensai still just playing from the back of garage. Now they've got the man advantage. Hot hands as well should be able to deal with default. Looks like that one's thrown and they're going to start to make their way in. Flashes are plenty though. No one can see a damn thing, but it is going to be Wildcard making the even trades for the moment. It's all up to Breach. It's all up to Noz to make this one happen. Isolate first bite, getting one the second. No, Tensai swings wide, gets the trade, and it's going to be Peace with another successful retake to tie up the score, 5 apiece.
Very nicely done from Peace. They're happy to just basically force their entire way in and not get lost in the source. Tensai, very nice shot there and feeling it a little bit, I suppose, in the end for old mate in that clutch. Noz unable to quite collect it, a little bit of a shake, but hey, look, now that means that Wildcard are onto this Sheriff buy for the second last round of the half, and this matchup is living up to expectations right now. Very, very close, back and forth. No clear charger. But still, again, Peace, you know, really living off the back of Ronsky and Tensai at this point in time. Sicko and Clutchy yet to activate.
Ronsky going for an aggressive peek, but he's done that one too many times. And Swirl's going to tap him right on the old noggin. So that's an operator that has gone into the hands of Wildcard, and Frequent picks that one up
The Omen
happily.
operator, I told ya.
Oh, drone comes through, Swirl, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and with, okay, doesn't connect initially, falling back, nothing. Hunter's Fury, unable to get too much work done, but Tensai, however, is going to be ulting his way forward. Can't find a thing, and Infrequent, there it is, more influence with the operator. Sicko falls, and off the back of that, Peace may just be kicking themselves for going for the aggressive play at mid.
Yeah. And I think, you know, this has been some words and what you kind of expect, I suppose, in a newer roster with the players that are in hand right now, you know, all super sharp, but still sort of learning how to play it a bit more passive. Clutchy, how's he not got a frag here?
Yeah.
It's going to be Tensai in the end who picks them all up. This was just a Sheriff play, so nicely done from Peace, keeping their cool and able to lock it down. But yeah, Tensai again bringing himself forward.
Now I'm just having a look here, just quickly. Clutchy rather.
Yep.
Only 3 assists. I thought he was going to get at least 3 assists off the back of that spray, but he got nothing.
I don't know how the shots didn't connect there. I felt like it was all sort of lining up for him. But look, hey, good result from Peace here. Leading out the defensive side so far. Ronsky, once again, back on the operator, this time changing it up in the position, once again looking to head down short. And will he take the duel early? Operator straight out. Noz isn't looking for the overextension, and no one's looking to contest him early on, and completely understandable. He's done this a couple of times already.
Ronsky, not going to be finding anything early on. There is going to be RDW on the cam to try to bait attention and enable one of his teammates to play on the line for a moment. But that little setup's already done and dusted. We are going to see the rotation back towards mid now for Wildcard. Just looking to get a bit of control. Our drone coming all the way up there at long. Ronsky now able to lock Breach in the corner. Noz could just be in between a rock and a hard place. Line held. They know that he has to still be there, but a cage will come through, maybe just to save him. Happy to hold the setup for now, though.
Yeah. Just still patient. 40 seconds left on the clock, so Wildcard do need to get a bit of a wriggle on shortly, but on the other side of this Cypher cage, Ronsky's been baited! And he does manage to live for only a couple of seconds. Never mind now. Noz, he's going to activate that Rolling Thunder, will come out. And there's already members that are ready to rock and roll, but they're all completely stunned up. And this is going to be a bit of a panic at the disco. Noz will be able to at least collect one, but Tensai is there again. However, Koro from the shadows. And now the teleport does have to come through from Infrequent. He's got C control, Sign inside B. And they will be able to get the spike plant and potentially a cut of the rotate from side.
issue is it's a double passive rotation all the way in from CT. Have they heard where Koro is going to be coming from? And will Koro expect this flank? Does he cross the line? He gets across just in time and in freak with one bullet from the grave. It is going to happen. Koro finding himself the trip for the round, and that bomb is not going to be planted.
Where does he go?
Coming from signed. He needs to wrap around the back of side. He knows that he's not on it. He's been gifted an opportunity, and the damage is there. Signed with the wall bang to clutch it out for wildcard, but that round was on a knife's edge. Could have gone either way easily.
Yeah, big individual performances once more, you know, stepping up to the plate. But I've got to admit, Wildcard have been able to deny Ronski quite heavily. He was sitting around sort of the, 12 or 13 to 2 or 3 mark, and now 14 to 9. They've been able to deny the openings many, many times. So it does seem that Wildcard are kind of switched onto it. But now it's a completely different change of pace. They're going to be onto the opposing sides. And let's see what pacing piece are going to set. Straight out of the gates, will it be a run it into A, or will they slow it down a little bit?
Wildcard usually take about 60% of their rounds on the attacking side, so a little worried for them at the moment, considering the attack is the strong side as well here for Peace. So, if all goes well for Peace, they should be able to take the game from here if they live up to the statistics. Obviously, statistics can lie sometimes. Noz, though, good timing on the flash. He's going to find the lineup even. 2 taps, 2 kills. Beautifully done there by him. RDW looking to get that mid-control back. Clutchy says no. Peace now got the Clutchy in this 1-on-4, and he's not going to be able to wrangle it back. So there you go. Wildcard off to a solid start on the defense, taking that pistol.
That's going to be 4 points towards the Rolling Thunder as well. Straight off the bat there for Noz. Nice and clean, utilizing the flashpoint to perfection. And Wildcard gets straight back into the lead here. So denying Peace completely. They try for the quick play up mid, but it will not pay off. But it's not going to matter. You know, Peace, again, they are a fantastic team. They are super sharp. But this time around, they're not going to go for the force in. They're just going to be happy to sit with the classics. Let Wildcard walk away with this round. Maybe do some damage on the way through.
All right, what do they do? What do we see coming out from Peace? Because it looked okay on the entry. Unfortunately, they fell like flies. Couldn't get too much working for them. Tensai, playing around here at mid. Signed, doing what he does best, just spamming away through the doors there as the Sova. Oh, good placement of the paint shells to get a bit of free damage. Ronski holds his nerve, though, and I don't think that Wildcard have any idea that he's here, but it will be checked. Well, dotting his I's, crossing his T's, making light work of the mans, who is nowhere near his teammates. Sharp as well, pulling out the secondary, finds himself the double onto Clutchy. C-Long's dealt with, and another 10 locked in the corner, and everything goes very, very well for Wildcard here on the defense for the second round.
Koro's hurting a little bit, but that's exactly what Wildcard needed, a flawless round. And they drag their maps forward. So that's good for Wildcard, solid result. But they have to defend against this buy-in now from Peace. This is their opportunity to really strike back. And again, Peace, we know how good they can be on this offensive side. And of course, it is their pick as well of Haven. Wildcard are the ones that did choose out Icebox, and I think, potentially if Peace are unsuccessful here, we could very well be looking at a 2-0 series, but I've got faith. Peace, again, as I said, I expected much, much more out of them, even with their coach as a sub, and the matches did play through the other day. However, now they got their full lineup, no excuses. They're new, they're developing, but Wildcard are also a little bit of a peg down, as they've still trying to find their roles.
Yeah, Wildcard look like they're happy to play retake here towards the C side of things, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Signed with a couple of shock darts going to be thrown up just as that spike gets to sight. So a little bit of free damage with the AoE dart. 74 HP remaining there, as it is going to be a decent hole, but Swirl has just jumped his way in. Quick triple, man's insane with the mechanics, and it's going to be RDW looking to lock things down. Clutchy at long has the team ping into that spike for him, but there's too many players to get past. It's going to take a big effort, but RDW finds a double of his own And what a big retake coming in from Wildcard. They're both so happy about it.
Call of Duty 4 will tell me, Mac, that it's quicker to swap to your sidearm than reloading your main weapon, and Swirl, he absolutely knows that one. Pulling out the frenzy, clearing house as the information was gathered by the Sova Dart there too. So fantastic play to come out from Wildcard on the defense with the bonus. Now, look at the weapons that they've picked up as well, Mac. They've barely had to reinvest. Only Noz and Cyan having to pick up the extra. Ronski will double down, picking up the Marshall. We know how sharp he is with that one. But yeah, again, as I said, Ronski has been completely shut out of this game for potentially the last 7 or 8 rounds.
Yeah, he has not had a good chance to strike, but let's see what he can do here. Missed opportunity. Paint shells as well, going very deep down C long, but Ronski, it's not going to stop him from shooting. Oh, RDW shoots a few bullets a little bit faster, straight back towards him. Swell as well. Nice little jiggle to pick up that second kill for the round. Peace now in a world of hurt. They are going to try to get this bomb planted over towards the B side. Post plants looking to be established. Aftershock comes through. Hurts a little bit. Bit of a tickle, and he's losing his teammates too, so round could already be over.
Good shot from Clutchy. At least able to equalize something, but now Swell's feeling it now. He's not lagging today, homies. He's got the aim on him, and he's even going to bounce around and just completely toy with Clutchy at this point in time. That's going to be 10 rounds picked up for Wildcard here, Mac, and they are really starting to run away with this one. Peace, they do have another chance going into this next round. They've got a full buy. Likely we'll see Ronski pick up maybe the operator, but look, he invested so much. Does he just sit back with the Vandal? I would say so. Yes, he will.
Swell just flying in with the blast pack. He hopping away as well, just to make sure that max speed is held for as long as possible, and then also just crazy little airstrafes just to be a huge nuisance. But it's working. Look at that, 21-9. He is fragging up a storm and doing so much work at the moment for Wildcard. He's got a huge amount of eco kills here in the last couple of rounds, but they're the ones you need to lock it down and take yourselves to that 4-round lead. Can they make it 5 though? Looking to make their way back. Paint shells as well, dealing with that trap wire early.
And Swirly's been making some commentary about obviously what it's like playing with extremely high ping. I think he played both maps in the series on sort of 100, and he was having a real shocker when obviously they made their way through in that lower bracket, which was of course Friday. Infrequent carrying them very heavily across the line. But regardless, it is that game. It is that kind of position. So hopefully now that his internet has seemed to settle, it's really showing. And that's what I'm so happy about. Swell, again, not dissimilar to Ronski, I guess, is one of those players who has been actually around FPS for quite some time, despite his young age. And I definitely think he's got one of the highest skill ceilings in the region. High ping player, very, shaky if he's not warmed up. But regardless, it's looking hot today. And I can't wait to see what the rest of this series holds. But they are running it straight into this A-side piece.
Yeah, Tensai looking hot as well with that Phoenix ulti, but he's not going to be able to get in the entries. Both him and Ronski falling, but at least Tensai has that second attempt. RDW getting a kill and using that neural theft as well, but with 30 seconds, it's going to make it very hard for this rotation to come through. A couple of players spotted, but still Clutchy here over on the C site, dominating on the neural theft as well. Yeah, Wildcard, they are just hot on the heels, making sure this chase comes through and looking to just all go together down C long to retake the side of Sicko. He will get this spike planted and get to safety, but it's just like, where are they coming from?
This ain't good. Like, Clutchy's gone deep in hunting all the way into CT, and now RDW tries to spot out something with the camera. Now the Rolling Thunder, both members in garage though. Tensai does line up one, he's picked up. That's got the Clutchy for a very big task, and RDW denying everything. That was beautiful in the retake from Wildcard. They completely give it up. They say, hey, look, you guys can have this site, but we're just going to charge straight through the spawn, looking like attackers there. But a very, very clean retake from Wildcard, and they continue to press forward here. There's been no real signs of life from Peace just yet.
I thought we were watching Overwatch for a second because it was just strength in numbers. Like, boys, look, let's all go together, just smash it up, C long, and, more eyes on the prize, make it work. So, not worrying too much about filtering out all the positions, just going straight up the guts, and that was more than enough to get the round. So, Wildcard now 2 rounds away from taking the W here on, remember, this is Peace's map pick, and then if we go over to Icebox, if they play like this again, if Swell's fragging up a storm, then I don't have a lot of hope for Peace. However, Peace will have a few rounds to work with here on Haven.
For sure. It's not done just yet. And there is another map to back it up as well. That's, of course, going to be Icebox. And, you know, as we said, whilst we know Wildcard are an extremely good Icebox map players, it's still hard. You know, it's not like it's going to be just an easy rollover. Peace is certainly going to make you question yourselves with their aim and firepower just in raw capacity. And as I said, you know, Ronski's gone very, very quiet. Clutchy hasn't really had a chance to activate. Tensai has had to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the last few rounds, but he's just been traded. And now RDW looking to do some pushing of his own. He is behind a tripwire, but Swirl has spotted out some info. Does have to fall away, however, and that should be the site relinquished. And that's Tensai, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That lifting that he's been doing, and that does allow them the entry in 4v4 match.
Exactly where.
Bit of damage through the wall as well, Swirl. Lucky to be alive there on 10 HP. Clutchy close there at CT. And may be able to establish a nice crossfire, but that spike not going to be planted in time. Big shock darts coming in from Sign just in the nick of time. Last pack as well, stopping it again. They're doing so good, and they're all the way back in. RDW going to be coming in on the flank there. Clutchy looking the wrong damn direction, but he's going to fall now. Koro holding strong. It's him versus the world. Looking to flash it up in the 1v3, making a 1v2. Sign spotted, jumping around. Swirl still one bullet. It's all that it's going to take for him, but Sign swings in to trade. Wildcard will find themselves that very important 12th round to put them on map point.
You failed.
It's just worlds apart right now, though, isn't it? You know, when you come into the server against some of these, I guess, lesser experienced teams, you know, Peace can completely clean house, just straight on the aim. They're not going to be punished. They're not going to be overwhelmed. But Wildcard, they have beaten Order. They completely cleaned them altogether. What was it? Rising Heroes, I think. And, you know, oh, no, sorry, it was the last stage of VOT, I believe it was, where they did manage to completely tear House of Order, pushing them back, not only dropping them out in the upper bracket, but also completely taking them down in a 3-0 in the finals as well. So this is a team that is well equipped, and Peace, they just have not had a single answer. The utility has been perfect, and Sign, he has been so impressive on this Sova as his main agent.
Well, they knew Ronski was that 1 point away from the ult, and a huge amount of damage just to get the Blade Storm activated, but it looks like he needs to regroup with the rest of Peace, who are starting to make their way in A, but he is lagging behind. Curveball enough to just make some space there, but infrequent, able to hold, not able to get that second off though. Clutchy doesn't swing on the first peak. Will just fall away, but it's going to be Ronski just jumping in with the classic, finds one. And he didn't even use the Blade Storm at the end of the round. Still has it. Oh no, he did use it. Okay, bit awkward. But Clutchy now just going to be trying to wrap his way in. This could just be what Wildcard need to close out the match. But Noz just holding the off angle, holding his ground, and it's more than enough to get the final round on the board. There you go, Wildcard. 13-6, an extremely convincing victory on map number 1 of the series.
That was such a strong opening from Peace as well. I just felt like, you know, the second we sort of swapped over into that half, they just did not have a single answer. That was just really Wildcard showing their experience and walking away with it. I guess I can say I'm surprised, but the exact same, I can't, you know, as we worked out. It was a very, I guess, thing that you and me would have seen a lot over the years, Mac. Like, you know, say, for example, like a new CS team, very sharp, very capable, and they might sort of take, you know, you 5 rounds off Greyhound, but then the second they work it out, it's just 16-5. Like, that's exactly what we just witnessed right there. Wildcard showing their worlds of experience. Their utility was perfect. And yeah, that was just complete denial of Peace. And as I said, I felt like that was their real only chance at bringing this to a series victory. Peace not taking a Haven doesn't give me any real hope into the next one. I'm a believer. As I said, I love a good underdog story, but Wildcard right now just looking too dominant.
Quick question. How do you counter Swirl? Because that man can look every direction in a matter of seconds. He just looks around, flicks around, and you just cannot keep up with him because his sensitivity. I don't even know if it's a sensitivity or if it's just a damn reaction time. Man's just going like this, just covering the whole site, jumping around with the bloody blast packs. And I want to see more of him on raids because that was so damn entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not lagging anymore, baby, but we certainly will be taking a very quick break, guys. Again, we do have Icebox just around the corner. This could very well be the final map of these close qualifiers. You all have been absolutely fantastic. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back very soon. Hello and welcome back, guys. Here we are for what could potentially be not only the last map of the day, but also the last map of the competition. Wildcard absolutely hot out of the gates there and looking in dominant form on Haven, completely clearing out Peace after they sort of worked him out for a little bit. And now we move on forward into Icebox. Mac, this has been an absolutely impeccable day so far, but I guess this is teetering a little bit more to the one-sided where I expected Peace to come out swinging.
Yeah, we thought Peace might have had a little bit more in the tank there, but Wildcard, they really want to qualify. They didn't want any upsets happening. They didn't want to suffer the same fate as what we saw from Mindfreak earlier on, and they didn't want to have to play in the next close qual. They just want their ticket right here, right now, and I think they may be able to do it here on Icebox. So far, they have a much higher win rate on Icebox, as well as many, many more reps as opposed to what Peace have on it. Actually, well, Peace technically have a almost as high a win rate, but they haven't only played it about half the amount of times. So they're not a terrible team on this map. They know exactly what they need to do. And I'm excited to see what composition in terms of the agents they do bring to the table, because that's where it's really going to change. You know, I liked what we saw there from them over on Haven. It was interesting to see a little bit of Phoenix gameplay. Don't get to see a huge amount of Phoenix picked in at the moment, especially in the Australian scene. Not that I've seen, at least, you know, from all the games I've been watching. But it was good that Tensai picked it. You could see that he had a good amount of strategies. I loved the use of his hot hands as well, especially on those retakes. And I just don't think it fits as well as an agent on Icebox as opposed to the other options on the duelists. So, you know, Icebox is one of those maps where you are able to just get up on those containers, try to use the elevation to your advantage, and Phoenix just isn't one of those agents where you can get up on top of those. So you're very one-pronged approach in terms of where you can approach certain areas of the map from. So I'm expecting to see something a little bit different there from Tensai.
Absolutely. I'm sort of expecting the Raze, the Jet, the Viper, likely the Killjoy, and probably the Sage. It might vary slightly depending on what we're sort of looking for, but the Viper seems to be a pretty sincere element. Same with the Jet. You mentioned that elevation, very important. But yeah, look, you know, at the end of the day, I need to see something more. I know Ronski is fantastic on the Jet on a map like Icebox, and I got to admit, most of the you know, big hitters that I've seen out of Wildcard has been on the back of Ninum, right? Ninum is no longer a part of this roster, but he certainly did give me some exciting things. I still remember a quad headshot feed with a bloody Marshall down towards that B-long area, but excited to see what the future holds for him in Direwolves. He was a fantastic player. People were memeing potentially that he was going to head over North America or Europe, which, look, wasn't actually a possibility. The guy's that damn good, but Wildcard, they're not exactly down a peg too hard. You know, they've got Sign, they've got the capacity, obviously, and all the other players. Nobody is really lacking behind in any way, shape, or form. But Mac, it's Icebox. This could be the way we close it out. Will there be an ice cream headache for Peace? And will Wildcard be charging forward? Or will Peace deny and try and kick this in to the final map, or the third map, which is Bind?
Well, find out soon.
No, Ascent.
As a matter of fact, find out right now as we do jump into the older Icebox here. So we'll see if we even go to that third map. Early recon dart coming across straight on the top of the crane. RDW going to be spotted there, and his wall is enough to slow things down. Speaking of walls, we have a Viper on both sides, so very important agent here just to cut that map in half with the Viper's walls, and we'll see if anything changes from here. First pick, of course, going the way of Wildcard there on the defense. And they're going to go for the early three-man attack over towards the A side. Tensai spotter getting very close here with the Killjoy, looking to lead the charge.
Info over the top. Actually does spot old Swirl. Will force him back for the time being. RDW, though, not going to be faked out by Sicko here. Definitely aware of the prospect, and it's going to be some exchange damage. A cheeky little dink with that classic, and he's taken very, very low. Has to run out of there immediately, but Peace don't really seem to be making their mind up just yet. Spike still obviously heading over towards this A side. It will be there, and it likely will be planted in just a second. Noz, he's going to wait for the rest of his team, and I don't blame him. The rest of the team is there, and oh my god, those paint shells. Great shot in from Swirl.
Yeah, great use of the utility already to kick things off here on the retake. I'm very excited to see Swirl again on the Raze, so let's see what they're capable of doing. Peace with the man disadvantage, but trying to play long range. Ronski going for the Sheriff on the pistol round, and that's going to work out for the first. Poison Cloud coming through with RDW, tries to tank up a little bit of info. You've got the Viper's Bite, the Snake Bite rather there on the floor as well, stopping the push in from the choke. But Wildcard, all eyes on the prize, looking to mop up everyone. Clutchy, he's going to be stuck there at pipes. We'll find one. The trade comes through with the jumping right click from RDW, and it's enough for Wildcard to get the successful retake on the pistol. as well as get Noz with that defuse. So 2 points already towards that lockdown. Very important ultimate when you do look at the grand scope of Icebox.
Very clean.
Placing sentry.
In the end, I like the use of the wall, getting the spike defusal to half, and then just making sure that everyone does sort of force their way through and try and find some frags accordingly. So Wildcard did well to deny Peace of the early pick, and as we move on into this second round now, will just be the eco, only the classics to come through, nothing else special, and infrequent. You know, he's not looking to overextend. Swell's got the Marshall, and obviously very, very sharp with this one too as well. Would like to actually potentially see him, like I love Swell on the Raze, obviously seems to be a bit more equipped of him, but potentially might see him onto the Jet at some times, but there's a lot of damage coming out here so far, Mac.
Yeah, Vronsky gets himself a quick double, and yet another tailwind. Has no bullets remaining other than the first triple burst on that classic, but almost finds himself the 3K in the process. RDW looking to go for a bit of a spam here, try and find some free damage before the retake comes through. Noz as well has himself that alarm bot, which will allow him to know no one's straight directly underneath him here. But in comes Snakebite as well, just going to be edging forward. Noz doesn't want to alert his position by stepping in it, but he's going to be tapping on him as well. Not expecting the close-up. I think he is, however. Taps it, forces the swing from 10 side, but Sicko good on the trade. Noz, though, he's going to be in between a rock and a hard place. Two players on either side, but he's going to find the first. That turret for the info. Spots the man swinging off the bomb. As Noz pushes forward, he's run out of time. He's run out of the round. 3K from Sicko in the post lane on the Frenzy, following up nicely to what Vronsky started there.
Yeah, huge impact there from Vronsky, and that is certainly Peace turning it on. A big statement to win out an eco round of that nature, and especially not one where Wildcard just sort of tossed it away. You know, we do see classic rounds get secured when, you know, maybe they get a little bit overzealous in the, you know, second round spectre buys, but this time it wasn't that at all. It was just straight up Peace, dominating, creating the space, Vronsky doing a hell of a lot of damage, and ultimately closing it out. And I think it was, in the end, Sicko with 3, so I think he's actually almost brought himself up to the same amount of frags he had in the last map entirely.
Let's see how this goes. Bit of a toxic screen to kick things off and get a whole world of control. It's both toxic screens up actually over towards that B site, so we'll see who comes out on top. Shorty, close range for RDW, not going to be working out. Sicko with another, taking himself to 5 kills already. And a great start up against the Pistols. Noz just playing at the back of yellow. That recon dart is going to be destroyed by his teammate, but gives him an opportunity. Spike going to be dropped as well as the kill. The Coro from the front of site is good for one. Sign going to be stuck at Snowman for the moment. As that toxic screen comes through, it will enable him to fall back if he wants. Early rotation from all of Wildcard as well as Peace are going to just smash their way out of there and look to head back towards the A site.
Holding that rotate. Narrowly missing the shot, but Swell gets a little bit excited and will be punished by Coro. This is looking like a pretty good result here so far from Peace. Happy to continue on marching. Wildcard obviously didn't invest a whole lot. Now dropping over. Will Sign be ready for it? Card goes over the top, but looking like they're going to be doing their old zip lines. Jumping across, and now all doing frequent. But yeah, look, nothing really to talk about in this round. Just business as usual. Hoping for some extra damage. Good shot from infrequent. And he actually might pick up the Vandal. And you know what, Mac? Get the hell out of here.
He's thinking about it. He seems to be aware of Coro's position. Head spotted. Bink through the corner. Big damage. Not around. Ronsky as well getting very aggressive. Why are they pushing him? They just want to make sure he doesn't save the Vandal. It's very important into the next round just to make sure that the economy is that little bit worse, but at the same time, they've lost an extra 2 lives. Coro, lucky to be alive and will finish off the round himself as well, pick up yet another kill. So he's just 2 points away from getting that res off nice and early here in the first half.
At least the buy will be decent for them. Ronsky is actually just going to go for the blades. Okay, so this is much more positive than I was sort of expecting here, which is a fantastic thing for Peace, because obviously if they are unsuccessful into the next round, they've still got the buy. They've still got an extra thing to push them forward. And as I said, you know, Icebox wasn't exactly one that I was expecting Peace to bring through. You know, Wildcard are fantastic at this one. So Peace do have to do a lot of work, but still not going to count them out.
You can't count out anyone in any damn round here in Valorant because things can turn on their head in a matter of moments. Well, let's see if Vronsky is going to be able to get the Blade Storm working. This is all the knives that matter. He's missed. You know, he's hit a couple. He doesn't secure the kill, but he does get a lot of control of the site. We are going to see Viper's Pit opened up just to enable a nice and safe plant coming through. A couple of darts
Good
all over the place, and see you later to the lockdown.
Nos and Swirl. Don't need that lockdown though in this situation so far. We'll find a couple of frags, and they've still got to overwhelm 3. Oro going to be taken down. The Hunter's Fury does start to come out now, however. But it's all on the Clutchy. He's all on his lonesome here. 4 hungry members. There's one, but they're already in the defuse. He can't even get around the corner in time. Side is there waiting. Poise, the wall used effectively. Infrequent is such a great Sage player. He can be so versatile. And that's what I mean. You know, I've commentated about this so many times in the fact that, you know, it doesn't matter how sharp your player is, you know, you still love to see them on a more supportive role. You know, sometimes every single agent can do the click, can do the shoot. You know, it doesn't need to be that your duelist is your sharpest player. And we see that from, you know, people like Infrequent, people like Texter and Tux. It's just constant sort of shifting towards and how this game can be played. And I love to see Infrequent still doing big things here on the Sage.
Yeah, it seems like Sova's just such a mainstay on almost every single map we've seen. I think it was only Split today that we haven't seen him played on.
Yep.
That being said, bit of action early on again. It is going to be the operators. Oh my!
I think Swirl's DC'd there.
Definitely looked like he lagged out at possibly the worst damn time. Sicko able to find one of the signs as well, who's probably a little bit confused as to what's going on. Ronski looking to stop Noz from falling away, but he unscopes just at the wrong time. So maybe still the chance here on the 2-on-4 for Wildcard.
Yeah, they've got the res, but unfortunately it's a long way away. Infrequent has to try and clear out some extra space, and it does look like he's going to just run away. Yep, they don't want it. They want to move back into this next one. I don't hear any ticks in the chat either, so I don't think there's any real big complaints. Maybe he just ran out of mouse pad. Who knows?
True.
But yeah, it definitely did seem to not be there reacting. So we'll give Swirl the old benefit of the doubt. Potentially did lag out. But look at Clutchy's lurk here, Mac. Might be able to find something, but does unfortunately not quite connect the shot. And now he's spotted. Now the information's gathered. They should be able to lock it down here and continue on in the next rounds with these 2 Vandals.
There you have it, Clutchy just zoning out with the recon bolt, knowing someone's there in sight, but looks the wrong direction. Infrequent on the offline. Good to save his life. And 3 will still survive here for peace, so they should be able to buy up regardless of the situation. Wildcard, though, doesn't look like we have any technical pauses, so it seems that Swirl's back in the mix. 20 ping, off to a slower start this map so far. 2 and 5. We've got the Guardian in play.
Alrighty. So it does look like whatever has happened has been, you know, negated. Swirl is indeed back, so I'm sure we'll get some news about that later on. Ronski walking up very aggressive mid, but so's Infrequent. He will be punished, signed. You're looking for more. Doc Dart's going to go down. Tenside takes that control that he was given. The res does come out onto Ronski, and now they've got to switch around. Hardy W will be able to pick up some more, but they don't overextend. Sign does still have the Hunter's Fury available, but right now it's a bit of an awkward stalemate at a 4-on-4 after the res does go off.
I thought Clutchy might have gotten aggressive up tube there, knowing that Sage was off in a different position. No wall used just yet for the round. Defensively, at least, as we are going to see RDW dropping the Viper's pit defensively, jumping forward. Koro ready for it. And there goes one of the pits. So, little wall in the way, just denying a whole lot of vision, enabling that plant to go down for peace. And they're looking relatively decent to find themselves a 4th round. Sharp shot. Swirl, mate. You can't get away with those ones.
That was a pixel, mate. Didn't even see him. I don't think Swirl even saw him either, but it doesn't matter because he connects the shot regardless, and that's all of a sudden made this round winnable, Mac. The wall is still down. Swirl's got the ultimate. The rocket hits one more. This could be a colossal round from Swirl. He's disconnected, but certainly not in the brain. And now, oh, never mind. He is indeed disconnected from the server altogether. The hype was there. I wanted the play to come out, but no. It's going to be Sicko to hold firm, and that's a very, very nice round for peace.
Yeah, if Sicko the bloody fun police, let us have the play, mate. Come on, what are you doing, all right?
Good shot, but doesn't create the round. So, bad shot.
Yeah. All things considered, a little bit of pre-fire goes a long way sometimes. Ronski not going to be too happy about that one. But he is on the operator, so let's see what he's going to be able to do here on the attack op on that jet. Looking to farm up a storm.
Let's go.
He's been very sharp with the classic so far, getting a whole bunch of kills. But now we're 7 rounds deep. And Peace need to go that little bit further. Let's see if they're ready for this. Sheriff's aggressively and frequent going to be stuck there at mid. Tensai finds the double. Now it's the full stack over towards the A side, other than Viper coming in on the big flank. So just signed to try and hold. The Sicko finds his counter. Viper. W tries to rotate through. And it's a very nice round coming out from Peace here on the attack. Like they have and will lock down that 5th round.
Yeah, Sign's been hitting some shots, but unfortunately, when you've got a couple of hungry members of Peace running at you, it can be very, very challenging. But look, Peace is a completely different team right now. I'm wondering what's happened between maps. You know, they're playing this aggression to perfection. And yeah, Wildcard look a little bit shaken by it. They've certainly still got everything to take it forward, and albeit, you know, there has been some really, really close and competitive rounds, but it's been Peace to close them. And look at their money, Mac. They have just dragged this so much further forward. It's going to take basically the rest of the half for Wildcard to even, you know, think about resetting this economy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard depending on how many people Peace keep alive if they get many more rounds. But Wildcard do at least have a very healthy buy here to try to make that happen right here, right now. Eyes on the prize, Swell as well. Up on the top of screens. Let's see if he's going to be able to get work done. Paint doesn't quite hit the mark there, and there's a lot of attention, and he's gone out of the equation.
Great shot. Super nicely picked there by Ronski. And now the Hunter's Fury comes out from Clutchy. Will he gather any information? Not quite. Ronski does jump up onto the top, looking to see if he can find anything further. Our drone will spot him, gives the info, so he has to sort of play a little bit more passive, infrequent. Does have that res, going to look to find it. Swell back in the server. Ronski does give his head away, but still, it's a 5-on-5 in this retake. Ronski, that's another. Looking to continue forward with this one, Mac. Do you know what he's got? The blades as well. We'll be able to pop them down. No dash, but he's looking to get onto the other side. Oh, there's another, but he will be taken down. Side looking good here, but so Swell also pushing back forward. Now they have to get onto this defusal though, Mac, and I don't think they want it. They've had enough, and they are straight out of there. Ronski on top for Peace.
Yeah, they think it's that little bit too hard. Ronski tearing up a storm. Couldn't get that right click off, but he done his job. Got enough kills, and off the back of the res too, doing very good work. So I just have to point out, you know, I thought Peace might have very much regretted using that Hunter's Fury early as that spike was planted. I thought that Wildcard would have had a better retake and then maybe forced Clutchy into a very much clutch scenario, living up to his name. But didn't happen. So I was worried, didn't need to be. All right, going to round number 9. We got Noz leading the charge for Wildcard in terms of the kills. And we do have a very aggressive defensive setup here. Swell and Infrequent. Are they going to be spotted? Clutchy has that recon drone coming in, and he's going to spot both of them. Swell has to try to get away, but he's not going to have a chance. Koro just taps him away. And see you later to Infrequent, who at least takes one with him. Deep recon dart, as well as it looks like we are going to see a drone come through, just looking for the info. Toxic screen back again, just to let that bomb get planted. And it's back to the 4-on-3, so Peace in a very good position to find themselves a 7th already on the attacking side.
Good shot from RDW, so at least a possibility here, and now the lockdown to come through. So Ronski going to switch up his position. I don't think he can actually get out to the other side. This is a very, very deep lockdown, and it might actually get some detainees in this situation. Yep, Ronski's Dunsky. So now they can push up and see if they can find him onto the other side, though. Noz will get one. Signs on the defusal, and now look at Tensai. Will he be able to create anything out of this? The answer is no. Ronski has to try find it, but he will be denied, and I don't know how Wildcard pulled that forward, but Noz, he is looking really, really good here. That was a great recovery there from Wildcard, but still Peace. They've got money, they've got weaponry, and they've got momentum. Yeah, that being said, it was a very difficult round and one that Wildcard needed. 3 on the board now, looking to try and make this a tied up half. 6 apiece still in the realms of reality. The money's there, but they can't afford to win these rounds while losing too many players if they want to have a good shot at it. Because if you're looking at the money there for Peace, they've got at least another 1 round to buy in, maybe even 2, depending on how all these kills go. But it's going to be the mid control that Peace are looking for early on here. Ronski gazing over towards the pipe wall, coming in towards the tube. Peace deciding that it's about time that they start to force this wall out from Infrequent. Oh, but Infrequent forced to the grave. They're not denying him this time, Mac. They haven't been able to shut him out, and he has been like a fly that they just cannot swat on this Jet. Bronski continuing to do big things here on Icebox and creating, again, so much space for Peace. If they win out this half here, that will be really rough for Wildcard because, you know, this isn't exactly a attacking-sided map. It's quite, I guess, even, somewhat 50-50, depending on the team. And there's another Bronski just doing absolute work here. And look, he wants to get aggressive. You know, he's always keen for that highlight play here, Mac.
Let's see if they can make their way back in. It's looking like the Wildcard may already be thinking about saving, but hoping that Peace overextend because we've seen that happen a time or two. But not this
Straight
time.
Out. Oh, okay. This is just, yeah, been a really impressive change of pace, Mac. Like, the way that Wildcard were able to lock out Peace, you know, almost completely on that Haven defending side was basically just like a recipe for failure, I suppose, moving into this one. But I'd love to be proven wrong, and that's, you know, exactly what's sort of happening here. I mean, still, game's not done. Wildcard obviously still have an opportunity. Fantastic attacking-sided team, but, you know, Clutchy even being able to lock out Noz here. That's only 2 weapons saved for Wildcard now, and they take the win of the half too in the process with still 2 rounds left.
And 2 very important ones. If Peace get too far in the lead here on the attacking side, well, we could say that there is a chance here. There is a very good chance that we are going to a 3rd map from what we currently see, but still, Peace on the defense. It's not as good as their attack. It's one of these maps as well. Look, no team is bringing any flash into this. It's just all about that map control, all about, you know, the Killjoys, the Vipers. The only real difference is, of course, the Raze and the Jet diff, but Ronski, he's not ever going to be giving up that Jet. And from what I've seen, you know, Jet is one of those very good champs here on Icebox, more so because of the fact I was talking about before, you know, the verticality, being able to get up on things extremely quickly too, and also trying to manipulate the timing, just using that tailwind and catching your opponents off guard time and time again. I've seen a few very big plays from Jet players on this map, and I'm expecting some more for Ronski, doing very good so far, 10 rounds and 10 kills, and I'm expecting that's going to continue.
Absolutely. And this one for Ronski, it hasn't felt like, you know, frags that have just sort of carried the team forward in a sense of they're mainly just impact. You know, he's been doing plenty of good things. It's been very consistent. And just, you know, it's only sort of been, you know, 1 or 2 around and just continuing to find frags time and time again and allowing the team to follow on with him, which is a big statement to make, you know, doing what a duelist needs to do, finding the opening picks accordingly and getting rewarded. So Wildcard need to change up something here. Maybe their conversation that they've had in the timeout will net a different pacing into the round. But look at this mid-split straight out from Peace. What's Nos going to do here?
Oh, well, get one. And will be traded through for the moment. Rez comes in from Koro there, just trying to keep the teammate alive for the moment. Tensai hiding under the rafters is going to be so annoying for them to deal with. However, he's spotted by the drone. Wildcard is still looking to go for this retake. Viper's pit opened up here for Peace, and it's going to make it that little bit harder to go for the retake, and Frequent as well. He's this operator to try to get back in. And at this point, it's like, do you make it happen? Is it even a possibility? They're throwing every single piece of utility back in, and that might be just what they needed. Now there's a man advantage and still some time to retake.
Absolutely, but they do need to pick up the pace. They need to force their way into this Viper's pit right now. Swirl looking to find numbers, but unfortunately they're just not presenting themselves right now. Koro onto the other side, should be able to pepper down Sign, but no, it's Swirl again. He's finding more, but Sikimo still inside this pit. Swirl with 3, and it's going to be RDW to close it. 3 HP. Swirl stepping up to the plate and hitting it out of the park here for Wildcard. 4 rounds now, last one coming up.
Just one of those things, you know, in these post plants, there's just so much time. I think it's 45 seconds in the post plant here in Valorant, and it just seems to just drag out for so long. No matter what, you can sort of just wait out a bunch of those abilities and just eventually make your way back in, and that's exactly what Wildcard did, and very successfully. So you can see Peace just wanting to get a little bit of information. He had Tensai running in at screens, but he couldn't get any kills from that position. He was also very low, tagged up by, I think, a shock dart after being rezzed. So looked like he just wanted to prioritize that information more so than anything. But it's another new round, and again, we are going to see these Vipers, the toxic screens rather, traded over towards this B site. Different setup as well for the attackers, Toxic Screen.
Yeah, so happy to leave all that control from the pit on A, meaning that there can be a little bit more of a rotate. Look at Swirl, he's already straight onto that. There is the lurk. Ronski happy to sort of sit back, and also Clutchy watching to see if anyone will walk their way through mid. So it's a very nice default from Peace, but they will have to pick up the pace over towards this site now. Still waiting to see if any further info will come out, but for now, it's a bit of a stalemate.
And that defensive screen will run out of juice for the moment. Noz just jiggling behind the back of site. Deep recon bolt. Gonna maybe stop him from going too wide. Still 40 seconds to play with as Peace are edging forward. Wall comes in, and it's going to be a wider plant. And the spam is good. Koro, though, gets away scot-free.
Whilst the wall is taken down, unfortunately, they do set back. So Wildcard still with a lot of work. And again, it is the last round of the half. There is no holds barred. But speaking of holds, there we go. Ronski able to take down Infrequent here, and now popping his way into mid. He's popped the blades. Will he check the angle? He's already dashed over the top, Jordy. And he's found another frag. How's he got this one? He has to find more, but he will be denied. And now it's into the 4-on-3. The advantage still going the way of Peace, but Swell will drag it right back. Doing further damage. The trades doesn't come across from Swirl. Unfortunately, cannot connect that spray, and I think they're out of time. I think they're out of efforts, and that is going to be an 8th round here for Pete. What a hug. This is Speed Mac, RDW. He does the damage, but unfortunately, it's not the round. Sitko has been looking awesome on this Viper here on the map of Icebox.
Who was that went down to Ronski when he jumped over the pipe? Because RDW is going to be kicking himself that he let that one happen. He was probably screaming, pipe, 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 you know, and never happened. So very, very unfortunate there. But Ronski making a genius play. I think it was, yeah, RDW, you could see he was like, oh, I'll come around this corner eventually, make sure this trade's going to be heaps easy, then we'll go for a late retake. But Ronski just snags away another, jumping across the pipe, going overly aggressive, the thing he does best here as Jet. Now, let's see what he can do on the defense, though. So he's gone for the Sheriff again, which he's done pretty much every game so far. You know, you don't need the army. You can find some good damage, extra penetration with that Sheriff, and just try to dash away as you are playing on the Jet. It looks like Wildcard. They're just going to be playing back for the moment. Spike behind 8. Sight set on that position, too.
So cruising on in, slow walk into 8. Wildcard checking their corners, making sure that nobody has gotten a little bit excited and pushed on in. But only the one member defending. So this could be a quick overwhelm. Koro has called for the rotate though, and Clutchy will join him. So still, it's going to be just a very, very slow-paced round, but they're going to be able to find the spike plant very easily on this A site. Happy to set it down. 5-on-5 retake will be the aim of the game once more.
Oh, RDW in a dangerous position, hidden under the wall there. And if this recon dart hits him, he could be in for a world of hurt. However, has that smoke to play around. Shot coming out from Ronski. Man's here to retake strong. 10 side with another as well. The Swirls are going to be dancing around here at elbow, but they're stuck on that defuse. I think it's half tick, but it's going to go the whole way through.
Oh my god!
Wildcard just couldn't stop that one from happening. The wall was a little bit too much.
Yeah, jeez. I was kind of just like keeping an eye on the map, see what's happening, but didn't even notice that the defuse was coming in full. And nicely done from Peace. Mac, they might be dragging this to map number 3, completely against what we were expecting. And I don't know what to be saying about Wildcard. Like, you look at the frags across the board, there's a little bit of disparity, right? But it's they're not that far ahead. Peace. It's still really close, and that's a big testament as to how they're playing the game against Wildcard, because, yeah, Wildcard just seems to have not really a whole lot of answers.
Yeah, and Frequent seeming to be a little bit quiet today. We did highlight him after a big performance in the last couple of days. However, much slower to start. Let's see if he warms up towards the later parts of the map, or if he's going to be the key piece of the puzzle. For the moment, Swirl, he's just poking in here. We're going to find himself an entry towards the A site. Slower approach is Clutchy.
Right here.
Tempting Fate jumping there. Koro as well, just playing there at Generator. Looking to hold the cross to side if anyone lurks their way through elbow. In comes the wall just at the right time. Koro actually playing over the top of it. We'll find one, but not able to deny the bomb plant.
Yeah, Wildcard want blood right now. They're still trying to kick as hard as possible. And also looking to destroy the Nano Swarm onto the other side. It's actually going to get in there. And oh no, this wall might actually do enough to lock it in, but never mind. Get too ahead of myself. Peace is just dominating. Much better position. And that is the denial of the force for Wildcard too. So Peace really should be getting away with 11 rounds right now.
Yeah, very solid retake. And now it's going to be an extremely solid bonus round. They got plenty of rounds to play with as well, so I don't see the point to invest too heavily. Wildcard, what are they going to do, huh?
What do you got?
What do you got for us, huh? Just the sheriffs, all right. So not even a bonus round at this point. That force fight just not working out as expected. From here, Wildcard are going to be even more so on the back foot. We'll have another round to play with, but let's not write them off. We saw them win a fair few with the sheriffs over on the first map, Haven. Let's see if the same can be said here on Icebox.
All right.
I love that.
Clutchy, cheeky peek. Oh, he gets absolutely knotted as well.
Here.
Onto the other side.
So that was it. The poison cloud was used just to allow 4 players to set themselves up, all look in there at Boiler, and then drop the smoke, get ready to shoot. Didn't work out as expected, but they managed to get one.
But they've sat pretty still after this as well. Wildcard not wanting to give up their advantage, I suppose, and still seeing Old Mate in spawn. But Ronski getting a little bit too excited. This is what we saw on Haven, Mac. I'm hoping Peace don't go back to their ways because they have basically got this map in the bag if they don't make any mistakes for themselves. But that's another one. Why are they peeking?
You fought well.
And here it is. So obviously the first pick was a little bit unfortunate. After that, Peace feel the need to try to even the numbers by getting some info, prodding around in some positions. But this is just one of those rounds where Wildcard are just showing their proficiency with the sheriffs and just tapping the heads left, right, and center. Still a chance now as Tensai survives, and he's going to be playing around here. However, teammate Koro is going to be taken out with that perfectly timed flank from RDW. Tensai has to go huge, gets the bink, but it's not enough. He cops one straight back from that Sheriff of Noz, and there you damn have it. Wildcard aren't out of the game just yet.
That was a potential denial of the spike plant there, which could have, brought forward the round. But regardless, a huge result from Wildcard. But I can't help but feel Peace just completely gave them that round. Maybe just handicapping themselves. Maybe going, hey, we're too far ahead right now. Let's give Wildcard a chance. But regardless, no memes. Peace definitely did not need to push that.
Okay, Koro. Looking to go for that early wall. Okay, and it's gone out of the tube as well to allow Ronski onto the offline. I'm loving this coming out from Peace, but does it net them a kill? It seems like Sign seems to be fully aware of this being a factor, and he spotted it and tagged it up as well. Ronski dropping down, pulses through the wall, so we'll see if he goes back for a second take, but I'm really loving that strat coming out from Peace.
So trying to hit it back towards A now. That is definitely where the focus will remain. But once again, Wildcard, very happy to just wait to see if Peace will make any more mistakes. Doesn't look like it so far. Clutchy sending the recon or the owl drone in. But once again, no information gathered. I am liking this stack up from Peace, though. They seem to be playing mid a little bit more passive. Same with B. Quite heavily stacked up towards A. So Wildcard might even have a rude awakening as they start to mosey their way down towards this site. 40 seconds, have to get a bit of a wriggle on shortly. And Ronski, operator, but he's been spotted.
Oh yeah, can't get the cloud burst out in time, and he's going to try to force forward. Picks one up, but not good for a second. A swirl going forward. Tensai does as well, and it looks like the defense is pretty good for the moment. Numbers there for Peace, and they're just surviving. Noz built the trade. Clutchy's going to be trying to swing around. Finds one, and in comes that Killjoy, but at the same time, it's just enough to get that spike planted. Let's see if the clutch is available for Noz. Stuck here in a very rough position at default, trying to play around the wall. And he has Clutchy above him as well. They seem to be fully aware. Can't quite get in behind. Sicko's head not spotted there at the top of the tube. It will be eventually. Clutchy has to trade, and he will. Operator in hand, lands the bullet necessary. And Peace finding 11th.
Well done. Peace definitely getting away with a good round there, and it's the stack up towards A that really allowed them to do so. Very explosive round back and forth as well, and you know, Wildcard definitely will be a little bit in pain after that one. You know, they felt like they had the opportunity, but Peace, they've lost a lot of money in this round, and Wildcard do still have a reasonable buy going into it. Both teams are actually really sort of busted on the economy here.
Wildcard need to make their stand now if they want to get it done in 2. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very long comeback. And they'll have to play just for overtime as well to see if that one works out for them. Ronski, though, Blade Storm, cranking. He's going to be going forward here with Poro. Wildcard just around the corner, fully aware. But okay, Ronski, he has that movement speed, but he got a little bit ambitious. Very wide swing coming through, and Wildcard all lined up. The firing squad again going to be able to get first blood. Do they expect Koro here, though?
Yep, they absolutely do. And do you know what that is, Mac? Peace, why are you pushing again?
Just looking for those early advantages. Ronski getting aggressive is his favorite damn thing. Clutchy clearing out B main for the moment, and he's called for that stack at A. But again, Wildcard just playing it so damn slow. Recon dart later on over towards the B site, but it looks like the full gamble may just come in through PC. Info.
It's up close. Here it is. This is the force. This is the position. You know, Wildcard really can't let the chokehold slip anymore. Otherwise, Peace will be walking away with it. And Swirl actually does hop his way out. This is... yeah, look, they've turned around. They've got to go back. Don't know exactly what they're doing right now. And Sicko in a position to deny, but the wall is good. 10 side with the operator. He does get denied, though, by Sign, but they have to get this spike planted. Swirl will be able to do it. The Clutchies brought it back, and now they're pushing in. That's going to be some damage peppered by Sicko, but then the frag from Swirl. It's all on a Sicko in a 1 versus 3, and he has to move into the snake bite. He will be taken down by Sign. And once again, Peace just basically say, hey, Wildcard, we really respect you. Here's a round.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate, you know, that snake bite as well, of course, making them vulnerable. So it was a very easy peasy final kill for the round. But Wildcard, they thought they had more time. You could see when Swell jumped out, he was like, all right, we're going B, send it. And at that point, like, hang on, 20 seconds. I don't know if we got time. So they just had to make work with what they had. And, you know, war goes up, plenty of time. RDW providing a lot of information, jumping up towards the top of site. And then everything just went A-OK from there. However, a whole lot of ultimates online for this round.
This game has turned into absolute chaos, really, in the end, because now we are going to see Wildcard very much slow it down. Peace, obviously only on the Sheriffs. They will just have a little gentle buy-in for the time being and just try to wander forward wherever possible. But look, Peace only need 2 more rounds. Let this one happen. Just sort of allow Wildcard to slow it down. You know, they don't really want to be the ones setting the pace of this. Peace can just wait and allow them to sort of walk into their hands on the sites accordingly, shift forward, maybe take away some guns, and then just buy back in. Move full focus into the next round.
So, great adaptation coming out there, you know, expecting Peace to be pushing again. So, sending 2 players into spawn. However, Signed almost caught off guard, not expecting Bronski up there aggressively on pipes. However, we'll be able to punish him for going for that repeat. RDW as well, another entry, and it looks like it should be all she wrote here towards the A site. Koro just with the classic, and at medium to long range, that right click is not going to be as dangerous as expected. He'll fall. Wildcard are all over the anti-eco.
Beautiful. They couldn't afford to lose any weapons here, really, and that's exactly what has going to happen right now, right on the screen. Noz gets the close up, so Wildcard close this gap. 4 more rounds to find it. Ults everywhere. This is a very, very scary one. None for Ronski, but he's he's actually a long way away, obviously burning the blades in the last round, but he's got his operator, which is where the X factor does sort of start to come in. And across the board, Wildcard still with a chance. They've got another economical break, before you.
Look, if you
got to continue to keep firm.
If you thought that we had a hectic round 2 rounds ago, now there's 9 ultimates online, so who knows how the hell this one's going to happen. There's going to be Hunter's Furies denying plants. There's going to be Hunter's Furies and post plants. There's going to be bloody the 2 Vipers pits on side as well as a showstopper thrown in there. Both bloody lockdowns going on at the same time. Watch it happen.
Yep. Depends on who wants to get dominant here, who wants to try and force it back, and it's actually going to be Clutchy to respond to that ultimate. Oh my god, they're tagged up 4. That is a huge result there now Infrequent with a very deep wall. 2 detainees as well, Mac. This is a wild position. Tensai, unfortunately, just scrambling around, not knowing what to do with his hands. It's like an awkward dinner date right now, Mac.
Well, one of the Hunter's Fury used. Looks like we've got the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper, both with the post plant. Koro able to potentially get a res off as well if things go south. But in comes all that utility from the Viper, including the Viper pit on that spike. Now it's just going to be a spam battle. 2 kills for Wildcard, and now it's just going to be Swirl going aggressive 1-for-1 though. Tensai, he'll be traded and things go well, but Ronski, he's just sticking it. No way this has happened, and he'll get it off in time with the defuse. Oh my lord, Peace, get a 12th round off the back of that, sitting in the Viper's pit, sitting in the snake bite, and he just barely survives. He would have had 2 HP. Play that back in slow-mo.
This map's just annoying me right now. The amount of like things that is kind of like, you know, when you're expecting something to happen and just the complete opposite switches around. That's what's been basically the majority of this one. You know, Peace have kind of given up a couple of rounds, and it was like, okay, Wildcard are back into that. They've got the defense locked down, post plan all set. Then Ronski just absolutely mans up and sticks that defuse with only what? I think he had like 10 points of HP left as the snake bite peppered him down, but well done. Now, this is Peace's game to lose. And hey, look, do you know what Peace have done again? They've saved, but at least they can afford to do it this time round. But again, Wildcard all on the line for them.
Oh, Ronski gonna have to use that tailwind to get out, but he's not even gonna invest that. Just tries to go for the shots instead. Clutchy, shock dart over on the choke, and it's gonna get a good amount of damage done to a couple of the players here, but still Wildcard forcing their way forward. Koro, little sneaky bugger going through the toxic screen, but the timing's not gonna favor him this time, and it's all up to Tensai, who falls as well. Again, another flawless anti-eco coming out from Wildcard, and now just need to find 4 rounds to get the W on the board. Still, Wildcard, they've got 4 ultimates online.
One thing that I'm seeing a bit of a trade places right now as well is RDW has absolutely activated, whereas Infrequent's been a little bit slower. And I only say that because in recent history, it's been, you know, typically RDW a bit slower on Icebox, where Infrequent really does open up. But hey, look, that's what a roster like Wildcard looks like. You know, it's a team that can do pretty much everything individually, you know. All members can sort of fire up at differing times. But Infrequent does have the res, and Ronski, he's aggressive here.
We do have the Sage Orb activated in the hands of Wildcard, so let's see if that's what Infrequent's been waiting for. Very aggressive positioning from Ronski up on pipes, but if the wrap comes through, dare say Koro's ready and waiting there. Up in the top of sight, able to cover. Belt push, Recon Dart, not going to be seen, and there it is, Ronski. Intuition. Oh! Not going to be able to get away with 2, and Koro gets the killer.
And that's the res too, so at least RDW is jumping back into the server, and they've managed to force Ronski away for the time being. But look, Wildcard still got a lot of time on the clock, so they can start to fizz out and just lay wait. Still very heavily stacked up for Peace over towards the back of this A side here. Happy to start to rotate away, though. They all do look a little bit, you know, not convinced on that call, and it's the right decision. Ronski gets back in there, and that's going to be the info spotted immediately. And with 35 seconds left, Mac, I think they've got to get a bit of a move on towards this A site, and Ronski with a near miss.
Okay, Showstopper to crack open the festivities. He's going to find Koro and take him out as well. Bit of damage onto himself, but at the same time, 8 shells don't quite hit heaven. Plant about to go down, but at the same time, you do have the defense Killjoy coming through. Lockdown destroyed at the perfect moment. Viper's pit is there as Ronski floats in the top. People are going to shoot it. And there's minimal time. We are going to see that spike on the ground. There might be a chance. There's 2 seconds to get that spike planted. Noz, he's gone for the spike. And Peace will take the map 13-8 with a crazy, crazy trade of ultis and no time to get the spike planted. What the hell? Action going everywhere. Wildcard just couldn't claw that one back, but Peace have taken us to a 3rd.
Absolutely. That was Clutchy living up to his namesake there, holding firm and finding the ace in the clutch situation, 1 versus 1. But you're exactly right, Mac. Honestly, half of that game, I couldn't even bloody keep up. There was that many things flying left, right, and center. There was indecision. There was hesitation. There was too much, forcing forward. But look, regardless, we scratched that map, right? Peace. Fantastic. They have managed to revive this series, and we have our second one of the day going to that best of 3, the third map. That's exactly what we're asking for today, a full array of 6 maps. But Mac, I think we'll settle down and we'll let the focus go into that final map of Ascent. Guys, get some popcorn and bring yourselves back. We'll see you soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Back up, 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 back
And here's my co-caster, who apparently isn't that keen anymore because he can see that Mac's actually back at his desk. So unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Cloud for now because Mac is the man on the mic with me tonight. And Mac, I tell you, mate, we have had a banger of a day. I think, you know, I've sort of been left, right, good nighted after that series that we're witnessing right now between, Peace and Wildcard, because Wildcard kind of like let this fall over a little bit. I think, you know, there was a comment that I saw in chat where they mentioned they were playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win, which I think could actually be quite understandable in the way they sort of forced that through. Peace with a few questionable rounds, but they were the team ahead of the curve, well and true. So now we've got a final map at Ascent, and it's gone the full distance today.
Yeah, Ascent's going to be a banger, but at the same time, Peace don't have a whole lot of reps on this. That being said, 80% win rate. So they are talented on the map. They know exactly what they're doing. They just don't have a whole lot of reps. If you look at the other side of the card, though, over on Ascent, how many reps is it? It is 30 reps coming in from Wildcard. So I'm definitely excited to see what we get here. Looks like we might even get to see a little bit of Breach coming out from Wildcard again. Hopefully we get to see Infrequent starting to fire up, because I feel like that may be the missing piece of the puzzle, or at least that was the missing piece of the puzzle from Icebox there from Wildcard. And interestingly enough, both teams swapping their map picks. It's kind of like we're just back to CS all over again.
Well, we had the exact same thing in the last series, didn't we? And,
True.
only Bliss managing to pull away towards the end. So a little bit different, but not certainly something we're used to at this point in time. But look, regardless, it means that we do get an explosive final map. Hopefully it is close, because Ascent, it is a little bit more open, right? It's got obviously all the, mid movement and that control taken, and the utility can be used quite well to lock down either site. But regardless, it is the final map. I'm interested to see how Peace approach this, because as you mentioned, we know that Wildcard have got a lot of reps on this one, a lot of experience, and certainly can pull it forward. But will Peace be the Undertaker that send Wildcard packing, or will it be Wildcard moving forward to join their counterparts of Order straight out of the Zoo and Bliss in the regional stage 3 finals?
Good question. We'll find that one out eventually at the end of this map, however long that's going to be. Is it going to be a 13-0? Is it going to be 12-12 bit of OT action, or is it going to be yet another close one just done sometime in regulation? Guess all these answers and more will be answered. All these answers will be questioned. All the questions will be answered. Anyway, been a long day. Been up for bloody like 10 hours or something. It's been heaps long. So I'm just losing it in my old age. That being said, Crash on the obs is giving us some nice views of top mid here. Just looking out of the bookshop as we see Wildcard starting on the attack. Smoke used early over towards A main as well, and there's going to be a little bit of aggression coming out from Peace here. It's Colro as well, expecting this aggression from Swirled Market. It's all worked out for the moment. Turret as well, though, spotting that flank coming through. Ronski very happy to hold the aggression coming out from Noz there. Back B main, and that spike spotted, though, over towards A. So all things happen, and it looks like Peace are going to be with a 5v3 for the retake.
Yeah, Vronsky was just completely through mid there and already on the wraparound as well. So members up in heaven. It's going to be a good potential dart, and it will be. Oh, that might tickle just a little bit. Or actually, looks like it went a little bit further, so that's okay. Wildcard members very, very low. Tensai straight onto the side. We'll be able to drop one. RDW needs to hold, but it's Tensai and Sicko to close it. A very, very dominant opening here from Peace, and a bit of a statement moving into this final map.
Yeah, very, very good retake, and that is the power of the curveball. Just popping in one of those flashes at the right moment, coming out from Tensai there. Tensai? Tensai. I've got the curse from those bloody international casters. Conky, help me. Peace, though. So you can see Phoenix is one of those agents where when it was used, we'd see a lot of it played here on Ascent. So I'm excited to see what kind of play Tensai is going to be able to bring into the server, and already off to a solid start there, showing how powerful the curveball can be. There's those points as well when you're coming in from heaven, you can utilize that flash out and under into hell, so able to clear out some different angles, and I guess we'll just see how Wildcard adapt. Tensai he smashed it straight through the hot hands. Happy just to get aggressive there, heal himself up as he's fighting as well, and find that first blood.
Giving running through Molly is a whole nother explanation, as it does work for that Phoenix, of course, and Tensai. Second time he's picked it up in this series. They will rotate around Wildcard, but look, not really a whole lot in this round. Just a couple of upgraded pistols. Hopefully they can do some damage. So really, Peace on them to lose this one. They should be successful. Sicko gets a little bit caught on that railing, but Now looking to clear in main. I don't think he'll spot anything just yet, unless he looks on the other side. Yes, he does. Cheeky little bit of info. Nothing else found.
Oh, okay. Classic works out as Inside gets a little bit big for his boots there. Isolated in at B main, and that's going to be the Spectre picked up. Koro uses the paranoia to enable him to get to site in time. Towards the stairs with the double up. It's going to be a very solid. Oh, what are we even talking about? Just follow Ronski. Just watch him. He's just going to go get a 4K, just running straight into B main with the sniper rifle. Who bloody cares? That thing's insane. This man's insane, and he's here to play for peace.
Oh man, I had to slap myself for a second to just remind me that it was only the classics, but still, regardless, Ronski fearless diving in there with the Marshall. It's crazy, isn't it, that Marshall just basically is like a pea shooter. The bullet goes exactly straight with the no scope.
Who else are you going to see do that, though? I don't think anyone else has the confidence, let's say, to make that happen. It's just ridiculous. The man's insane. He's literally insane to go for rounds like that and make it happen, too. So, deserving of the 4K.
So some success here. Wildcard now with the buy. Gonna see what they can find on the way around. Swell will be tagged up. But Ronski only with the Sheriff here. So obviously still fully leaning into this bonus. Trying to take some extra control. My God, he's feeling it right now, Ronski. Very, very much so. That is a sharp shot to open up the round and bringing it into the piece advantage already. RDW, though, is waiting for this one. Tensai is going to have the curveball. Are they going to be able to turn away from this one? The answer, Mac, is no. Swell will get the trade, but it's still an advantage going the way of peace.
If anything, you know, the Cypher, probably the least useful agent here on the attack, given the scenario. So if you lose anyone there, you're happy it's him. However, 3v4, it's going to be hard for Wildcard to get back into the round, as they do have this man disadvantage. Just looking to retake a little bit of mid control now.
And it was the dink too. 145 in one.
Yeah,
Noz just feeling the pain, yeah. He's one away from the Rolling Thunder. So even when he goes down into this round, at least he'll have the ultimate to play around with into the next. But yeah, man, look, this is just the bonus. Peace have played this absolutely to a T and some fantastic shots. And I like that sort of measured mid-control towards tiles that they did a little bit later in the round. It wasn't like an all-out brawl. And, you know, Ronski peeking around the smoke too, because, yeah, they've got 15 seconds. I think they're just saving Mac. There is absolutely nothing they can do in this round.
There's no other option, really. Just holding their ground, at least with a solid crossfire, a solid position to make this save happen. Peace are on the hunt, and Clutchy, he's gone in. He's actually been hit by the fault line, so he can't move too far. A little bit too dangerous. Noz, 1 HP and a dream and survives. So Wildcard at least able to buy up into this one. Should be able to drop across, unless they just decide to save. Oh, wait, that's right. You don't get any money when you save. So they're on the attacking side. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. But that's fine. I'm allowed to be an idiot because Wildcard, they're going to force up anyway.
I don't think either of us have eaten yet, so we're probably going to be a little bit ditzy until then.
Overtake them.
A little bit of yogurt.
Yep.
But,
Oh, good. Very nice.
yeah.
What flavor?
Or Chobani. So,
Oh, Chuban.
yeah,
beautiful.
Chobani, matey. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's Greek, but we're talking Italian. Anyway, Tensai pushes in through B main. He's all the way through the back, but at least he was in the ultimate form, so manages to survive. But it's dealt with. And he gets the info as well that it looks like Wildcard are posturing to take a little bit of mid control.
Destroys the tripwire, though, I think, which is the big thing out towards that position. Now, as they look to press forward, Wildcard really need to make this round happen. Already, Peace is starting to run away with this half. The money's good. The foundations are good. And Wildcard in absolute reset territory. Tensai's ready for it, but the curveball doesn't do enough. There is a hot hands available, but Swell, okay. He means business here, Mac. He's going to be able to pick up 2, putting Wildcard ahead.
Pretty sure that curveball landed in the smoke as well, so they were able just to face and knew that he was stuck in the corner there at market. So there was no getting away from Tensai. Tensai, oh my God, I'm going to keep doing it. Ronski pulls out the Blade Storm. He single-handedly has to defend here, but it's not going to work out for more than the one. The operator seemed to be the key there. In the 2-on-4 Wildcard, looking to lock this down again.
Swirl on for 3 here. Peace. I mean, they've got money, but it's still not a wise choice to try and recontest this. It's just too far gone into position. Clutchy might try to find some sort of... Okay, never mind. They are going for it. Why would I question that? Clutchy getting in towards the heaven position and now making their way up short still. Cypher Cage will keep the space for a little while. And there's some information also gathered. The camera straight up top. Now they've got the info. And I think, no. Okay, never mind. Just trying to keep them in. Just trying to play the exits. Clutchy definitely going for something, though. Now we'll get forced away by the recon bolt.
Still an
Last
opportunity,
player
but I think Clutchy, he's overstepped that welcome. They're staying a little bit too long. Shock dart coming through as well. That's going to be broken before it's even gone off. And all of a sudden, Sicko falls, and then Peace are going to have absolutely nothing into the next round. So very unfortunate for them, as Wildcard are looking pretty good in terms of their economy. Who's going to suffer here? Koro. So he doesn't have a huge amount of money. 10 side. No one really dropping across. Yeah.
Yeah, do you know who Peace are reminding me of right now? Vici. Super sharp, super, like, well-oiled, and then they just do things that make you go, huh?
Yeah. But you go, why are you...
It's like, hey, boys, you know, you could win Cologne maps if you were playing a bit wiser, but, like, it's okay. I think that's part of the fact that, you know, obviously we do have those players that have the tendency to, you know, push it forward where they don't really need to, but also at the exact same merit, they're a new team. You know, they're working hard, practicing out, but there's going to be a lot of time before they do, you know, prep themselves a bit more. But Wildcard at least have got themselves back into it here because it was looking very Peace-favored for a little while.
Swirl. Using the blast back to go for the F1 Race Car peak. Destroying the door there at market as well, and it looks like Koro's just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Hidden in the corner, in behind the smoke, and expecting some more aggression. That smoke about to fade. There's nothing there. Wildcard starting to make their way up towards tree instead. Clutchy with the off angle. Is it going to be the answer, or is he going to be spotted here? Looks like it's a pretty safe position. But that fault line's just going to knock him out into the open. That's a freebie for RDW, and the A site's open for business.
Needs something to be found by Ronski here. Koro is going to be denied, but unfortunately the shot is missed. Does pick up another, and now he goes in with the Spectre, getting very aggressive. It still is a 3-on-3. This is definitely winnable prospect. Ronski, oh my god, what a force forward, what a round, but it's all on a side to try and do something. But Ronski again, this man's a bloody animal, Mac.
Man's insane. I don't even know. I'm not even surprised this time. After what we saw earlier, he's just going to keep doing it. He's just going to keep doing it. 10-2. Really just trying to put Peace on his back nice and early. We've seen this every map, though. He starts extremely strong. Then Wildcard kind of figure out what he's doing. Try to slow it up. Try to nerf him. And then it's reliant on the rest of the team to sort of lift and make it happen towards the end. So let's see if that trend is going to continue going deeper here as we are almost at the halfway mark on a sense. 6th round in. Halfway mark of the half, so quarter mark? Lots of marks. On your mark, get set, go. Round started.
Big mark, both hands up high. And Ronski is also in the same. I think Swirl's just completely overlooked him. And he's missed the ultimate as well. Swirly boy, what's happening? You've let Ronski go. You've let him go free. Infrequent has traded, but now he's all on his lonesome. 1 versus 3. He's done big amounts of work here. Does have the spike. But look at the Odin. It's tucked into the corner. Sicko, who's heard the footstep. He's low, but so is Infrequent. Does have the From the Shadows available. Could potentially look for the teleport, and he's found another. Oh, Infrequent. Oh, Infrequent. This is not a person that you want to be giving any opportunities here, Mac. He's got the Shrouded Step to get up to heaven if he does so choose, but it's going to be planted nice and open. Can get the reload, and he's going to start to move around. Dark cover has become available once more, and now he puts himself into the garden.
He's already wrapping around. Looks like that drone's coming out to heaven just to clear things through window. Not going to be spotted there. But still, Tensai covering the flank and looking to go shoulder to shoulder. Trade this one through. Oh, Frequent. I don't think we've spotted it, but Tensai, eyes on the prize, ready for the swing, and Frequent goes down. So Peace making that a little bit scary for themselves, but still crossing the T's, dotting their I's, and getting another round of the board. That's a 5-1 lead here on the defense of Ascent. It's a very solid start for Peace.
Just have to take a little bit of a breath there. Infrequent, almost making the big things happen. And how unfortunate, though, that he has to be in that position. Swirl was completely tunnel vision. Let Ronski get away with murder twice before he was taken down.
Yeah.
And I guess, look, it makes sense, right? You know, tunnel vision, try to get the player on the site. But when the spike's not with you, and there's 2 more members sitting over towards Market and Cubby, it's just...
Thanks.
Wildcard are slipping, and they're slipping hard.
Revealing area.
Early recon bolt over towards B main, looking for that info, and they know someone's there, but are they expecting Swirl so close? Sicko. In the smoke with the Odin. Playing a dangerous game, but here comes that drone. It is going to turn around the corner. Sicko has an idea that someone's close. Nade thrown. It's no real damage done. I think maybe a little bit of chip there to Sicko. As this all happens, Wildcard starting to regress on the other extremity over towards A. Tensai. Oh my god. I'm actually going to flip. I'm going to go find the casters that started calling him Tensei. And I'm going to send them very abusive messages for slipping that word into my vocabulary because it somehow keeps on coming out and I'm fuming.
Well, how long have you been casting him for as well? That's the biggest
Years.
thing between all these games. And there he is. Tensai. Looking for a frag. Won't be finding it, but the hot hands certainly do. Sign's going to be going down here. And again, it is another pick going the way of Peace. Taking the early advantage once more and forcing poor Wildcard into a tunnel. Look at where the spike is, Mac. It's so far away. 30 seconds to go. Swell's got to make a bit of a wriggle on now. That shock dart's going to tickle them too. Now they need to do absolutely everything. The paranoia comes out. Let Swell get through. But again, the spike is still down. He's looking to take that control, but I think Sicko might just find it. Might just deny it.
Oh!
2 and 3. That is impeccable from Sicko. And now he's looking for the 4K. And do you know what, Mac? He's bloody got it in the bag. Peace with 6. And Wildcard are looking like... Can't say it.
Oh. now I'm curious. There you have it. So, Wildcard, a little bit rough. They did manage to get Swirl onto site, but the other boy is a little bit slow to come through the smoke. That being said, it was a extremely well-played situation from Sicko there, just holding mouse 1 like a champion and controlling that spray with the ADS. So, having a good time there on the Odin, over on the B side.
Yep, the usual, the commonality. That one up on the Sova, but wow, Ronsky, what a flick. He's not even like surprising me at this point, I guess. It's just kind of like it's really expected. Swell walking through a dark cover inside mid. I mean, look, trying to make a, you know, something happen out of a sheriff round. Understandable, have a nice day. But mid control has been gathered slightly by RDW, and this is just what I wonder right now. You know, a map like this, Ronsky treating this map as a playground, you wonder what's going on in Camp Wildcard. Surely they are, like, reaming right now. The comms must be chaos. It must be not really super clean in the way that they're feeling about it. Signed. Can't quite find old mate Clutchy there either. Ronsky's also there with the operator. He will be able to deny him, but then the... yeah, the Wally gets the frag on his signs. Operator recovered from Clutchy. And Peace with 7. They've already won out the half here, Mac, in 8 rounds.
Yeah, that seems to be the case at the moment. Well, let's see if Wildcard can get their way back into the game. They do have some weaponry, at least, coming in to round number 9. And they really need to start to fire up. Noz having a bit of a shocker. There's been 8 rounds and he's only got 1 kill so far. So very slow to start here on the breach. He had a big couple of rounds in the previous couple of maps. But so far, it's looking like that will not be repeated here unless he starts to figure things out. We are going to see them take a quick timeout, have a bit of a chat on what they need to change, what they need to do, because they need to change something up here on the attacking side for Wildcard. They have come into this game as certain favorites, but the big man, Ronsky, has just put Peace on his back and started to rip the opponents to pieces.
Yeah. And Sicko also doing works. You know, need to give credit to him. 8 and 1. Tensai's found a lot of openings. And, you know, Koro and Clutchy haven't really had to do anything as of yet. But it's a similar story. Wildcard, they're finding kills. They're finding sites. But then they're just completely locked out or something like that. You know, again, as I mentioned, it just must be chaos. They must be flat. Like a can of Coke that's been left out in the sun. Really kind of discomforting to watch. But then again, as I mentioned, this is not the be-all, end-all. This is just close qualifier number 1. Wildcard have another chance in number 2.
Tensai copping a little bit of damage from the paint shells, so loses more than half his armor straight off the bat. And that's going to be a nice advantage for Wildcard, but let's see if it even matters because Peace are playing out of their minds. Sicko rotating back towards that B site. We get a bit of info at mid. Hunter's Fury comes through, trying to tag up the Storm. Gets the first, but not the second. And on the third shot, may have just connected on the 1 or 2. we are
playing
now just going
Doom.
to see, yeah,
Or Quake.
RDW just bringing in a brand new view model. This man playing insane. Oh, spots Coro there, and on the shot, things are fixed as the rest of the boys start to come through the door. Big flash as well, enabling the second. And RDW finds himself with that triple for the round. Is it the round? Let's see. Bronski decides he wants to go for it because the man makes some questionable decisions, but he makes those decisions work all the damn time.
Exactly right. But it doesn't look like he's super keen at this point in time. Door 10 site. But RDW's found 4. Does Ronsi want to give him the ace? Maybe. He is moving into that market position, trying to establish some extra control. They would have heard the old jet float. Now swinging into CT. There's one, but it should be traded, and Swell will get the job done. Operator considering it to be recovered for old mate infrequent, but no, they'll go against it. So wildcard, at least we see a sign, but it's on RDW to walk out B main and get 4 on his lonesome.
And Ronski, he could have saved that. He could have kept that operator alive, but instead decides to go for the kill. Maybe he was hoping he'd get that second kill, maybe pull out that Blade Storm, farm up on the retake. However, probably left it a little bit too late for that one to happen. This man, he plays the game on a whole nother level to us mere mortals. So let's see what he's going to be able to do again. Just posted straight towards the top of mid. And misses that shot initially. So
Close ones. Certainly putting fear into the hearts of wildcards still. Ronski. Aldrone will come out. Great flick even just hitting the shots on the Aldrone at this point in time. It's impressive, and unfortunately Swirl can't quite get over the top.
Not enough hurt on that ball jack.
Right there.
Let's see. Wildcard can make their way up short here. The Killjoy setup is got the turret on the site with all of that util, so it's a very, very strong setup here if they can make this one happen. Paint shells on the line, might just be able to blast it off, but it's going to be the flash, and now into the setup they go. Nano Swarms are going to be activated as well as the alarm bot, and now we are going to see Wildcard almost in trouble, but infrequent. He's just going to run straight through it, catch Ronski off guard, shoot him in the side of the head. He doesn't have to deal with the side if he can just deal with the rotation and send it back to B instead, and that may just be what we see. Sicko trying to come in on the flank. He's got the Odin, finds one, can't get the spray transfer, but it's going to be Swell to do it instead, finding himself a quick double at the end, but Wildcard finding a third and not letting this game get out of hand.
They're not done just yet, and thank God. We wanted a banger to close it, and hopefully that is exactly what we're going to get, because Icebox wasn't what we expected, and this is certainly going the way of peace so far, but it still looks like Wildcard are looking to fight hard. Are they going to go for the buy? Yes, they will. So they've only got 2 more rounds and a half. Not much to work with, but if Wildcard find 5, that will put them into a very good stead. And this is just going to be, I guess, kind of a half buy here early on for Peace. Just a couple of sheriffs and a couple of rifles to work with. Clutchy up close. Noz gets the flashpoint out, and Tensai's there as well. So immediately popping that early utility. But look, that's a Nano Swarm, Hot Hands, and Dark Cover down.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of utility out of the equation. Oh, Showstopper back towards his teammates, and he's going to find a couple, but look at this. Ronski from heaven almost had unlimited knives there, finding himself the triple. Wrap comes in, and there's going to be Koro falling all up to Sicko to make this work, and they know his position now too. But DW finds him straight through, smacking that shot straight on the noggin of Sicko, and it's another for Wildcard. But again, Ronski makes some, hold their breath for a moment, think, uh-oh, what's going on here? But the trade eventually comes through and things go A-okay.
Oh, man. Where was this Wildcard, Mac? They are playing so confident now and just absolutely balls to the wall. There's only so much Ronski can actually do if you put the pressure on and force him, flush him out of those positions. Nozzle's got the Rolling Thunder. Frequent with the From the Shadows. Could teleport backside if he wants, but it's just going to be the Paranoia straight on in. So looking to at least take that early control. Swirl not going to pop in just yet, but the Rolling Thunder now does come out. He's straight to the site this time round, and that was the ultimate impaled by Infrequent. So they've got site control, and they've lost a couple of members in the process as well. It goes the advantage the way of Wildcard. Retake has to happen for Peace.
Okay, Neural Theft comes out, which is a world of information signed, getting that spike blend right at the back of sight. And Ronski not going to be clearing his corners, worried about mid there. RDW lurking his way up in the market, trying to say, no, No deals on here, no free rounds for you guys. We're going to be taking a fifth as the aggression comes through. It seems like Wildcard have finally, towards the end of the half, sorted themselves out. And let's see if that trend can continue into the second.
It's like they've been given like a military shout or something. Boys, what's going on?
Yeah.
Bring back the form. We know you're better than this. And Wildcard have done exactly that. That's 3 back-to-back rounds where they just threw everything by the wayside. They tossed away this slow default that they've been doing and just decided, all right, let's put the pressure onto this part of the map and just go ham. And it's paid out for them every single time. And this is where it starts to sort of creep on in, right? You know, we saw the exact same thing on Haven. Ronski started off absolutely electric and then just completely stopped. And that's not happening just yet. He's still getting frags. He's still doing things. But Koro, Clutch, he's so far behind. Everyone needs to be stepping up if this is going to be a victory for Peace.
Swirl wants to get aggressive, but the smoke makes him hold his ground for the moment. Slow approach, and it looks like Peace are going to eventually rotate back towards the B site. Turret as well on the advanced line, so Clutchy can swing off it. Good positioning, all things considered, but he's going to start walking in solo. Dangerous game being played, but at the same time, Wildcard, they got the hard crossfire at Archers, which could translate into a very fast flank towards B main. Let's see if that's what happens. You got Tensai, he's got hot hands at the ready. Looks like that's going to go over towards the logs, clear out that position as the rest of the boys just run in. Actually, it's gone over towards the market entrance, so no real aggressive play to come through, and that's going to be the site for free 5v5 for the retake.
Yeah, look at this retake, though. They're straight on in. The information is going to be gathered early. I think the turret has been destroyed. But now they move on in straight to B main, and they are absolutely putting some pace behind this one, Mac. An old spin bowl. Besides, great with the opener here. He's taken some damage. Swirl pushing in, forces the members onto the site. This is going to be a very, very awkward defense. Indeed it will. It is just absolutely nothing in store for the members of Peace. They allow the site, but they just absolutely bull out of the gate there on that recovery and straight in and straight out. Round secured by Wildcard with all members surviving.
What happened to Sicko? I was waiting for the kill, but he just got teleported out of there. Never seen that one. So, out of nowhere, teleported out, is going to be able to fight another day. Speaking of, though, Wildcard continuing their way back into the game. Looks like Peace are going to do the patient thing, do the right thing, and buy up into the next instead. Vronsky, he's bought something. Must have been a couple of abilities here. A couple of cloud bursts invested in. Let's see if that will get him all the way to sight. He's been dangerous on this classic on their ecos, so let's see if he can do it again.
Door destroyed. Not going to be happening this time round. But yeah, look. This one should be a bit of a write-off. Not really too much to overanalyze. I guess, though, keep your eyes focused. Keep your eyes peeled, because Peace has definitely won a couple of these this time round. Swirl, good spray. Very nice lineup. Information gathered immediately. Spike will go down. So it's a pretty good result in the end, but that's all Peace could have really hoped for. Infrequent, tapping away with that Spectre, looking to make their way in. Swirl on the other side. Nos is actually going to find it. Last two members on the site. This should be an easy sort of roll back in from Wildcard. Keeping 5 alive, very important. Make sure they've got a good bonus round ahead. And Vronsky's going to go down as well. It's all on the 10th site, outside the door. And that is a well-played round for Wildcard. Mac, they have tied this up.
There you go. The measured approach on the retake. Very patient in their posturing. Happy just to hold that tree control, make sure no one's up in heaven. And then slowly but surely pick them off. And it's worked out wonderfully and allowed them to have 5 alive for the bonus round. This round so damn important for Wildcard on the defense to just build up that economy, see if they can just knock out as many rifles out of the round as possible. But it's Peace's first opportunity here with the rifles to get another on the board. Looks like it's going to be a bit of info gathering. Bit of reconnaissance towards a main. Bit of noise as well made by Ronsky, but we are going to see the exact opposite. So a bit of a push and pull effect, and the pull comes out over towards B main straight through. And Wildcard, they've got a world of information, but it's just RDW to hold it. Hey,
he's only got a Spectre, a Stinger rather. even less. But look, he's got the cages up to keep himself safe for the time being. Ronski tries to force in, but RDW's got an answer for it. And look at this flank. Very, very quick. Just leaving the breach up in heaven. He's actually got an ultimate, Mac. This is going to be a very, very tough side hold for Peace, I think. Walking into A main now.
Oh, and they've managed to make it past the alarm bot, but we do see Clutchy pull it back. Are they going to be expecting this one? Recon Dart going to be shot. The peak timing is perfect. One for Swirl, one for Infrequent, but they don't expect Tensai coming in for that trade. Curveball around the side makes it. Buys a little more time as Noz tries to come in from the top. Koro looking up and Tensai with another. All of a sudden the 2v3 gets turned back on its head again. Hot Hand's going to be dodged there. Sign needs to go huge in the 1-on-2.
Such a good game right now, just back and forth, tit for tat. I mean, this was only a bonus, and Wildcard did play it very nicely. I think he actually might be able to take these members down on the way out. Good damage. But I think he's going to go down to the spike as well. Can just hope for no! Tensai will live on. So well done from Peace, keeping 2 alive here, but this has just been a very, very long day. And I guess exactly what you're kind of hoping for, right? You know, I guess you could almost say the maps on Friday were a bit disappointing. Same even could be said for yesterday too, to a degree. But just in the sense that it was, you know, 2-0s, right? Some maps competitive, but this has just been competitive the whole way through. Wildcard opened so strong, thinking, hey, it's going to be a 2-0, but now it's just a very tight line. Here is Peace have dragged forward 8 rounds for them now, but Wildcard have got to buy.
Out of my way.
Let's see if Wildcard opt for the aggression again. Looks like it's a slow approach now that they have the rifles in play. Infrequent has done his homework, extremely ready for that nano swarm to be coming across towards the tree. Ronski, Blade Storm at the ready. Man's looking to lead the charge as per usual. But it just depends on where he's going to dart this time. Or is he just going to bide his time here at the Archers, waiting for aggression down short, coming up from Wildcard. Oh, is he going to be spotted?
Okay. Yeah. Nah, saving it for the time being. Ronski definitely slotting himself into a good position here. Koro's going to start to walk up short as well. There's no real ground set for Wildcard. They've played it a bit more passive, very much a retake kind of setup on towards A. And that does appear to be where the spike is going to be heading towards. So Infrequent, just checking in towards mid, making sure nobody steps up. But I think they've got to be ready for an explosive burst from Peace on towards this side here. And there we go. Pace starts to get picked up from the other members.
Left.
Ooh, Infrequent footsteps, and he's going to push straight through off the info finds. One falls away, and that's going to be the numbers advantage. Wildcard now looking to set up for the retake. Ronski, Bladestorm still at the ready, needs to make it work though. RDW, short side of heaven, cage goes down, but I think he might have just been spotted. Makes move just at the right time. Spikes on the ground, and that might just be the round as well. It's recovered at the right time, but there's time to get that plant down. Clutchy coming in with the cover. No, the blast back! It's huge from Swirl, the satchel, it gets it done, and Wildcard snatch away another.
Who would win, one planting attacker or one boomy boy? That is just absurd. What a troll. Love to see it. Great played by Swirl, and that is punishment because now they live on, they get to the next round, sure, but that is a pretty rough-looking economy for Peace. But same could be said for Wildcard, right? It's a tied game. This round has so much importance.
I just cannot believe it. Hey, that was so clutch. I haven't seen a satchel used in such a clutch scenario before. And I'm so glad that we got to see that. Now Swirl, again, can he come in clutch early? Spots the shoulder peak, but it's a wide swing and the dash from Ronski. Gets away with the kill. They are going to see the aftershock try to buy some extra time for these rotations. Wildcard, full rotate all the way to B. They know that this is happening. They're aware that the Killjoy ult is out in play, and they need to help him out. Infrequent finds 2. There's just 5 kills in a matter of seconds. No one's on the site yet.
You need to get moving. Spike now planted. A couple of shockies over the top to try and deny something. And it's actually straight onto that spike location, but nobody's going to be finding it this time round. There is the Neural Theft available for RDW. Nothing spotted out by Signed, only with that Guardian. Does have a Recon Bolt available, at least to gather some extra information as they do walk on in onto the other side. Cubby trying to be cleared, and he just needs to find something. in the boat shed will be both of them. Now the dart comes out. That's the information gathered. RDW has to drop onto the site. That'll make a little splash, but he's also going to be looking to make a splash here with the damage. Absolutely clean from RDW. And Wildcard claw it back into this position.
Such
You failed.
a well thought out approach there coming out from Wildcard on the retake. You could see that Infrequent was happy to throw his body, you know, on the line, find himself that quick double and stop Peace from getting too much control off the back of the lockdown. So it wasn't one of those 5v5 retake scenarios. Would have been potentially a 4v5 as well, because who was Wildcard there? It was Noz who was stuck at the stairs trying to fight his way out. So looks like Wildcard fought fire with fire, and they will be rewarded for it. 1 round lead, need 4 now to get that W on the board. And it's just a slow game for a couple of players in the server. Clutchy, of course, almost coming in clutch before, but unfortunately they lost to the Satchely boy. It's a new round, and now Peace are just down on the Pistolas. Oh, full aggression. Sicko there. It's going to be the neural step for the info.
Signed has got a very big task ahead of him right now as Peace. Tensai just rips his head off immediately, but they're actually going to cancel the call. Ronski trying to spray away a couple of things, but it's going to be Swirl diving in with the Bulldog. And that's got a bite indeed, and a bark behind it. He's able to equalize, bringing it into an advantage for Wildcard this time round. Noz is going to be forced back by the Cloudburst, but the heat, the hot hands forces him back. Infrequent dives in as well. Does have the From the Shadows available. Could teleport if he does so choose, but they're trying to pick it up. The run it back will be expended, but Infrequent, he's on tight, and all he needs to do is find this final hot boy in the corner, and he's being tagged up as well. The old Aftershock is going to force him out. They just don't need a flail here, and Infrequent will not be shaken. Gets the round and gets the 3K on the board. He is looking much, much better on Ascent here, and now Wildcard pick up 10.
Yeah, it seems like as soon as Infrequent started to come online, then all of a sudden, all the woes that Wildcard were having at the start of this game seemed to disappear. Now they have found themselves in a position with 2 rounds the advantage. So Ronski has done so damn much for Peace today. But again, is it enough? He needs everyone else to lift. Clutchy and Koro having shocker games because they've played well every other map. It just seems like they might not have had the endurance today. Something is not going right for them, and it's probably just that they're getting their heads ripped off just at the wrong moments. Now, let's see if they can change that up.
Yeah, I think what we're going to remind the chat or everyone watching along is this was a 7-1 in favor of Peace.
Yes.
Wildcard have just dragged this back, kicking and screaming. They do not want to go home just yet. They want to make sure that they do get to sit on all the rides at the theme park.
Let's see if there's any damage found through the spam battle in the smoke. Bit of info at least gained. There's now Tensai still just holding for any aggression in through B main. Wildcard happy to play the 3-2 split. Line trapwire at mid to deny any aggression. However, turret denied there, and they know that Clutchy is going to be close to short. But even so, Wildcard, nice little bait and switch setup coming in at tree, flash at the ready. Probably there as well for Noz. Let's see Sicko. He's looking to make this entry happen. Hunter's Fury trying to zone out some of those positions and allow the push to come in, and it's looking pretty easy for Peace. 5v4, can they hold in the post plan?
Swirls just runs straight into that Hunter's Fury, trying to close the space, but now with the Cloudburst getting up onto the top side, getting some damage dealt. Clutchy is playing with fire here, and he gets away with it. Very, very Clutchy TM trademarked play, but he gets away with it. Tensai now looking to find some more, gets the info, and hot hands to go down. This is just the Wildcard retreat now. Nothing more they can do. Peace get away with it, and yeah, that's a little bit rough there.
So Signed was really hunting for something in there through the smoke at Heaven. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to allow Wildcard to go for the retake, and they've opted to save instead. Of course, those Odins, very expensive. The other 2 rifles as well, certainly going to be able to be used into the next round. But it's also the defender side, and you need to manage that economy as best as you can. And even though you do cop the L by losing a little bit of money, you still get some to help you out with that utility. Going into round 20 though, let's see how that one's going to work out, because at the moment you got Infrequent back on the operator. Let's see if this is going to help him, because he's feeling it now at least. So let's see if the operator is going to get Wildcard or the game for, you know. Is it the answer?
Yeah, it's so interesting because I always wonder what it'd be like to see an infrequent, you know, on a jet or something like that again, but then who would pick up the smokes?
Revealing
I don't
area.
know. It's just so hard to sort of think, but seeing him pick up that operator makes me want it so much. Regardless, however, he has been doing very, very well. Ronsky does have the blade storm available now, but obviously in the position where he does have the Vandal. Might not need to pop that at all. So last round, obviously they did just have to retreat, not wanting to overextend on the site and lose up, you know, the lead that they've got right now. Wildcard give themselves an additional chance, and time taken. Looks like Peace still just going to play a bit of a slower default and mark their eyes over towards this B position, but still leaving old mate over towards that B site of Sicko, of A rather, just trying to see if he can lurk out any further information.
Okay. Dart comes through.
Get out of my
IDW
way.
not going to be spotted up at the back of A, but even though it's going to be the bust out towards B. Ronsky looking for something in through the windows. The windows been shut. Curtain closed. Not doing so. Just sitting here with the Odin, looking to get as much damage done in through the wall, but it's going to be Noz as well chiming in.
30 seconds
Swirl
left.
comes through in CT, and now it's very hard for Clutchy here. Or has to cross, finds one, almost a second, but can't get the spray transfer. Noz now doing God's work from CT as Sicko in a 1-on-4 needs to go huge. 17 seconds, spikes down over towards lane, but the man is running out of options, running out of time. Infrequent, running out of bullets in the mag as he misses another shot. Sicko will fall eventually with that spam from Signed on the Odin, who's finally going to get a bit of use out of the damn thing. But there it is, 11 on the board for Wildcard, who just need 2 here on the defending side to get the big dub, 2-1 in the series.
What a change of pace as well. You know, Wildcard were able to lock that out immediately, not being sold by the dart that came out from Sicko over towards that A side a little bit earlier in the round. But yeah, man, it's just been a really interesting one from Peace, and I can't really seem to put my finger on it. They look so disjointed, very, very disconnected, and Wildcard have just adapted and overcome every step of the way. And a similar sort of thing that we saw in Haven. You know, Ronsky was popping the hell off, but once Wildcard found the number, they've just not been able to do anything, and now Infrequent, that's the only thing. When you're playing on that Omen, you don't have the dash away. You just gotta walk out.
Goes back for seconds, gets boinked for it too, so he's very damn low. Clutchy and ambitious position to be fighting from there, and the 2-man setup works out for Noz, so that's going to be first kill found already. Tensai just healing up at the back of B main as it looks like Peace are going to group up, hit that small site potentially, or are they just going to send it straight up mid? Ronsky looking to lead the charge here.
All right. I like this re-aggression. Very, very much so. They've utilized the owl drone, walked along with it. Now they're trying to take that control. Oh my god, Signed. He's got so much information now, leaving Ronsky to sort of push through, but the spike is going elsewhere. And I think they know. Like, they've already gathered. Yeah, look at this. Swell is switched on to the moment. Already gathers that further info. Will they be thrown because... Oh man, Ronsky. Doesn't even matter if he gets spotted. He finds the shot regardless. There's a showstopper available, but he's not going to be able to use it. And now that's the site completely taken. Do they go for this 3-on-4?
Planted.
But RDW is keen.
Yeah, RDW aggressing from a main did enable him to get in the solid position to retake from Ronsky. Going to be going in with his back to the wall, and all of a sudden RDW finds a double. And Wildcard are back into it. There's the triple. Is this going to be the 12th round that they need? Tensai so damn low, doesn't have the hot chance to work with, but he will in a moment. Curveball, gets the info, holds the spray, and he needs one more. Has to run it back, but he has to go forward. Can't hit the shot, and now Noz needs to close the distance, flicking around. Tensai can't get his gun in hand, and there it is. 12 on the board for Wildcard.
My god, Tensai certainly made it scary there, but what a colossal individual play from RDW. Crash, bring up the scoreboard, buddy, because my god, I need to check that one out right now. Where's he sitting? 22 and 12. What a bloody cipher of all things as well. He has been such an impressive Sentinel player all the way through, and yeah, man, this is just... Oh, Wildcard, so proud of him for keeping their composure, because they have just absolutely locked Peace out. They've even, you know, at times opened the door on it, but then slammed it right back in their face shortly after.
Look at that. After the 7 rounds that Peace got at the start of the map, it's just been 11 almost in a row, broken up here and there by Peace. Wildcard just stacking on the numbers. Now, Signed just going to be droning over towards mid, and that's going to be a world of information. Ronsky just with the Marshal. Gets rid of it eventually, but he cops the tag and darts across the tiles. And Frequent waiting for a bust in through the smoke. Oh, there's the info. Timing almost favors him. Intensai again, just going to be copping so much damage early on.
Initiated.
He's got the lockdown. Going to try and sort of sell some form of information towards mid. Try and gather that extra short control, but that's going to allow Wildcard really to sort of poise themselves towards the back of this site. Look at RDW. He can switch up and reposition in frequency to Nidronski. I don't really know what they've tried to do here. I mean, it might work out for them. RDW only does get the one, but Sign's going to be able to find another. And regardless of the situation, there's 3 ultimates available. It's a 3 versus 2, and Peace need to go big, and now will Sign find any information? Oh, he will, and see you, Sicko. Coro, you've had a quiet game, mate. If there's any time to step the hell up, the time is now 1v3.
All right, not going to be spotted initially. Great trigger discipline to find the one. Almost the 2K, but that will wrap things up here. Signed quick on the trade to find a triple. And what around that one was 13-9. Wildcard are going to be taking the cake and booking their tickets into the next batch of games.
Defenders win.
Man, I honestly don't even know where to put my finger, where to even start with some sort of post-game analysis there, because you know what, Peace, you blew it. That was just all you the whole way through. I felt like, Haven obviously was well and truly a different story, but whatever you were putting into the pot that was cooking on obviously Icebox, it certainly made everything work. But then ultimately there, 7-1. And I guess, look, it's not really, Peace's fault. Wildcard did a fantastic job of dragging it back. I can't be overcritical, but I think it's definitely an important game for Peace to sort of watch back and look at those kind of, minor mistakes that they definitely did create for themselves that really sort of threw their economy out of whack. But my God, Wildcard, what a response. Able to bring it back again. 7-1 to a 13-9 victory. Like, that's unheard of almost.
Yeah, just so many clutch rounds all throughout the series. Even on that first map, could have gone either way depending on how a couple of things went there. But, it was just so much going down. But look, I'm excited to be here towards the end of the day. And I'm excited that we got to see 6 maps because that was a whole lot of Valorant, a whole lot of quality, entertaining. Ronski jumping at everyone, but still inevitably losing Valorant. Wildcard coming back towards the end. So we had pretty much every story we could have sold. We sold it, and I'm glad we're here.
Absolutely. Definitely a Ronski moment of, where's my team? I've got 25 kills, but no one else is doing anything. But look, it is a team game. That's the joy of Valorant, right? It's a 5 versus 5 shooter, and I do think that Peace have got a lot more work that they've got in store, but I just want them to stay together. That's all I care about right now. Develop, overcome, push forward, and start making some better decisions, because I think with a little bit more work, those guys can be fantastic. But for right now, Wildcard are your victors. But Mac, before we do close out the day, my friend, let's check out what we actually did see over the course of the competition. It was 4 days of action-packed games, and really can speak for itself. Those 4 best of ones on the Thursday, that was brought to you by Tony and Digital. Big shouts to them. Myself and Pilski walked you through the upper and lower bracket best of 3s that we see on screen right now, where we did manage to see Order and Straight Out of the Zoo qualify straight out of the Zoo. They were bloody impressive. Order, very much expected. It was a dominant victory as well. And then, we have the real Thunderdome today, Mac, that we've been able to walk through, that ultimately it is going to be Bliss and Wildcard joining the other 2 members. But guys, remember, this is not done just yet. The 4 teams that did not manage to make it through, they will slot themselves into that closed qualifier number 2. And remember, there is another open qualifier around the corner. I do believe the closing of the signups has occurred, but my God, get into those competitive matches, mate, because it is a blast.
Yeah, it has been so much fun today. And of course, we got to see both full best of 3s here in the lower bracket. So it just goes to show how close a lot of these teams are, even though it was pretty clean swept up towards the top side of things in that upper bracket. But again, as you mentioned, it's not all over Red Rover. There is going to be yet another closed qualifier. So all the teams that didn't make it are going to have a second shot, a second opportunity to go and join the teams that currently are up there with all the W's and all the tickets into the finals.
Absolutely. Well, look, it has been a fantastic day and a pleasure to get onto the mic with yourself again, Mac. We've been doing bits, came up in the same sort of wave of casters, and now we're sitting here casting some goddamn Valorant. It's been an awesome day to have, and obviously a massive shout out to everyone else involved, the teams, the producer in Sam, admin in Roz, and obviously our Crashman Observer, the King, trying to bring us all that action together. Let's Play Live, obviously the partners in crime in LG and Vodafone as well. Thank you guys so much for watching and making it a very enjoyable day. We'll be back very soon in a couple of weeks with more Valorant action. But until then, guys, take care and have a fantastic Sunday evening. Peace.
Thank you.